Thunder Awakens turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining.
3.
5 seconds remaining.
Goodness me, look at the time. It is draft o'clock. That's right. Team Liquid versus Thunder Awaken starting right here, right now. Might have known that. I'm joined by T-Governor. T-Gov, what are your expectations for this series?
Ooh, probably Liquid to win. I'm not going to try and, beat around the bush here. Liquid are currently sitting at, 5 game wins, 1 loss. Therefore, 2 wins, 1 draw. Thunder Awaken, on the other hand, only a draw to the name, 2 losses. So it does kind of feel like you shouldn't be expecting Liquid, but I'm here for the upsets. I'm here for the moments of brilliance. This is the time for some of these teams to step up and find some wins. And EG was unable to do it in the previous series. Maybe a new South American team can step up to the plate and start getting themselves out of the elimination spot.
Maybe. And of course, Thunder, they had that kind of rough starting series versus Bet Boom, where at least the first game was rough. Second game was actually really close. They had a few moments where they were going to be able to take it. And then versus Shopify, they actually were able to take a game versus them, which was quite surprising. So don't count out Thunder Awaken. These guys, they have some plans. We won't talk about their latest series against Azure Ray. That's left unspoken about, but yeah, didn't really go too well. But nevertheless, they're here, a new day, a new them, and they're ready to take on Team Liquid. And they're going to try and do it with a first pick Treant Protector. Pretty common hero at the moment, pretty strong. Why is he strong, T?
Well, the laning phase is very powerful with Leech Seed. You can just prolong games with Living Armor, which is like the classic old school perception of the hero. But with 15-minute shards and how easy it is to get there, because they are very cheap, you then have this invisibility aspect on the hero where you're running around always setting up other heroes to make plays. Already Liquid respond to the Treant Protector with quite a nice counter pick with the Phoenix. The reason why it is a counter is when Treant Protector overgrowths to provide the initiation of the team fight, all Phoenix needs to do is Icarus dive in and place his egg. And now the argument is, do I kill during overgrowth but then get hit by an egg, or do I have to disengage from what could be a very good setup because this egg's about to pop and then stun everyone in its vicinity? So it's a pretty cool counter to that Treant Protector in regards to the team fight.
Indeed. So yeah, we'll see how these two heroes kind of match up against each other. Of course, always like seeing a Liquid Phoenix. This is a very comfortable hero for them, and Treant just generally really strong at the moment. As for the bans, nothing super exciting coming out for either team. I mean, Spirit Breaker is a hero which some teams are banning out, some heroes are letting through, and some heroes are ignoring at the moment. Some players at least. And overall, yeah, Dazzle and Muerta, the big offenders, gone. Hangler going to get gone in the second phase as well. So yeah, the usual ones taken out of the equation.
Yeah, I guess the main thing here is the fact that Bristlebacks may be in play. Of course, I don't think we're at the stage of TI where people will be first phase banning it. It's just more, do teams kind of give it a sign of respect in the second phase, or are we just going to see it picked up? I think both teams, you could argue Liquid have kind of soft covered themselves a little bit because they have the Sunray to deal with the tankiness of the Bristleback to some degree. But again, I think that's a hero that in most draft panels now, I think you're going to hear a lot of people just mention it at least once or twice. Same thing for the teams. They'll just need to consider it the entire time.
Yeah, keep one eye on it. Always recognize that it could be a possibility. So, interesting Luna ban coming out from Team Liquid. What do you make of that?
Earth Spirit.
So I think, Knight did play Luna yesterday in a game that was incredibly close against Shopify. It was the 62-minute game where Shopify relied on Arteezy's rampage at the late game to get themselves across the line in that victory. And especially when they already have a Treant Protector, the lane plays itself. I think Luna, Muerta, they kind of need the same type of position 5, the big body melee hero that can just sustain the lane for you. And yeah, it's just a bit of respect there. And we said Bristleback was something to keep note of, and there it is, already picked up for Thunder Awaken with the Grimstroke. This pairing is so potent. I feel like I just need to have a soundboard of me talking about Grimstroke plus Bristle or Grimstroke plus anything, but of course, Inkswell with the shard, throwing it in, and nice. We haven't actually seen any AA recently, but this hero is very good. in my opinion.
Yeah, it's been played across the groups. I think we saw one yesterday from Liquid, in fact, versus Shopify, I believe was the series I was watching
10 seconds
after we were all
remaining.
done and dusted with our games, and yeah, worked out for them. They won the game. I think it was the same
5
combination, in
seconds
fact, with the AA and the CK. So yeah, clearly something they're thinking of running in this second phase of picks.
Yeah. It was both Shopify games they did it. And one game they had it with the Earth Spirit, the other game they had it with the CK. So kind of merging it together for today. They weren't really picking it into a. I don't know why the police are coming to arrest the A pickers, but it's fine. But like yesterday when they drafted it, it wasn't as if they were needing to go against like the big healing style hero, right? But today, like this is like the AA game where it's like they need to hit the bristleback with this. And I think they have simplified that game plan because they have the roll from Earth Spirit with the slows plus the CK stun as well. So it's going to be pretty easy for them, I'd say, to connect on that bristleback with that with the ultimate. But the cool thing as well with AA, which I think makes the hero more playable, is the fact that his vortex applies the slow, the magic amp, but also the damage. They moved it away from his shard, and I would have never said Omni Knight would have been picked in my entire life.
But AA is already here, though. I mean, I guess something that's all about the heals. Physical damage resist is
10
a thing,
seconds
but
remaining.
I mean, the purchase. I don't know. This is pretty wild to me.
If you're Insania right now, you're like, wow, what a great AA game. But if I miss my ultimates, everyone's going to see that I've missed my ultimate.
Yeah, every single one of these hero heals in some way. So, yeah, pretty value AA game. I mean, if you ever want to have a reliable AA player, though, like Insania is definitely him. Then, like he's always been playing this hero. One of those guys which is just
10
stuck with the hero through
seconds
thick and thin.
Actually, let me see if there's been so many games in the group stage. I'm going to quickly Control F
Team
Omni.
Liquid's turn to ban.
All right, you do.
It's had 2 games
that.
played
Okay.
and none into AA. But no, Quest played it in a victory against Kid Stars, and then LGD played it in a victory against Beast Coast. So it has had some
100%
road
win
to
rate.
the international gameplay. But let's first of all touch on the point of picking it into the Ancient Apparition. Of course, picking additional heal into an AA is always going to be a little bit underwhelming. But I guess the philosophy here is it's less about that and more Omni Knight, if it is in the core role, of course, going for like the harpoon, the phase boots, that chase down. Not only do you have a bristle running at you, you then have the Omni. So it's like if you ice blast the bristle, the Omni can punch you. If the Omni gets ice blasted, then the bristle's going to be healing, right? So AA is going to have to be very careful with who he initiates on. And additionally, this vessel pickup from Earth Spirit, the Dispel from Omni coming into play as well, where's Liquid's damage in the early game until Silver Edge and these bigger items come into play? So I think it could look a little bit weird picking it into an AA, but this does scream a lot of tempo and a lot of in-your-face play.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They're definitely not friends, Bristleback and Omni Knight. They'll be playing at completely different parts of the fight. Bristleback's on the front lines. Omni Knight's trying to either be behind him or jumping past him to get to the back lines. Very
10
different
seconds
styles coming out from the two of them, which is going to mean it's harder for the AA to land a nice
5
ice
seconds
blast.
remaining.
And he's kind of on a timer as well. If you don't get the ice blast out, you might just get popped. Omni, in case you don't know, does just 100 to 0 supports these days for some reason. It's brutal. His hammer, it hurts. And now Wind Ranger comes out for Thunder Awaken. All right, they've woken up and they've decided things are going to get a bit spicy today.
They're really hard to kill, to be fair. Like, I think Liquid, their final pick needs to tie a lot of things together here. Can they even go Kunkka? What didn't even... Oh, Kunkka's banned second. Okay, take that back. They can't do that. Because you're expected to be like a mid-Earth Spirit. You're looking for some Zai offlane hero, but the offlane hero needs to be able to deal with the aggression, but also do a lot of early game damage.
Yeah.
Just kind of build enough time for your CK to buy, let's say, like the Silver Edge, Moonshard, Blink kind of category where he's just like ripping through heroes.
Yeah, part of me is like maybe Darkseer, but it feels kind of like you got these two great Iron Shell targets, but it's just not damagey enough.
Oh, actually, no, yeah, Enigma would just get run over as well.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's like, what do you pick? The lane is so difficult.
It is hard.
They have 55 seconds to decide, but
Yeah.
it is going to be an interesting one.
Of going for the Doom. It's not damage, but it does help you get the kills onto Bristle and stuff. You know, really lock down either Bristle or the Omni and just stop them. I mean, they have to cast spells to be useful. Every single one of these.
Give me an Underlord. That's a spicy pick, but some like Firestorm percentage damage, hold off the game a little bit.
Like
you can then join the fights.
Sorry, we're just saying.
That sounds. Go on.
No, just saying heroes at this point, but I do think it would be
Contribute, Nomad, contribute.
Oh, I'm struggling. It's he can take the damage of the wind, but then you've got Bristle and Omni who don't really care about it too much. So Sniper, yeah, that was the next one I was gonna say there. Yeah.
Okay, so where are heroes going? Let's see what's happening.
Zai Phoenix.
Let Liquid cook for a second. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. It feels like they're just going to be playing for the late game, boys. So when I was saying Underlord, it's like put some AoE stuff on the ground, don't be near the fight. Same logic with Sniper, right? I don't want to be near any of this aggression. And for Thunder Awaken, they have a very brawly lineup, but their ability to get to the backline is pretty atrocious. And you cannot rely on like the tree to get there, because then how does the Omni follow up, right? It's a lineup that will just be dominant maybe for 25-30 minutes of the game, but like we saw in that previous series with Team Spirit, as every minute passes, their ability to actually convert on the late game will get harder, and this Sniper pick will be the king of the high ground 35, 40, 50 minutes into the game. So if you're a Thunder Awaken fan, you're looking at how dominant they can be in the early game and try and just close out. Oh god, Knight, focus on your screen. That was very confusing.
Cat ears, of course. There's always one guy with the cat ear headphones lurking around. Always got to keep an eye out. But yeah, I mean, is this offlane Phoenix like going to be going Spirit Vessel, Shiva's Guard, and kind of being like another anti-healer? Or is it going to be like the Refresher Orb with the Scythe of Vice? Like, what are you expecting from Zai this game?
I'd like to see him go more to the active department, just because when you have a Sniper farming, a CK that can kind of fight, I think you want your Phoenix to be able to, help out where possible. So potentially he can go for some of the cheaper items. Like, I'm trying to think where he goes actually. He could just go like Tranks, Midas, and then Shiva's into maybe a Hex or something. He could also just rush the Hex like you mentioned, but...
Okay, sees MJZ, and I think he might be MJ dead right now. The whole team's here. They'll take him down. They'll give the kill to Nisha as well, just to make sure their mid laner gets a great start. And that is exactly what you want to be seeing for this mid lane for Nisha to start this game off.
How is that bird?
This is exactly what's needed for Liquid here. A couple kills. I think their lanes will be pretty formidable in regards to, like, Sniper shouldn't be contested. I think mainly it's the AACK lane that Liquid are looking to find kills, because once you pick an offlane Phoenix, this is not a hero that crushes the laning phase. It farms up, you put 3 points in Fire Spirits, you just push wave, go farm some hard camp, and that will of course give Bristle quite a happy entry into this game.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty reliable hero to get into the game. Doesn't really struggle in lane too much, and then usually... Ooh, nice kick away from Bunky there to secure an extra bounty rune. Trying to be a bit cheeky on Knight there to grab that one, but denied. Yeah, Bristle always finds a way into the game. You can't really shut him down early. Even if he somehow has a bad lane, he will come back. But Mickey, they can heavy hits here from Knight and Illich. Even if they don't kill him off, though, which I don't think they're going to, it's still a kind of stinky start to the lane for him. Low HP. Wilsania looking to make the trade back the other way and just harassing down Knight with a bunch of right clicks.
Now, do you think you're going to be saying, hello guys, welcome to the Road to the International. We will be commentating Sniper versus Omni Knight mid lane?
I hoped, but I didn't expect. This is lit.
Yeah, this will be, I think, a no-kill lane from either side. Both heroes will probably just push it out. Omni will tank some damage, but then purify back up. Nisha will just get headshot hits and eventually put points in shrapnel, and then be able to shove the wave there. Rotation potential, of course, Liquid with the Earth Spirit has the advantage.
thing is, if either of these two do step out of position, then there is a chance they can get ball down. Like, there's slows, there's tons of damage coming out from these two.
It's the supports though that will bring that into light.
Yeah, yeah. Top lane, Knight, really doing some damage to Zai here. Zai gonna be forced to pop the Fire Spirits to push him back a bit. Of course, not super healthy on Knight either, tanking that whole creep wave there, so both of them getting kind of low. But yeah, Zai gonna be forced to lane on not a ton of HP.
It looks like Zai's going to be going for the urn, into then most likely a Midas. You got a casual glove here and his quick buy, but I think this is a game for Liquid where they can be a little bit greedier. Like, there's no way that they can itemize for a 50-minute timing of winning fights. So just itemize to farm through that window and then look for like that kind of half an hour engagement to then really kind of get themselves into the game. This is going to be a slightly longer game, I feel, for Liquid, unless they just find massive kills in laning phase and just sweep through the game. Now, of course, that could always happen in any Dota game, but
true.
I think Liquid will be a little bit more farm efficient this time around.
Yeah, and one thing which is always going to be nice, especially now that Zai hits level 2, he's going to have the Icarus dive. He's going to have a full stick pretty much at every point due to playing it against Bristleback, so he might get low on HP, but he's never really going to get brought down here, I don't think, unless MJZ lands a sneaky silence on him or something. It's going to be very tricky to actually finish off the Phoenix. Same with Boxy as well. He's got roll, so the two of them are pretty escapable. But yeah, not going to be able to put tons of pressure on the Bristle, I don't believe. He's in the middle lane. Ooh. Nisha, he's like, I don't care about the water, I just don't want you to get it. Nice heal, though, onto the creep to...
he has taken him available. Go! Deny!
Oh, he's going for the kill! He doesn't care about the rune! He's trying to bring down the Omni Knight. Slat him. He's pretty miserable at the moment.
He doesn't have a lane to play. Nisha just styling on him there. Go for the 2 points headshot and take aim. Having that bonus range to deny off the water runes, but also just non-stop tickle this Omni Knight, and he finally gets a bounty rune to have a little bit more regen from his bottle. But yeah, nice moves there from Nisha to focus on that 2-minute rune.
Yeah, just killing them both. He's shooting everything. And I would have loved to see Boxy maybe roll across and get the bounty rune, but of course it's a pretty huge risk. Leaving your Phoenix alone kind of affects the lane pretty heavily, and you might just end up walking into an Omni Knight and giving him a kill or something. So maybe the smart play just to stay in lane.
So with this build from Nisha, like Talon kind of can't play the lane. Like, he just doesn't have resources to non-stop get headshot, and he has 2 Wraith Bands on Nisha, like plenty of attack speed as well. Saturn, he's going to need some help. Like, he picked a mid Omni Knight and he just can't play the lane.
Going down the toilet. Help is coming.
And another water
for both sides. Yeah. Boxy and MJZ both meeting each other, and Sladden dares to take foot a little bit into the lane. Comes close to the steps, and look at Nisha. He's just holding his ground. There's 2 creep waves on him. He doesn't give a care at all. Rotation in from Knight. Sania is here, trying to help him out. Nisha being slowed out by the stroke of fate as well, and they will finish the job. Catch them out with a Hammer of Purity, but they get the return kill onto Knight. Sladden, is he going to fall as well? And Sania trying to take him down, and will be able to get him with the right clicks. No, MJZ being tagged up as well by Boxy. Looking for some help here to take down the Grimstroke. He's going to try and dodge the X-File. No, he is not. Roll forwards. Nice sidestep there from MJZ, but I think he's out of life. He's out of options here. Just try and get off a little bit of stroke of bait. Trying to get the creeps over, healing himself, but no, denied. Boxy takes him down regardless. And that is going to be a nice movement in from the side of Liquid. They do lose their sniper, but they get plenty of return kills in retaliation.
Yeah, the key thing there was Liquid also brought the supports. If Thunder Awaken was able to rotate in, kill Sniper, it gives Slatin just a little bit of entry to the lane. But yeah, Liquid just mirror that movement and don't allow any real punishment to occur. And Nisha continues to be a happy little farming lad, and yeah, he's going to go for the Diffusal Blade. Of course, the reason why Diffusal is pretty good in Sniper is you can build it into a disperser, put that active on yourself, be extremely quick. It's AoE as well, so you're amping up your team if they are near you. This item, very good if purchased early on a Sniper. You can take over some games based on momentum.
Oh, they're moving on to Sladden again here, and Sani has been taken down on the bottom side, but Sladden, he's taken some heavy hits, and there's just no way out. He's out of heals, he's out of life, taken down. Nisha links him to death.
Do you know what I said about this this timing from Thunder Awaken being some like death ball?
Yep.
they're going to have to try and deathball with 4 heroes, because this Omni does not have a game.
Be fair, you know, it's kind of more like 3 supports than 4 heroes, but yeah, I understand the sentiment. And are they just feeding Snipe Nisha another kill here?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Omni's here.
Okay, surely they can get a bit of revenge here. He's going for the TP out though. They don't have the damage. Oh, power shot is not there in time. He TPs away. Nisha too good. And now Boxy kicks Slad him up. Is he stuck? No, he can get his way out of that one. But Illich will be able to come through and help them clean up Boxy. So again, another consolation kill for the side of Thunder, but not getting the big boy, or more importantly, the little man. The sniper gets away in the middle lane.
Will Insania get the wisdom rune? He's there. 8 seconds before it spawns. Oh no, he's running away. He's like, okay, I'm not getting away. Free kill, bye.
It's one of the rare occasions I've seen someone back out from a wisdom rune fight.
Yeah, normally a lot of 5 players are like, I don't care, I'm gonna try and stun. Like, he does have points in Cold Feet. He's not too low to be playing on the lane.
Movement in from MJZ onto bottom. They want to bring down Mickey, and the Inkswell is there onto the Treant Protector. Mickey really running out of options here. One is available, but not going to save him.
Now imagine if Insania had tanked those spells at the wisdom rune. The game would be entirely different. Thunder Awaken making some pretty good moves, especially with how dire the mid lane is. They do need to try and do something, because Boxy, he's just not leaving Sladam alone. Boxy just playing with Nisha this entire time, making sure Omni Knight does not hit the creep wave too cleanly. 20 for 7 on the Omni Knight to 32 and 19 for the sniper.
Jesus. Yeah, Nisha, he's getting good. He's having a very nice time. I think Thunder needs to do something about it. They keep bringing in the heroes, but Boxy, he's just the early warning sign. And Nisha, they're coming for you, my friend. And Thunder, see it out. Knight, has he been able to maneuver around this one? No, he has not. Sniper actually just sees him and just starts shooting him down. And now Boxy rolls in from the side, and they'll bring down Knight, and that means no Inkswell on this side as well. Slatter gets frozen up. He has hit level 6 right now. He can level up his ulti if he wants to, but no, goes for the repel instead to try and get himself away. And that does seem to be the play, although Boxy still chasing, still wants him, but the heal is there from the Omni Knight, chasing back Boxy and keeping himself alive. But still, another play onto bottom lane. Illich, he's been caught out by Mickey and Zai. The rotation from the Phoenix down to the bottom side. TP's in, helps out his CK. And another kill for Liquid.
Liquid just getting kills all around the map, especially because Zai, we've not had to mention him, he's just in a trader farm in top lane. He sees Winner and just step up a little bit too far down the lane, and then, yeah, 4 points in Fire Spirits, plus Egg and an Urn. Yeah, plenty of damage to kill off this relatively squishy Winner and Slap him. God, shows himself again, and Boxy. Boxy just had his number.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under
Boxy is just attached to this middle lane. It is a dual lane mid, but maybe they're getting some revenge here on Tanisha. Zai is behind him trying to help out, but with the Inkswell coming in, the stun is there, and Nisha's overextension is punished.
They finally had to kill him off. The way that they were playing, it's like, okay, you need to kill Liquid at some point for their aggression.
Yeah, I mean, he was sitting at 4-1 and 3, so about time someone put an end to his shenanigans. But I mean, due to all of this happening, like the CK is kind of just, I don't know, chilling down on the bottom side. But at the same time, you could also say the same thing about the Bristle. And honestly, like the side lanes are kind of just equal trades. It's only the mid lane which is going crazy.
Yeah, the thing for me is this a Bristleback game where he gets, let's say, like an 18-19 minute Ags plus Shard, and he's breaking open the game? Because he's going to be running into Shrapnel Slows, Stun Rays, Ice Blasts. That's a lot of like counter to him. On top of that, there's like the Diffusal Blade hit as well to drain some of his mana so he can't cool as effectively.
Yeah.
And I think Thunder Awaken just need to be mindful of that. Of course, I think they do have a pretty cool answer to Sniper when they're playing outside of base sieges. Because when you're on Aghanims, go invis, run around, you get that focus fire onto the Sniper, pre-Hurricane Pipe, concussive grenade, then you might actually be able to just kill him off with that Winner. But there's a lot of things that need to go right for Thunder Awaken, whilst Liquid's draft, it just the fights play themselves because you know that Dai is going to be running into your territory in the hope to just brawl you out of the game.
Oh, Boxy, another perfect roll onto MJZ. And he's going to get brought down as well.
Dire's top tower is under
They
attack.
assemble up in the top lane. Both supports come in just to make sure this tower goes in their favor. Pressure is immense. And do you want to see Thunder Awaken doing a little bit more on the side lanes? Because it does feel like they're kind of just letting things happen, allowing Smiling Knight to just kind of farm the triangle, and Wind sort of just trying to respond to stuff, but not really actively making plays.
Radiant are scanning.
They just don't have damage to make plays on Thunder Awaken. I think that most of their heroes scale over time with levels and items. Like Bristleback, he needs Vanguard Ags. A Windrunner needs a Maelstrom to then be like a little bit of a threat, but realistically she needs like that BKB or that Ags to be survivable. And Omni Knight, you're normally looking at like Harpoon Shard timings to be the big window. But Nick, stepped up actually to the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, this is a movement and a half from Thunder Awaken. Nikkei gets beaten down. 4 heroes just suddenly upon him, swamp him and bring him down.
Yeah. And that's kind of Thunder Awaken's best move to make. It's just hit creeps, be effective, try and get to that moment where each core has one of their active timings of their first item, and then play from there. Until then,
yeah,
just find the free opportunities in Liquid. They present 1 or 2 throughout the first 12 minutes, but not too many to feel comfortable. Nisha has the Diffuser Blade completed. Nice mana burn from range. Of course, the end goal for this build is going to be the Disperser, making him even more elusive due to the fact he'll have the Suppress active, which makes him go very quick around the map with bonus move speed.
Yeah, pretty cool. Oh, I'm kind of getting now why they picked Sniper. They've even dressed like Muerta as well, so they wanted Muerta, didn't get it. They just picked the Muerta, Sniper with this lovely set.
Yeah, I made that joke yesterday, Nomad, but it's fine. You can recycle it.
That was a pudge. That wasn't even close.
We could get a team of Muerta. That's true. We're getting close.
Some more sets, please. Yeah, it feels like the CK is always going to be the target for Thunder Awaken, because Sniper is just positioning is always going to be really safe. He's kind of hard to jump, if he's not far from like a TP point as well. And the Phoenix, he's just pretty quick. Icarus Dive, always a very annoying ability. Egg buys the time for the team to come in. And here we go, another roll in onto MJZ, and there's that egg coming down, throwing a nice blast as well, and MJZ is gone. And by the way, Knight's just going to tick out as well to the damage from Zai as well. However, they're looking for a bit of revenge. They're bringing in the heroes. They're on top of Boxy right now. Sunray not going to be enough to heal full Boxy right now, but it's doing decent damage. Illich is dropping everything with Zai. Zai doesn't care though. He's standing his ground. Illich has to back away as Nietzsche's here as well. And the Spirit Vessels are going to tick him away. It's not. Omni Knight's here to keep him healthy. And that will be a bit of a trade. Going pretty nicely in the favor of Liquid, I would say. Zai getting so much from that and almost getting his minus finished up.
They have one of the most like old school potent combos, right? AA plus Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit always likes to set up the fight. He likes to do lots of magic damage. You throw that with the 4 points of Ice Vortex from Insania. This build is exceptional. This is the build for Ancient Apparition, in my opinion. You want to reduce that cooldown to 4 seconds. Just have plenty of vortexes around the fight to amp up that damage. And then, sure, some Sniper of Shrapnel or some Phoenix in the area. Plenty of damage to kill off these heroes. And Thunder Awaken, if they get caught by any of this, they are to go down. But yeah, Boxy having quite an exceptional game so far. The pressure on mid lane, the setting up the fights. He's kind of doing a lot of work for Liquid so that the cores don't have to waste too much time moving around the map. He's doing it all by himself, it feels.
1, 2, and 10 on the Spirit. That's
He's only missed out on a single kill.
Omni nice blast. Ooh, slightly off the mark.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tricky one to land. Fadam saw it coming as well, so moved out of the way. But yeah,
Radiant's bottom tower.
this middle tower not gonna last too much longer, but gonna last longer than MJZ as he gets brought down again. Boxy on top of him. If a hero exists, Boxy will roll upon them. And how do you walk at these guys as well? Like, how do you approach Liquid? You've got to walk through shrapnels, you've got to walk through vortexes. And they just keep on chasing. Saddam's going to be the next target. Boxy just forcing him almost back onto his high ground. Not letting him into this topside jungle whatsoever. And as he circles it and just says, this isn't the place for us. They're just going to have to wait for their bristleback to get the second intercept. Now that is when they can maybe play some Dota, but for the moment, it's chill time.
It's like the way that you say maybe, I'm just like, yeah, maybe they can play some Dota? Like, maybe they can somehow dodge an Ice Blast and then utilize Quills and the tankiness, but not get hit by a Sunray or slowed up by some shrapnel. This is going to be, I think, one of the first games that I've got to cast where the brittle timing of Ags isn't going to be his true timing of playing the game.
Sladden does sidestep the A-Blast again, which keeps him alive in the middle lane once more. Luckily, he is fast, especially with Repel, to get a couple of the slows off him. He can get his way out of this one. And actually, I'd love to see some Boots of Bearing coming out from somebody on the side of Thunder Awaken.
That'd be true. A very brief
good.
window of no cares to move speed. Just get yourself around.
Charge.
To invest in that is like, who's buying it? Like, Tree can't buy it, Grim can't buy it, Bristle, you're griefing if he's doing it, Omni, same thing, Windrunner. It's kind of like an impossible item to buy in this game.
Thank you for the sound effect. Yeah, accurate.
No worries.
Yeah. There's no Boots of Bearing carries on the team. Maybe Treeing, but he's already got an arcane. It's probably not going to happen. No one's really considering it, so... Oh, we've had it. Knight. Oh, she's got the second in. She's going to come into bed, but Boxy immediately wrap around the backline. Air Blast coming on through the top. Knight. He just takes down Boxy, trying to run away, but the Assassinate catches him. The long range poke damage from the side of Liquid is just too much to handle. Bristleback, I mean, he needed some help there. He needed some teammates, and they just weren't in the neighborhood. But Edge comes around the side. They want to try and take down Nisha. Nisha getting pretty low here, but the Sunray, it's not doing enough. They will get the kill. But on the side of Thunder, they're all getting pretty low as well, but they're managing to get out the damage in time. They take down Zai, and they will win this fight. Shame they couldn't do that whilst their Bristleback was alive, but that was something.
It's important to get the kills, and I think Thunder Awaken. All right, guys. We're doing it. And I think if you can kind of just ignore the amount of pickoff Liquid has, they are slowly getting to some key Windrunner and Omni Knight timings. I think, of course, you've got the sharp pickup from Omni Knight. You've got Windrunner, only a component away from BKB. Knight even killing off Insania had a little bit of a streak on him, so it's a lot of gold going the way of the Treant Protector.
Not bad, Thunder. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad, yeah.
To be fair, I don't think I've seen a game from these guys where they've been stomped yet. Like, I didn't watch the 0-8 series, has to be said, but during even Bet Boom Game 1, there were moments when they were still managing to impress me in a game where they never really stood a chance. So they're always capable of making these comeback plays.
Yeah, I think the question for me is, how do Liquid utilize their spells in the fights? We saw how easy it is for them to kill off a Bristleback, but then it's like, you've used everything for that one hero. Do you now have enough control for the Windrunner? Do you have the burst for the Omni Knight? And because of how bad the start of the game was for Thunder Awaken, like the Omni's game is kind of a bit of a bait right now, where it doesn't look too great, but once he picks up Blink Dagger Harpoon, suddenly everything's going to kind of flip on its head, because he's going to be able to instantly kill Insania at the start of every fight.
That's big timings for Sladden, but he's got to get there first. He's not a hero which farms particularly quickly, so it comes down to trying to make some action happen, trying to get involved without those.
And the reason why Omni Knight is so potent is his shard allows his right click to use Hammer of Purity every 6 seconds, which obviously is a pure based damage spell. And heroes like AA that have less than like 1,000 HP, you're already pretty much ripping through them quite quickly.
Indeed. Let's see. Going on in.
Some
on the side. Knight. He is caught by the dust, but he's in the tree line just about and does get the TP away. Pretty close though.
Like just looking at the kind of the stats for the other streams, it's like, oof, it's kind of hard to give context, but the kills are very close in like all of these games. Even our game, 14-11. I think a lot of games that we've cast so far in the Road to the International has been relatively, back and forth in regards to kills. You can feel like the momentum shift based on what type of heroes are getting those kills, but it has been quite scrappy in a good way.
Yeah.
The win probability right now, yeah, very much even.
And of course, Thunder Awaken, whilst they obviously can't watch the game, they'll be hoping and praying that Azure Ray are able to get the victory over Shopify Rebellion, because it takes a little bit of the pressure off them. Shopify Rebellion, of course, currently the same score as Thunder Awaken in this group stage, which is not what a lot of people would have expected.
Yeah. That is a crazy thing to think about, actually. If Shopify are to lose 2-0, but Thunder get a single game win, Shopify are out.
Getting spicy. It's getting very spicy. Meanwhile, Thunder is certainly looking to make moves of their own here as they are inside the pit. A blast though, gonna come in. It's a biggie, and it's gonna catch him out, but it doesn't matter. It's too late. The quills are up. Bristleback comes down, and Aegis now in the hands of the Bristle. We know what Bristle's like when he gets this Aegis as well. Very, very obnoxious.
Really nice moves there from Thunder Awaken. Like, Liquid don't really have rush potential with their heroes. They're not buying like Soda Crest. They don't have good ways to go through minus armor. So it take a lot of just time for them to get it off. And yeah, Thunder Awaken, just walk up, use this axe from the Bristleback, and now the AA doesn't look too great. It's like, okay guys, I've used my Ice Blast. It's on cooldown for a minute, but he has the Aegis, right? 2 lives. On top of that, you have the Omni. I feel like for Thunder Awaken, once you get this Blink Dagger on Omni Knight, go for a smoke. Try and make a play as a team. Because if Liquid ever misuse an egg, misuse an Ice Blast, that's when suddenly the positioning of Sniper opens up and you can get onto him without the fear and threat of death.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's what it's all about. It's what this game is going to come down to is, can you get Nisha? Can anybody get on top of Nisha? And the good thing is they have 2 heroes to be able to do it. It's not just solely up to the Omni Knight, as Knight's just going to get brought down to the bottom side. But it's also Wind's capable, especially when she has his Blink Dagger.
Mickey has had a exceptional game as well. Quite a quiet game, you got to say. 1-2-1, but 13,000 net worth at the 23-minute mark, practically tied with the Sniper. And on top of that, 275 last hits. So he has just been farming a storm. He's got the Silver Edge, the Armlet, the Echo Saber.
Jesus.
If Bristleback steps up, like, he could just get Ice Blasted or broken, plus in the Diffusal. It's gonna be a hard game.
Foxy does get caught out a little bit of the top side here. Uses the Yules to try and buy himself a little bit of time, but I'll stay on him regardless.
They're looking for more.
Building an agony. We'll get to that later.
Oh, the Gale.
The Gale. It's doing work.
I see Mickey.
Yeah, he's in the tree line here. Connection from JC and Sladham. He pops the ultimate and goes in. He is getting himself a safety before he even needs it. Very cute. Very nice try. Kills off Insania, but no major targets really brought down just yet. But still, Thunder, they are bringing the fight to Liquid.
I have never seen an Omni Knight preemptively Guardian Angel, then blink in like, ha, I gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, it just means that the CK just can't turn around and reality rift and bonk him down.
For sure, yeah, I'm down for it. No, it was very cool. They're smoked up though. They are trying
this is a big wrap.
Wait, Sniper. They see him.
Oh. The hero behind, in the middle of everyone. He's got no way out of this. Nisha, he just walks into everyone. Boxy comes in, tries to save the day, but I think it's just going to be another death for him. Yules is up, Sladham's not going to make a difference. Boxy's gone as well. This triangle, it belongs to Thunder.
Is under attack.
Yeah, what a time from Thunder Awaken. Like, to be able to just recover from how hard the lanes were, to still hit this timing. Sure, it's maybe 3-4 minutes later than what it could have been, but they still hit this kind of death ball mass. Omni Knight with the blink, able to just lead from the front. And of course, the Grimstroke continuing to give Omni Knight presence. He throws the Inkswell onto the Omni. You please jump a hero. I can instantly get that stun to ensure you get that damage on top. How can Liquid get themselves into a fight right now? You've got the Disperser, the Hurricane Pack on Sniper, a lot of kiting potential in play. And we've already mentioned how Mickey's got all the big ticket items that you would want pre-30 minutes. And yet to make that decisive move to find that kill. Of course, the Aegis is going to be a deterrent for Liquid. It is expiring in about 1 minute and 10 seconds time.
I would expect them to wait until that is sorted out before we see any moves being made, but Liquid, they do tend to see the game through their own lens.
He's dead.
Uh-oh, Boxy, brought down again. Always out deep on these lanes.
From like the start of the game for Boxy to then a couple deaths, it kind of shows that Liquid are just trying to just prolong the game a little bit here. And obviously, Boxy has become the sacrificial lamb of pushing the slightly deeper lanes.
Talking about unconventional timing, still 30 seconds left on the Aegis. No Spirit Breaker just yet. It's going to be a while before we can get back to any fight, and they're smoking up and they're looking for stuff.
Spirit Breaker?
Spirit Breaker? Did I mean that? No, I meant Earth Spirit.
There we go. I was looking for a chance. What's happening?
Yeah, it's just casting with you. Just that hero is always, it's always in my mind somewhere.
No, don't blame me.
But here we go. Aegis runs out immediately. Liquid are on top of the bristleback. The timing
So
could
beautiful.
not have been better. Oh my goodness.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I like to think like, guys, my Aegis is out. Just immediate death. I'm done.
Because of that, because of the speed in which they killed him. Look at the bristleback's inventory. Look, he's got a backpack recipe for BKB, a recipe for a bloodstone. He's got a lot of recipes, but not completing the items here.
That's a bit awkward.
Yeah. Very good move there from Liquid, just respecting the Aegis. So the second it goes down and then obliterating him, Thunder Awaken just didn't even conceive the idea of them trying to go for that pickoff.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Nisha takes the tower down on the bottom side with the help of his team. They'll take a tier 2, and the moment the Aegis is over, as is the dominance of Thunder in this game, Liquid, they put their foot down and remind them who's boss. Thunder, it's on them to try and make some movements now. Without this Aegis, though, I'm a little worried. Bristleback did just get turned to absolute dust in that fight. But I'm still interested to see what fights look like if Thunder are all together as 5. Like, how do 5-on-5s actually look this game?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not in the traditional sense, right? Like one team has no major team fight and the other team,
Are scanning.
like, we're not seeing like the big heroes in that regard, but pickoff potential is insane. When no one can execute a hero, of course, we've seen the CK plus Ice Blast combination can blow up. So it's all about who makes the jump, who sets up the fight correctly. I think Illich, he's going to be a key component for Thunder Awaken.
Yeah.
Like, expect your Bristle to go down at some point, but it's on Illich to wrap around and find that sniper, to put that focus fire onto him, and to prevent Liquid from just walking through the fights themselves.
It's very brave just standing on the front lines, but he's gone for this build of BKB plus Lincoln Sphere, so he doesn't really feel too bothered. Throw in a shield rune as well, and this Wind Ranger ain't going down too fast. Also not a hero who's reliant on all the heals coming out onto him, so the Air Blast's not too much of a threat.
And Boxy's already, he's preemptively itemizing to deal with this focus fire from Windrunner. He's going for the Aghanim, so if someone does get out of position, he can roll over, turn that ally to stone form. And Brimstone should be going down quite quickly here.
Yeah, Air Blast was committed for that one though. I'm wondering if Thunder are going to see this as perhaps an opportunity.
Yeah. So only on cooldown for 40 seconds though. It's on for 50 seconds, but it's been 10 seconds. Thunder Awaken, they have a BKB on Omni Knight. They are looking. Nikkei, can't start him.
Oh my god, Slatter, he's not surviving through this. Way too much damage. Nice Shackle comes through onto the CK, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Knight, he's hesitating with the overgrowth here. Doesn't want to throw it down, even though he's got Knight behind him. Would have really liked to see that tree try and go for that right there, but they're being a little bit cautious with 2 of their heroes dead, which is fair enough.
Yeah, and the CK does have Manta, so instantly would have been able to dispel it and just disengage if needed.
Yeah, just pumping it in case Mickey did use the Manta at any point there. He's ready to follow up.
Just look at
Top
top
side.
Nisha just takes it
Nisha
down.
go.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower has
Foxy
fallen.
just very emotionally just popping the dust in the tree line, says, I'm here. I'm waiting. If you come in, I will roll on you. Don't try to be subtle about it. Just letting them know that Nisha's bodyguard is ready. One lane. Ice Blast comes through, doesn't connect onto the Bristle, who now has popped his BKB.
I think that's a thing we don't see too often though. Like the idea that because Dust has the lingering AoE, where if you run into it, you still get hit by it. Like teams don't often preemptively Dust. They still kind of have that old school logic of press it when I want to look for the hero, then it's there. So I like the fact that Boxy is kind of showcasing what to do with a Dust. Of course, kind of Roshan, you do it as well, but at random tier 1, tier 2 tower sieges, just throw down the Dust, why not? Just don't allow for that invisible jump.
No, definitely. Roshan
Roshan number 2, please.
Yep. Now,
Will
this
Thunder
is
Awaken be
awkward?
careful though? Will they wait bot lane?
I think I'd like them to. I don't see any reason for them to try and like portal up top or anything, but maybe Liquid are looking to give them a reason to come back to top.
The way they're just faking it, I'm like, all right, no. But if they've timed it, they know it could be respawning in the next minute or so. Them just parking themselves down here, throw down the wards, Treant Protector with that shard. The reason why it is so powerful in the meta right now is your ability just to stand in the trees, break that smoke, blink, disengage back to your team, and then have that vision advantage. But Treant's positioning right now is nowhere near the team. He is all the way back.
Yeah,
Right
he's
in
the one
face.
been sent back to defend. Doesn't have any way back into the fight though. Doesn't have the TP spot, so
Not a fan of this, that's for sure.
no, they're going to be playing without their Treant. And now they're going for Roshan. Nice button, going for it. Side coming over the top, gonna give him the vision. I'll see you Lich on the sidelines, even using the assassinate just to pop that Lincoln Spear, make him feel a little bit of fear. Oh, they see Knight in the back. They spotted him. Boxy immediately on him. Now things get a little bit awkward. Liquid, they know there's one hero behind them and 4 in front. But somehow, Knight is able to just rejoin his team with the Blade Dagger over on the side. So, 2 here, 2 tricky to go and chase as a roll comes in. They're going into the tree and they're going to be able to bring him down. He will be the first target killed off in this fight. And look at CK, he's just stuck at the moment. He needs to get off his ultimate. We'll finally be able to do so, but not before Boxy's already torn apart. And now, Mickey trying to fight against everyone. AA Blast comes through, clocks onto everyone. That'll take down Sladham. Very nicely done. Knight, though, able to deal with the CK illusions with ease, but Mickey himself has been able to get himself away. So he's going to survive through this, but now I jumping in on top of MJZ, wants to cook down this Grimstroke, should be able to do so. Knight is back, jumps in, big ulti, but Nisha, he's the king of the castle right now on his hill, just blasting away. Knight comes in, takes down Insania, is in to the sidelines, likely going to drop him, and Nisha and Mickey joining up with the Silver Edge to finish off the Bristleback. Everybody on the side of Thunder lying dead on the ground. The fight belongs to Liquid.
Yeah, just the patience from Liquid there, that they wait for the courier to arrive, get that gem. Boxy initiates beautifully into the Treant Protector, and that was the key theme, I think, for Thunder Awaken, why they were struggling in that fight. They sent the tree back to the base, then they brought him back down to the fight, and kind of spent a lot of time just absent, and then in doing so, they just weren't ready to fight. And yeah, Boxy, he initiates beautifully, instantly killing him off. And sure, CK does get cellbound up, but the fight is quite disjointed here. Illich going in, the rest of them having to disengage. Zai with that egg, forcing the fight to the southern side. And yeah, you're going to see Bristleback. The reason why it's not too good right now, because of that Ice Blast, even with the Omninet spells, he's not healing up from the Bloodstone, from the Quills, and he has to retreat the entire time. So yeah, A doing work, Phoenix doing work, the Boxy doing work to set up the fight. And I think for Thunder Awaken, they just wish that they set up this fight differently. I feel like they had the ability to potentially run Liquid over there, but they just weren't just in the right place at the right time at the Roshan area to prevent Liquid from just free casting all their spells.
Yeah, and it all starts from Liquid at the top lane as well, just utilizing the Phantasm to send illusions down the top lane, forcing Thunder, or at least making them feel like they had to come back and send the Treant back to do a bit of defending. And I mean, honestly, Knight nearly pulled it off. He nearly made the base defense, TP'd back to help his team, and then made the fight happen. But unfortunately, just gets caught off as he's about to rejoin his team on the front lines, and Boxy takes the initiative, gets the kill. And now, Boxy's got that Aghanim's finish up as well, so we might see some 6 saves coming out from Boxy if he's able to find the angle.
Yeah, it was already pretty hard to find the sniper, and now it's going to be even harder, especially because Nisha's going for a Silver Edge. He sees the fact that the gem from his opponent just got picked up. You now have 2 gems inside of Liquid. Go for it. Treat yourself to a Silver Edge. Have additional forms of just kite.
It's up. You've earned it, Nisha. We're glad.
Nisha's just playing the most like chill little sniper game. You know, he walks over, hits the tower.
I like how, as you were saying that, he's like walking up high ground, the rest is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. There's no less spirit here to help him out, but he wants to try and finish off the tower whilst the, in they go, Sladham just immediately trying to take down Nisha. Does do a decent amount of damage to him, but not really threatening his life. And don't forget, Age is still available on this sniper, so Knight, meanwhile, being dropped by both Boxy and Zai, who went back to deal with him to make sure their waves are getting into the base okay. Wave, it is coming. It is delayed, but it is coming. So the siege is still very much alive for the side of Team Liquid, and now no Trian to be able to join in the base defense, at least for the next 30 seconds. Feeling a little bit threatened. Doesn't want to just accidentally get caught out by the Bristol Smack to the face. And once again, Omni just trying to finish the job. Oh, in it goes though with the Agnums from Boxy. Saves him, keeps him alive, keeps the Aegis in play. Enchant Remnant, Enchant Sniper more like, doing the work. This is such a long siege coming out from the side of Liquid, but I mean, you've got a sniper, it's working. CK Illusions, of course, shoving in the other lanes as well. And now, using the Shrapnel for the vision. Sladden, once again, he's going to try and do the same thing. I'm wondering if it's getting predictable now, if Liquid are going to be able to respond to it. And yeah, there you go. Really seeing out Sladden. Nisha getting low. They just want to take this Aegis so badly. If there's no Aegis, he can't do this anymore. You can't just be the annoying little dunk guy.
We've used like 2 Sunrays during this. Sunray number 1, go hit, come back. Sunray again, go hit, come back.
And here we go. Nick committing. They want the range barracks. It's getting a bit windy, but that's okay. Courage comes in from the side, and there goes the sniper. They will get him down this time. Boxy not there to save the day with the Enchant Remnant, or at least doesn't want to use it for his first life. And do they commit now? Now there's no Aegis. Still really, really hard. They're still 22k gold down.
Oh no, the Omni Knight's queued up on Midas.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Really?
It is quick buy. I don't know if he's going to commit for it, but...
How would you feel about that?
Yes.
Yeah, you love
Maybe. Adore it.
Inspirational. Brave. Provocative.
Yeah. Thunder Awaken will for sure be in a little bit of a spot of bother for sure. Like their primary way of getting back into this game is hoping that Boxy just isn't in position to save a sniper who tries to go for high ground. We saw how awkward it was for Liquid to siege the high ground. They were respecting it quite heavily. CK was looking to skip waves while Sniper was pew-pewing away. But for Thunder Awaken, they need to try and create a scenario that they can do that. I guess the issue is they don't have very good wave clear. So the CK ultimate is doing so much work. Like one hero alone seems to be like out-pushing the entirety of Thunder Awaken. As I said, I'm literally watching 2 illusions of barreling on both tier 3 towers.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Like DK by himself is keeping Thunder Awaken in their base right now.
Trian's just working overtime at the moment. He's like, please, can I get like an Octarine or a Spell Prism or something? I don't have enough living armors for this shit.
That'll be the rest of the game. So Nisha, he has been past the cheese as well. So lost the Aegis, but got the cheese. Will be able to predict it. Oh, Thunder Awaken, they are smoked up. But Crate Wave is about to hit the Thunder Awaken base. So this smoke should be pretty obvious for Liquid. And already they aren't really in the area. Other than Zai.
Zai's nearby. Here we go. There you see him. He swoops away. Zai is going to get to safety. They don't want to chase this far. And Foxy's here as well. Kind of rolling around nearby, as usual.
That's for me.
Once again, this is so crazy. These illusions from the CK just constantly shoving the waves in. What do you do about this? Not leave your base ever? That seems to be the only answer.
Go on the territory where you kind of want Grimstroke to have an Agnums, so then you can at least take over the CK. Like, it's also why you're not seeing CK go for like AC and stuff, because you know there's a potential play from it to Z.
Spell Prism on Trian, let's go!
More living armor. The Thunder Awaken, they've just not left their base for nearly 8 or so minutes. Of course, they aren't aware what's happening elsewhere right now in the group stage with the other teams. Spoiler alert, if you do want to mute and not get spoilers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shopify did win their first game against Azure Ray. So Thunder Awaken They need to mirror Shopify to draw out a tiebreaker to not be eliminated. Winning this game, winning the next game, they need to win at least one. But Shopify already now have escaped the 5th slot in the group due to taking 1 game win over Azure so far. And now you can unmute, but you won't hear that because you're muted. But chat will tell you to unmute.
Maybe Scriff can signal it.
Nah.
I was in the zone. So, all in all, Liquid just kind of farming the entire map. Once again, just using the Phantasms, the Mantas to shove the waves in, getting as much gold as possible as they can muster until Roshan respawns, which won't be long from now. And that really has to be the time where Thunder find a way to leave their base. And to be fair, their lanes are in the best place they've been for the past 15 minutes. Still all on their side of the river, but, you know. Here we go, Liquid start to take control off the bottom side of the map and getting ready for Roshan to respawn. Now, we'll be 1 minute 30, so the other team, of course, knows that. But they will both need to be wrestling for control of this area. Do they have any ways to see inside the pit on Thunder Awaken from a distance? Power shot?
The power shot, stroke of fate, yeah. They got some options. I think if they're even casting those spells, they might be getting jumped by a boxy or two, so you need to be careful. And for the first time, though, in the last 20 minutes or so, they've actually have waves in a good spot for Thunder Awaken. This is a smoke where they are running straight into the high ground where Liquid are already positioned.
Oh my god. To be fair, if you can kill off these Phantasms, it's a decent start to the fight for them, but you are putting Knight in a vulnerable position if the Silver Edge comes through, which is exactly going to happen. Now the Ice Blast comes through as well. Knight gets completely torn apart. And you've got to ask the question, what on earth are you expecting? Illich, he tries to come in around the sidelines to just blow up Zai, but Zai, he doesn't really care. He's still got an ultimate available should he want to use it, and absolutely will. Illich going to get dropped now as well. Nisha takes him out over on the sidelines. MJZ just getting absolutely mobbed with Chaos Knight illusions. And that will spell an end to Thunder Awaken's hopes of keeping hold of this bottom side of the map. And Roshan is kind of an afterthought right now. They don't know when it's going to respawn, but buildings, they're there forever. And Liquid barreling down the bottom lane, looking to break this high ground right now.
I just didn't expect the Bristleback to be so, crazy with his initiation there. Like, he still had the BKB up, he didn't use it. He gets stunned, the A is in play, the Sun, you're running into like a choke point where your team can't join you. It's
Sniper's hitting tier 4.
a little bit surprising, but again, they were down by 25k gold. It wasn't an easy fight for them. This was Liquid's game to win, and yeah, they're already in the tier 4s. There's no buyback on the winner or the Bristleback.
They should just very fast. A Blast even being thrown into the fountain, trying to keep them in there. Insanely trying to delay them as much as possible. Ancient exposed, no fortify available. Slatham's trying to get on Nisha on the backlines here, but Boxy comes across and just turns the Omni to stone and just kicks him away. He's not allowed to play the game. He's kicked out of the base. Oh my god, Ancient exposed. Mickey and Nisha just blasting away at it. They'll quickly turn around to blow up MJZ. Knight trying to do something, but there is nothing to be done. The throne is going to pop, and maybe they bring down Nisha. A nice little therapy kill. Mickey, you got to finish the job here. They got to finish the job, and they will. There we go. Job's finished. GG's called. Game number 1. It goes to Liquid in a pretty convincing fashion, honestly. Great call to just end the game there.
Yeah, no, it's a really nice game there from Liquid. I think the draft had really nice
Thunder Awakens, turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thanks, I guess. We can't do all that saying.
I was doing the mustache move, and then the camera came to me, and I'm like, "Gah!" Okay, what up? Hello, how you doing?
Thank you very much, Natty, and the lovely sweater pals over there on the panel. And indeed, yes, we are into the next game of Thunder Awaken versus a Team Liquid. What shall be picked? What shall be banned? Who shall win? This and much more being answered here in game number 2 of this series. And of course, it is now time for Thunder Awaken to pull it out the bag, because their TI hopes and dreams are on the line here.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
again, they need to win this game to potentially get the tiebreakers. If they are to lose, then we will have, I don't know if the other groups have occurred it, but I'm going to assume that this could be the first team eliminated. So it's very spooky right now in the Thunder Awaken player room. In the bans, of course, I think. Pretty much, it feels the same. I will double check, but it does feel like the same from the previous game.
Spirit Breaker's the new one, right?
Yes, it is. The first phase, yes.
Okay, all right. Spicing things up a little bit. I want to play against the that nasty Spirit Breaker. And we'll have another Treant, but this time in the hands of Team Liquid.
Team Liquid.
Makes sense. Liquid plus tree equals tree grows. Just need some sunlight now. And, well, Awaken will respond with the Dark Willow. Sports coming straight
the key
up the
thing
bat.
here is, honestly, the key thing is they banned out the Phoenix themselves and picked the tree. So if you want a little bit of into the minds of Liquid, it's they don't ever want to play tree into a Phoenix because they pick it themselves and they ban it themselves to ensure it. So if you're a team competing against them, then have this consideration. But yeah, they go through Dark Willow or Thunder Awaken. I think this hero just very good for the fight constantly. I think Grimstroke is becoming more popular in the idea of like Inksoul Shard and go fight. Willow can kind of do the same thing. Throwing a Bedlam does the damage. You then have AoE stuns through your Bramble with the roots, and then of course your Fear. So there's cool ways for Willow to equally be as aggressive as a Grimstroke. You just need the right heroes to kind of give Willow that game.
Yeah, like she enables other heroes, but she also is enabled by other heroes as well. It's like a handshake situation. What's your favorite combo with the Bedlam though?
10 seconds remaining.
This might be a little bit unconventional, but I'm loving the Sand King. Like, just because you already have a lot of damage with Burrow Strike Epi, you throw the Bedlam on top, and then you have ways to contain them in the Sandstorm through the Bramble as well. So probably not the combo that you expected, but I like this one. I think Sand Kings are not very popular right now, but in the right hands can be very potent.
Yeah, we saw Saberlight doing work on it in one of their games, I think against Thunder Awaken. So yeah, Thunder Awaken know firsthand how powerful that hero can be. Perhaps could be an option. I think another one is a Legion Commander as well. That one, I think most people were thinking when they saw that change to Willow, like, who likes locking people into single target long duration duels? There is only one.
Where are we going to go from here? I don't think so. What's Liquid's approach with Turret Protector so far? Nothing. They've not played Turret Protector so far. It's always been banned. This is the first time in the group stage that the heroes actually just got through the ban phase. For them, yeah. What's it with South American teams just copying their opponent's drafts? Like,
so like, hey, that looked really cool. We want to do that, but I mean, is it the big Treant answer? I don't know, but either way, Thunder Awaken, they like it. But you've already got Conquer now. I love Conquer into AA because Conquer kind of gives you something else. It's kind of like a heal, like buff type thing, but it's not a heal or a buff type thing. It's like delayed damage. It's just cool. It works pretty well, and AA can't do anything about it, so I do like that interaction.
And you have a lot of chaotic fight as well, because with Conquer, these Willows and AAs who want to be on the fringe of the fight, just one tidal wave to drag them back in. With a Torrent Storm, they're going to go down pretty quickly. And yeah, Liquid, they're very defensive in nature, but also can be really in your face, right? Like, you've got Disruptions, you've got Conquer, all his spells can be both aggressive and extremely defensive. And then Treant Protector, can be positioned so aggressively, but also has that living armor. We mentioned the fact that Willow always needs that just enabling hero. Centaur is going to be the choice. You have a blink, you have a stomp, and that'll give you time to layer the bedlam, the bramble maze on top, and the hoof stomp's long enough to just also combo nicely with the ice blast. The only issue is it does feel like they are trying to kill one hero, and when Liquid has a Shadow Demon in play, if his positioning is good, that single target, we've got that kill, will always be slightly harder because you have that save.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
That's Spirit coming out for Thunder Awaken now as well, so that'll be their mid laner picked up, and Liquid, they're going to go for the Medusa. So they pick the Treant Protector, which is going to slow down the game a bit, and now they pick up the Medusa to slow things down a little bit more.
Yeah, Medusa doesn't really care about Ancient Apparition, right? Like you have Mana Shield, you don't really care about your HP, right? So it's kind of like a redundant now concept. You then already tanky in that regard. Then you have the SD to make clones of you to send them down lanes and keep splitting. Thunder Awaken, they kind of need some... is Anti-Mage even playable now? Like, Medusa can just go Manta Butterfly and play. Like, we've seen this matchup for so long where like Medusa goes Manta Butterfly, doesn't care about Anti-Mage, just wins the game in like 25 minutes. On the flip side, it's like maybe the Anti-Mage in an aggressive style can pressure the Medusa. I feel like they do need some really aggressive mindset carry to be good. Of course, Slark with Diffusal Blade was a pretty good option. But
Are you ready for it?
I'm ready.
It.
Go on. What are you cooking?
Give me a Weaver. Diffusal Blade Builder. Inbuilt Mana Break. Okay, sure. Conker's in the game. Scary, but
yeah, there we go.
It's fine.
I was about to say there's a Conker in the game, there's an SD in the game, there's a tree in the game.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Just kill the Medusa.
Yeah.
But yeah, Slark obviously going to get banned out.
My silence speaks volumes.
Just what the listeners want.
Thunder Awakens turn to
You just
ban.
cooked me a soup, not a full dinner.
Oh, you're a fellow soup hater.
It's just a bit. It requires like croutons or bread to really be amplified.
If you've got really good bread, then I can accept it. But there's no really good bread on the side of Thunder Awaken.
They're not making much bread this TI so far.
And they're barely staying in this TI at the moment. In fact, their fate's not even in their hands. If Shopify is able to pull out the win in the other game, then none of this matters. So they're just fighting a fight. They don't even know if this is going to make a difference. Bad times. Legion Commander and Lycan banned out from the side of Thunder Awaken. So getting rid of those kind of aggressive solo pickoff style offlaners, suggesting that they are going to go for something, I would say, ranged and backblinding.
Is that right now the bans from Thunder Awaken scream anti-mage for me? Like Legion, Link Duel the entire time, Lycan, the pressure, like
Liquid's turn to pick.
it's such a rare game for it, but like, okay, they ban Void. Okay, Thunder Awaken, they do have ultimate last pick. So what is going to be the offlane for Zai? He does kind of get freedom on whatever he wants to do here. I would like to see them preemptively have a counter to anti-mage. Like they could just go. Can't they just go for like an axe here themselves? Then you have like axe SD. You counter, like you already preemptively protected from the anti-mage. Super aggressive.
It's a lot
That just feels like a comfortable pick. Yeah. What else fits into that category of just strong laner / off lane?
Some kind of
with anti-mage. Yeah, pretty much the way of describing it.
Just trying to think of like, I mean, Tidehunter could also work as well, but I think there's a lot of
Night Stalker also works.
Yeah,
I think Night Stalker is also pretty good. Not the lane dominator, but just the game is going to be so easy for them. Like just play near Medusa, pop ultimate, see everything, and then take the fight how you want it. Just depends if they want to have a lane pressure or a game pressure style hero.
Like part of me is like, oh yeah, Night Stalker can go kill Ancient Apparition and stop him getting his ulti off, but honestly, I'm not sure I even care about his ulti this game. Like obviously you don't want to just tank an ulti to the face for no reason, but at the same time, there's nothing really like causing them to like, it's not a win condition for their fights, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. The thing for Liquid is, like with this type of draft, you're not expecting the final pick to fix all of the problems. And by problems, I mean like they don't leave lanes with one item and kill everything, right? It's just a lot of let's just farm 10,000 plus net worth on all of our cores, be so tanky that we can't lose a fight, right? And that's why Zai's pick like equally can be a little bit greedy, because they already have tower defensive tree, tower defensive Kunkka, Medusa. They just triple down with another like defensive style hero. Could just make the game very stable, no crazy moves, keep being efficient, make stacks with SD.
Look at Blitz's posture here as well. That's quite something.
He's sliding himself into the playoffs right now, that is for sure.
He doesn't skip leg day, I'll tell you that much. Long time thinking about this one. A lot of conversations being had, a lot of smiles, which is unsurprising when you've got Nisha and Insania in the team, and they go for Invoker. Offlane Kunkka. Yeah. I like it.
Yeah. I kind of forgot the hero was here. I kind of just assumed it was banned, I won't lie, and put the Kunkka into offlane. And now Invoker. It's like very chill, kind of stable looking game from Liquid. Don't do anything crazy, and Thunder can go for a Lone Druid now.
Wow.
Lone Druid are actually kind of a cool pick, because we saw BetBoom earlier in the Road to the International pick up the Lone Druid offlane for Pure, and he went for Diffusal Blade, Harpoon, MKB, and the Medusa that goes traditionally for Man to Butterfly was not able to muscle up into it. So if we can see that type of itemization coming out from Knight, then it could be pretty cool. But then you're also playing into the AoE control of a Kunkka, an Invoker with the Overgrowth, and an SD. It's not as simple for Lone Druid to just A-click on Medusa for like 10-12 seconds, right? But
yeah,
the itemization is possible for Lone Druid to do pretty well into Medusa.
Yeah, it was always kind of going to be a factor in this game. Like, whatever carry you do go for in Thunder Awaken, you got to play into all of this team fight control. You got to find a way to kind of break it. So rather than go for one carry, you go for two carries in a Bear and the Lone Druid himself. But of course, not actually really how that hero works. It's more just the Bear and the Druid in the back lines kind of being his cheerleader. But nonetheless, we've seen it work before. No reason it can't work this time around. Needs strong initiation, needs strong fighting coming out from Illich and Sladam. Like, we need a very SA game coming out from Thunder Awaken. These four heroes need to go and break the map, put pressure onto Liquid, and enable their Lone Druid. And then Druid needs to find his timing, come into the game, and then just bring the fight to Liquid. They absolutely can do it with this draft, though, I'd say.
Yeah, it's just going to be able to execute on it and have confidence on your timings. If you ever second guess yourself, that's when a lineup like Liquid's is able to exploit it and buy enough time in already. As we get into the game, Thunder Awaken are drawing on the minimap, looking for a very deep wraparound. But this is Smiling Knight. He is smiling right now. He's playing his Lone Druid.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. We do not want to see any more First Bloods happening for SA teams. I think the last 3 SA games we've casted have been SA team getting caught out on the 0-minute mark. Nisha got First Blood in the last game. That kind of set them up for a terrible mid lane.
I'll be honest though, man. I thought you meant you don't want SA to get First Blood, like to get the kills. Like, damn, Jesus.
Yeah, this is really showing my colors here in this cast.
Bro, they're like one game away from being eliminated. Calm down though, man. Leave him alone.
Looks like both teams going tops side of the map, so no clashing going on right now. So we can take a look at these lanes and see exactly how we think each one's going to go. Obviously, mid lane is just going to be the Invoker versus the Earth Spirit, Slatum. Hopefully, I'll have a better lane than last game. I imagine he will.
Yeah, of course, Thunder Awaken, they move to the top side of the map to utilize their Quelling Blades, just to kill off a couple of these trees. Even though Train Protector can use Grasp to get that move speed, it just hurts in the level 1, level 2, because he can't go Leech Seed and use the tree line. So yeah, nice little heads up play there from Thunder Awaken. 2-for-2 split on the bounty runes. No one going to be falling too early. Oh, I take it back. Someone is falling early. Oh no. No. I looked at the mini-map and I couldn't see anyone because the entirety of Liquid was surrounding his icon.
He was disrupted, so you get a freebie on that one. You disappear off the mini-map when you are disrupted. So yeah, don't see him. And that is unfortunate. They're hiding here? They've got a ward and they're hiding. They want to catch somebody else, and they very well might. MJZ, he's been spotted. Round 2, baby. Same again. Disruption comes out. Zai is there with the torrent. What a cool oh, he missed it this time. All right. Doesn't matter. It's an AA. You can sneeze on that hero and it's probably going to die.
But yes, it is a cool combo if they are to hit it, but they don't even need to hit it because yeah, getting the kills in Invoker, going for Exalt level 1, throwing out Sunstrikes. You don't see the Exalt too often, but with the setup that Liquid had, going for these plays, they're able to contribute to the ganks from the mid lane Invoker.
Is it our fault? Did we casters curse Thunder into getting not only first blooded but double blooded in minute 0?
I don't want to be on the ship that you're currently sailing. You did all the words here, but yes, you currently are casting Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, we did say we didn't want to see them get first blooded. Oh, sorry guys. Insania, meanwhile, just kind of trading with Knight up here up in the top side. Dark Willow's attack time is very silly. Especially compared to a Treant Protector. Oh, nice grasp on Zai. It's going to allow him to keep on harassing him down. So, pretty tricky lane for the Conquer by the looks of it. I know, we see
I think lane position will be... So lane position is key here for Liquid, because you don't ever want Lone Druid to have the chase down potential of a lane, and he's dead.
Yep. Got caught inside the brambles. Unfortunately had to walk through 2 brambles, try and get out of that one, and with the double edges coming down, just far too much damage for him to withstand, so ran out of mana, ran out of health. He did have the 7-1, but didn't get a chance to get it off.
I always feel like these centaur lanes just have that ability to just get the kill. I think people just underestimate how much damage double edge does, paired with like the bramble and having to run around him. So yeah, good stuff in Thunder Awaken, but Knight dies again for the 2nd time in 2 minutes. This Lone Druid not having a very good start. Died at the Bounty Rune.
Yikes.
Died to the combo. And of course, the Sunstrike's really paying off here.
Yeah, massively, massively. This combo in the bottom lane of just Disruption into Torrent into Sunstrike, like it's pretty, I won't say high skill, but it requires like a degree of coordination, which you know, is kind of impressive. But Liquid don't really care. They're just throwing him down regardless.
I mean, he has 700 HP on the main bear. Or let's say the main bear. Like, they don't even need to be that close to him, right? It's a pretty fail-safe combination, and Knight just needs to be careful. He's already just like losing like half of his HP to his the clone of himself.
Yeah. Managed to get a pretty sneaky disruption in where he's stuck in the trees there, unfortunately. And here we have the replay.
Let's watch the highlight.
Sunstrike, Torrent, and dead. Beautiful. Yes, Symphony of Spells. Just pulling that one off time and time again. 3rd time now.
Anisha also not trying to steal the kill, just trying to help with the damage. He's not like that Invoker. But yeah, seeing an Exalt Invoker. Wow, what a timeline we live in.
Absolutely. Yeah, I wonder how he's going to develop through the game and what he's going to commit, especially when you don't really have like the large AoE lockdown abilities like we usually see. I mean, you got Overgrowth, sure, but...
Nomad, we do. We do.
You do?
Torrent Storm on Kunkka, Cataclysm on Nisha.
Well, yeah, that's... I mean, I was talking about setups for Cataclysm, because that's when we usually see Exalt Invokers. But you reckon Torrent Storm's enough?
Yeah, I think just the slow, the knock-up duration if he gets Talon, and then like the early game he's got Disruption, and then the mid to late game he's got Torrent Storm. It's probably going to be enough to get a couple kills, I'd say, yeah.
Root comes out onto Zai. They need a little more, and they're not going to find it. Double Bracer, just too tanky. And now, once again, oh my god, FGC's throwing his body into the mix. He's trying to save him, but he's going to go down with him. He genuinely just tried to throw his body onto that to split up the damage of the Sunstrike, I think. But just ended up both getting blended instead.
Oh, but it's getting quite outplayed, unfortunately, in this safe lane. Just they're pretty much getting tri-laned. I think that's the best way of looking at it. And yeah, Liquid just utilizing their heroes so beautifully right now.
It's such a sick combo.
The fact that they have to group up to try and tank the Sunstrike, but then they're grouping up for the Tidebringer.
Oh, here we go again. The bear comes in, tries to help him out. Might be enough, honestly. Right click's coming through. Nah, he's got the poison upon him. He is going to fall, but Boxy taking some heavy hits in response. He has got the Fairy Fire to keep himself alive, and that will be enough. Meanwhile, Zai chasing down Knight, gets another hit off onto him, and it's Boxy who goes down instead. Knight just comes in from the side with a preemptive Shadow Realm and takes down Boxy. So Knight survives this time, but he's low HP, and it's really hard to lane on low HP versus the Conquer. That Tidebringer going to go to work.
Is Nisha actually going to go for mana boots just because of how many Sunstrikes he's throwing out? He's in his quick buy, but it'd be pretty cool.
Lucia is not a hero.
He's a
this game.
0.6 invoker from mid lane.
Yeah, if you ever seen this before. He's an artillery cannon, but he's getting jumped on right now. They realized what they need to do. They need to take out the artillery, but guess what? It's the same gam combo. Oh, slightly mistimed there on the Sunstrike, and that's going to be crucial for Nisha. He's not going to be able to survive this one with the magnetizer upon him, and he is going to drop. Sada, meanwhile, jumping forward, actually wants to bring down Boxy as well, and just might be able to do so. Rock come through, double kill for the Earth Spirit, but down in the bottom side, the Druid does fall as well.
Fourth death for the lone Druid. And yeah, sure. Nisha doesn't hit the combo on the Earth Spirit, but Thunder Awaken, they're having to do so much to deal with the threat, right? They're rotating bottom to give maybe some life to Lone Druid, then they're going mid to deal with the rotations there and trying to get the kill. It's a lot of moves being made, and in doing so, your Dusa free farms, your Kunkka happily free farms right now, and surprisingly for Knight, with 4 deaths, still higher net worth than the Invoker and the Medusa.
Yeah, he's got loads of CS. I don't know how, but he's got a lot of money, so genuinely not out of the picture.
He's got Diffusal Blade complete. Like, I just wouldn't expect a carry who's died 4 times to have a 7-minute Diffusal Blade, but he has just rushed it, and that should be able to punish them a little bit. And yeah, Zai, we're seeing the replay here. Goes on tonight, and Sania walks in. Kills him quite nicely. He doesn't have a level 6 yet, so can't go into that form
Much of a people person,
and get a little bit tankier. Also doesn't have points in Savage Draw either.
Tower is under attack.
And apparently there's a top lane in this game, I've heard people say, but we don't get to look at it right now because Zai's being jumped in the bottom side, thrown back on the Kunkka, really far out of position and surrounded by Thunder heroes at the moment. No way out of this one. It's going to take a while, but eventually they will rip through him and they will claim the Kunkka kill. Sladam is having a game, like a real game this time around. He's moving around the map, he's getting the kills, he's making things happen. Double kill up mid's obviously going to enable that a lot. Really good to see. Top side, Village. There's a lot of poisons upon him. Probably not enough to bring him down, but
it's annoying in amount, but now the supports are playing with Knight. They realize, okay, he's got a Diffusal Blade. It's a little bit of a timing here, and Kunkka has had a great start, but the window of getting kills with this combo should be fading slightly. And Liquid, they're using their supports onto mid lane. Jumping the after as we speak.
Yep, there comes the Sunstrike down onto Sladam. Sladam trying to get himself away. He's had the rolling boulder, but obviously cannot use it whilst he's got that cold snap upon him. But luckily the haste rune is there, so he can just run himself away from danger. Very convenient.
Yeah, the tactical haste rune, get to make the retreat. Oh, and Illich is going for a different build. So we've seen some Centaurs go straight for a heart, some Centaurs go for Vanguard Blink, but hold that thought for a second. Knight's actually trying to make a gank onto Medusa. He does have the Diffusal Blade.
This is huge.
It's only level 5.
This is huge. They're going to bring down Mickey. Nobody's here to defend him. They find the Medusa, the key target, the key to Liquid's draft, and they leave it undefended. Knight with a great rotation. I mean, the man got killed 4 times in the laning phase. Just comes in and kills off the enemy carry. That was the second death from the Medusa as well.
This is why you never give up, guys. Look at this performance from Knight. 4 deaths into some pretty big kills, right? You know, killing off a Kunkka, killing off a Medusa. I don't think many people would have expected the Lone Druid to have this much impact, but of course, Twin Gates, beautiful mechanic in Dota, making every hero relatively global. And Mickey was falling to that one.
Interesting as well that Sladam, with his really good start, has just decided to go straight for a Midas. Hasn't bothered with the Vessel. Very surprising to me.
I feel like Sladam his read on the game is he's going to be a little bit more active than normal. This isn't as if a good Blade Mail game. I think Vessel as well, not very good. Not nice for the Medusa, so out of all the 3 items that you normally go, it's like Blade Mail, Vessel, or Midas. And then sometimes you go Midas after the first 2 potentially. So why not just get to the good items rather than these 2 that aren't as effective? So overall, I'm actually quite a fan of it this time around for Sladam.
Yeah. You make it make sense, T. That's what you do best. As Midases are all over the place right now. We have a Invoker Midas, we have a Willow going for a Midas, she's obviously a long way off, and we have a Dead Centaur in the bottom lane. Although I say that, Stampede comes out, Illich might just be able to get away, never mind, X marks as the problem with Slatum. He comes rolling on this one, and Zai says, alright, I want nothing to do with this, but he doesn't get a choice. The roll is there, the stun is out, Zai, he's gonna get brought down by the Magnetize.
He's on a killing spree.
Certainly is.
You spoke about him just picking up a Midas. He's now already nearly one component deep into BKB, so it is paying off for sure.
It doesn't seem to need that extra damage from the Spirit Vessel to be getting these kills. I think that might be the read. Like, he's doing so well, he's got so much XP in the early game that he doesn't need that extra boost.
Knight.
So, yeah. Knight does get away this time around.
So
Top of the
aggressively
true
positioned as well, right? Like he's by himself inside the liquid jungle. And
Whoa, it's True Form's an owl. Oh, sorry, mid lane. There's a Willow getting beaten up.
yeah.
No Sunstrike this time around, but does have the meatball to come through and rip through Knight. Foxy and Nisha will be able to grab that kill. Very aggressively positioned there on the Willow.
Also, a neutralizing that I don't think we have people talk about too often is his trusty shovel. I think this is one of the best neutral items for just efficiency and resources. Like, a lot of times I see carry players pick it up because as you're farming, you get a cobalt for a GPM, a bounty for gold. Obviously also providing some gold to the Thunder Awaken side with his eventual demise in the mid lane. But yeah, I think just Trusty Shovel gives just a little bit too much. Just a bit of everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the shovel. We saw it, I believe, from Charlie, I think it was. He just went for it like every game of the qualifiers without hesitation. If he could have got it, he
also
would.
did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was insane. Like I'm just seeing some like PA dig like three salves and a mango or something. And
Yeah, just
you
run
get
into
a cobalt who
ancients.
can also scout. Yeah, it's insane. Probably will get a little bit of a nerf post TI. Now imagine that just after the group stage, Valve's like, okay, we're gonna go for an E patch. You got a week. Good luck. Playoffs next. Playoffs are finished. Okay, good. We're on F patch now. Good luck. Finals are next week. Of course, that's
And
not
there's a new hero,
happening, guys.
guys.
But imagine.
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh, we did
attack.
the show match before the grand finals. We thought we'd just add it to the game. Good luck. Bye.
Seemed really cool, so yeah, just throw that one in there. Right,
Fans, guys.
smoke up. They're gonna find Knight. Knight, he is the big target. Does get off the true form regardless. Both gonna land upon him. In comes a Sunstrike. In comes a Torrent. In comes a damage. It's just not enough though. Knight, he's living through it all. And now Zai, he's gonna get kicked around all over the place. I mean, Knight has to be careful. Can't afford to drop here, and won't. Stays away. Moves around the fight perfectly, and a failed maneuver for sure from the side of Liquid. I think they brought back on the Shadow Demon to pop the Shadow Poison, I'm assuming.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, there was 3 stacks onto the Lone Druid, so they bought back to be able to pop them. It just wasn't enough, and I think for Liquid, their combination, it did work in the laning phase, but once this Lone Druid has the levels, has that true form, the bonus HP, the bonus armor, it is enough to just tank through that initiation, and it helps the Thunder Awaken. We're very quick to bring everyone to his assistance, and they're finding Insania as well.
Yep. Everyone continues to move across. Air Blast, gonna get up to Nisha. Village, he sees the opportunity, immediately jumps upon him. The Theory's out onto the Invoker. Meanwhile, they'll just deal with Slatum on the backlines with Liquid, who are winning this fight at the moment. Illich cannot close the gap onto Nisha. And now he's just gonna move around him, pop that ultimate from the Shadow Demon onto him. And Illich does die. Boxy now getting a double kill in this engagement, but gets rewarded with a kill on...
And Medusa died as well, mid.
Whoa, that wasn't part of this. This is another thing going on entirely. MJZ's getting run down for it, but absolutely a trade they'll be willing to make. If they can find the bear, it feels a little better, but
It's a consolation.
yeah, it's not the best. It's something I'll just have to settle for here. Jesus Christ, this is a tanky panda. Surprised they're going extinct when they're this tanky.
Yeah, Thunder Awaken just breaking down the map of how they're making moves. They protect the Lone Druid, they then go and make a gank top. Meanwhile, Knight during the chaos, he's like, hello, Mickey, I see you mid lane. And we've already spoke about how Lone Druid into Medusa, he can rip through her tankiness. He likes to buy the diffuser with it. He has the attack speed, has the Echo Saber. And Liquid, they need to be careful. They're kind of getting dragged around a little bit with some of these fights. And Thunder Awaken, again, smoked up, looking to go for the kill. They have the blink on Centaur. They have plenty of burst potential if they find the hero.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
waiting to see if anybody comes to this, but Liquid, they're wise.
Dire's
They will
middle
not just be throwing bodies at this middle tower when Thunder in such a commanding position, and now they jump forward. Insania is going to drop here. Neke just using the cover of his tree and to keep on farming and be as efficient as possible. As Zai down at the bottom side. Also just trying to get this wave shoved up, but Illich doesn't want to let him get away with this. Oh. Yo.
So many sounds.
Sometimes sounds be better than words.
So true, so true.
Zai hunting for anybody, maybe a support on the torrent. Doesn't find it, but yeah, very much Liquid. I mean, they're not massively far behind. It's only a 1k gold advantage for Thunder, but Thunder are definitely the ones commanding the aggression at the moment.
Yep, and they should be. Foxy, it's time to turn into this.
Yeah, he's got a little bit too deep, and Slatums and Knight are going to be able to take him downside. Just trying to drop MJZ on the side, doesn't manage to do so. Though Nisha, Tornado, just not really landing onto anybody, but huge overgrowth from Insania, holding back the side of Thunder and giving Zai a chance to get himself out. And he's going to be able to go away, but never mind. The torrent's upon him, the Druid as well. Doesn't stop. Tier 2 tower, don't care about it. They just keep on chasing here. Thunder Awaken just mopping down on Liquid heroes.
And the cool thing here for Knight as well, he's going to be going for the shard. I assume he's going to give it to his main bear. He doesn't want fetch from his spirit bear, but if he gets the Savage Roar Dispel, he's going to be able to get through that overgrowth, not care so much, just keep throwing himself forward in the fights. And yeah, Thunder Awaken, they've hit a timing and they're not letting it stop. Slap him just rolling after roll. He found Nisha now in the mid lane again. He's got the BKB. Yeah, take him, and he did.
There we go. Knights in the sidelines. The supports are coming, and they will be able to take down Nisha as well. I mean, Liquid, they're giving it all for Mickey right now. They're giving their lives, they're giving their spells. They're just trying to buy time for Mickey to have a game.
We said in the draft that Liquid, their entire lineup is very kind of passive farm. You wait for multiple items to kick in, and then you eventually just kind of take over the game with your tankiness and inability to kill off to do so. But yeah, Thunder Awaken, they've made that read beautifully, and they're just punishing this window of just... They can't do anything. Can Liquid make a smoke gank? Not really. Can they kill a hero? Maybe with the Sunstrike combo they can, but they just need to survive right now. This is not their portion of the game to be the aggressors. They need to dodge this Thunder Awaken death ball that is just sweeping across the map. Especially when Illich has a pipe as well. Like, some of this just cheap magic damage from Liquid is just fully mitigated as well.
Radiant's middle tower.
It does have the man to complete. Looking towards the butterfly.
I feel like it was only 2 minutes ago as Foxy does fall that I was talking about how Thunder Awaken only had a 1k gold advantage, but they just rip through the map, kill a bunch of Liquid heroes, force themselves down the lanes, and all of a sudden that net worth is starting to dissipate. And they're looking for Knight. This could be a huge target, but they can get it. But look at the Medusa. Mickey, she needs some help right now. Does get off the Stone Gaze. That should be enough to keep her alive. But Illich comes in from the side. Mickey has no mana, but the team are behind her. They kill off the lone Druid. This is huge. Slatums, though, he wants to find the Medusa so badly. They might just do it. Mickey so low, just trying to find up into this. The lifesteal, it's doing enough. Oh, the distraction from Foxy. No way does she live. Okay. She will not. The rock catches Mickey default, but look at the Thunder heroes. They have sacrificed everything for this kill. 4 dead on the side of Thunder. Liquid, they do enough.
Ooh.
Dude, what was keeping the Medusa alive
there as well from the Shadow Demon? There's the shard from the Shadow Demon. The demonic cleanse helping out, giving her a little bit of a HP buff up on top of that. She just had I think someone threw a Lotus on top of her as well. Like, they threw all the smallest possible items that they had to keep this dude alive, and you got to take that as a win if you're Liquid. And you just killed off 4, and for Thunder Awaken, you're in such a commanding position, but they just played a little bit too disjointed, right? The lone druid's by himself, the rest of the team's about 8 seconds away, 7 seconds away. If they were just a little bit closer, there's no way Liquid should be winning that fight, killing off the lone druid. But yeah, Liquid, they find a brief moment of poor positioning from Thunder Awaken. And these are the moves that they got to make to stabilize this game, to give themselves the farm. And yep, Mickey completing the Eagle Song now. Only 2 components away from Butterfly.
So he's giving the information at the moment, stalking the center. Probably knows that he's gone for a little trip, teleportation trip. Laden. He's in the neighborhood. I'm not sure they can do this with just Insania and Nisha though. Nisha doesn't really have aggressive items at the moment, just Midas Octarine Core. Very much looking for the late game.
I was really scared for a second because I was like, wait a second, why is Dusa getting the shard? And then I realized, of course, that Kunkka, Tree, and Shadin all bought their shards. Like, okay, there you go. I'm pretty sure she's top net worth in the game. It's not that bad of a game, right? Because it's not it's a freebie.
It is so nice if you can just like, if you have good enough shards to justify buying them, and then you can take the Tormentor, get your core a nice shard. Very, very good. And Cold Blood is decent. So, not a ton of uses this game, but I'll take it. Roshan currently getting brought down, of course. They have the bear to be able to get through it. They have the tanks. Knight is currently tanking it, even though they've got a centaur and a bear, but I guess that makes sense because the bear heals them up regardless. Bedlam even committed for this one as well. It's a slow Roshan, much slower than I would have anticipated, but at the same time, Liquid, they're not really too bothered about it. They're just going to keep on farming. They know their timings, and it's not yet. That said, Nikkei is about to pick up a butterfly not too far away at the moment. A couple more camps and it'll be there. Maybe that's something they're looking for, but it won't be just yet. And they don't want to go and fight right before they pick up that butterfly, so no Roshan contest.
Yeah, I think the main thing for Liquid is they need to either they have to fight into an Aegis, so they kind of want to delay it, and by the time they delay it, Lone will have an MKB. So this timing of butterfly from Nikkei won't be the most. All right, go. We've got this like a carry item advantage. I need to be respectful of that, and I think it's why it's a very good read from Thunder Awaken to go for that Aegis. It gives you a little bit of freedom with how you approach the next phase of the game. And something that we haven't really talked about is Knight on the Dark Willow. 1 second, Centaur should be dying in the top lane, but
yeah, they catch him out.
Look at the full Willow build. This is
wow.
Minus the tags. Yep.
Yeah, that is surprising. I'm not expecting them to be go, whoa, 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 bottom lane. They're trying to get this the lone druid. I mean, he's got the Aegis, but when he comes back, he won't have the true form, and they're going to get him. Silence also very low here, actually almost finished off by the Medusa. They're looking for round 2. Knight, he is bearless at the moment, doesn't want to pull out his Spirit Bear. Still has a true form going through the Aegis, but Nikkei needs to finish the job here, and Zai comes in, finds a tidal wave. That should be enough to finish the job. Knight will fall. Aegis down, Druid down, and now they're looking for more. They're looking for MJZ, Ancient Apparition, not going to survive through this one either, T.
I don't really know what Thunder Awaken were trying to achieve there. They lose their center top, and their Lone Druid's now hitting the bot tier 1 tower. They're making a lot of moves happen on the map, and they're not respecting the fact that Liquid walked to top to then TP into bot lane to get that kill. Thunder Awaken, they need to just kind of clean it up a little bit. They had such an exceptional exit of laning phase, but their own moves now have put themselves at a deficit of farm. The top 3 net worth is the Liquid core scaling up, and
I mean, that was ridiculous. Like, every single bit of advantage they've been working so hard for over the past 24 minutes, completely gone, absolutely diminished. All by one misplay. You know, they just spread themselves across the map way too thin after taking the Aegis. I don't know if this was like some kind of team read from Liquid, something which, you know, the coaches identified, the mistake that they're likely to make, or it was just a good read in the game. But either way, they read them like a book, and across the lanes just finding these Thunder heroes and bringing them down. Completely underestimating Thunder.
Knight is naturally quite an aggressive carry player. When we think about the games yesterday, he was a life stealer in mid lane with no buyback when he died and game just ended. He was a Luna going for a Tormentor underneath Vision and just dying with no buyback again. Like, he often is quite a, let me try and push the limits and get that extra little bit of something. And yeah, Liquid right now, as they enter the mid game, are sort of fully understanding that and not allowing him to get that extra little bit of something.
And when it works, it looks beautiful. And you know, when Smiling Knight's been playing at like his best, you know, you're looking at him thinking like, why have we not seen this guy at previous TIs? He's been around for a while. He plays really, really good aggressive dota sometimes, but then sometimes it just happens. But they found them. They're going on the backlines here. MJ is already dead though. They're trying to find Nisha, but Nisha is just completely outmaneuvering them right here. So I'll have to settle for Insania instead. Not a huge target, especially when he gets off the overgrowth to slow them down. And Nisha is long gone. TP away on the Invoker over towards the middle lane to back up Mickey as he goes for this tower. And Mickey now with the Manta Style, with the Butterfly, nearly at Skadi as well. My God.
Yeah, on top of that, Kunkka's about to complete his own Aghanims, and they're even pinging out the high ground here. They're probably not got up there.
Feels like a lot, but with the illusions, they can definitely
couple
beat
clips,
it.
yeah.
They're not coming back. Thunder.
Centaur doesn't have TP. Maybe that's something they've realized. Centaur can't be here, so yeah. They nearly take a mid-tier 1 tower for free.
Look at this Nisha. She's like, come on, little catapult, you can do it, buddy.
Alacrity catapult, what a delightful thing.
The Aghanims Willow says no. Yeah, I do think we need to go back and talk about this Aghanims Willow, because I don't think it's something that either of us were expecting from this game. I thought Thunder were looking to play the tempo to keep themselves ahead. It's really hard to do that when the Willow's going Midas Ags and not getting you any save items or anything.
If Thunder are to win this game, it's because Knight bought Midas, Ags, MKB, Moonshard, Dragonlance, and just killed the Medusa every single fight. We're about 25 minutes away from that.
Druid in a lot of trouble again up here in the top side, being thrown around, just being free casted on by the Invoker. And now comes the Water Park. He can't get away, thrown around by the Tidal Wave. I mean, they need to finish the job here. They need a bit more damage. Meanwhile, Insania's been killed off by Knight, and actually, Fathom's rolling in. They're turning this into aggressive play, and he's just being healed up by his bear. They're going to kill off Nisha instead. The Medusa, she was not home. She's still sieging. She hasn't got the memo. They're not going for high ground anymore. And now Mickey could be in some trouble, but Boxy here to back him up, chases Sladham away. Sladham just going to go back, wait for the Shadow Demon's Demonic Purge to come off him, and maybe think about re-engaging, but no, the team's not set up for it.
Yeah, Liquid's playing kind of like a split game right now. It's like half of them want to end the game and try and go for some racks. The other half are going for kills. Thunder Awaken are just like, oh, there's an opportunity, let's go. And I will be intrigued to know if Thunder Awaken can get to the point where they're instantly killing off Medusa, because you got MKB on the Willow, MKB on the Lone Druid. She isn't going to be as strong as other Medusa games. The main question is, can they actually lock onto her for the entire fight? Especially when the Water Park's in play, plus the SD disruptions to save her.
Yeah,
they could actually use Medusa in the next fight. Like, again, they've been quite split in how they're playing the map.
Yeah, Medusa has been definitely playing her own game, Mickey, from start to finish. Which is what you need from Medusa, to be fair, but... It's all about this next Roshan, though. 1 minute 30 until it's up. Oh dear, Insania. He's been called out, and it's very confusing on Thunder because Knight is a carry and Knight is the pos 4. But this game, they're both carries, so there's no way to distinguish them anymore.
Yeah, we can give MVP to Knight.
Who do you want to give MVP to? Ask production. Knight.
Give it to Knight, guys, please.
Tonight.
Thanks. Yeah, Thunder Awaken. It honestly feels like they might just be content with a little bit more of a farm game. Like, this Willow kind of is becoming a potential powerhouse down the line. Of course, not right now. We're still in, like, you know, KEXW territory of itemization, but it's gonna grow on you.
Yeah, you could call it that. Let's see. I mean, MKB is going to be the next target, so that's kind of showing you the thought process. You know, like, I just wants to be the Medusa bully. Wants to be the anti-carry.
Dire are scanning.
It's not about just killing off supports. It's about going for the big targets and giving his team the damage he needs. Which I can understand. You know, going late game with this draft, the Earth Spirit, he still does a lot of magic damage, but A little bit more, but now I've actually caught out Sladam. Sladam's going to roll up to the high ground, gets onto Manisha. This is his target. BKB pop from Manisha. They just have to turn around and try and block the Zerstro. That's not really happening as Medusa's feared up. She's having some trouble here, down to only 700 mana. A little bit scary for Mickey as he now gets held solid, so actually just pops the Stone Gaze just before he freezes to make sure he's going to be okay. Meanwhile, Zai, beautiful tidal wave coming up on the 2-2, then caught on Tanisha with the tornado. They're throwing it all into Medusa. Medusa needs some help. She needs it now. They need to come in and save Mickey. Mickey trying to stand his ground and fight the destruction set from Boxy. No way does Mickey survive this. Knight's Bear, he's on the case and will finally finish the job. The snake is dead. The bear is supreme. And now they look over towards Boxy as well. Boxy cannot move. They're going to turn around to blow up the main hero instead. They don't need to bother with the bear. They'll go for the druid and they kill him off as well. Liquid 3 survive versus only 1 on the side of Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, it's Boxy doing such a good job there, prolonging the fight just long enough with that Medusa, but also Mickey just standing his ground. And Thunder Awaken, they're like kind of close to killing her, but not close enough. But then the fact it just takes so long, Liquid are able to just regroup, reassess the fight, and then finally kill off that Thunder Awaken aggression there. And yeah, this is where are we at. I keep just clicking on Willow, I won't lie. I'm a simple man. I'm just like, okay, where is Willow at her point yet? But no. And yeah, we just saw in the Invoker, he is going to be going towards the Aghanim's. So in future fights, Overgrowth or Torrent Storm into Cataclysm, these supports could potentially just go down through getting hit by these insane spells of the late game.
I mean, we've seen 2 fights go almost the exact same way now, where they're just trying to throw everything at the Medusa. They almost get her down. They get down to the HP pool, and then she's just narrowly kept alive.
It helps because like she's got alacrity, she's got living armor, there's medallion, drum. Like, there's a lot of ways for her just to be buffed up, and in her final moments of life, she can pump out so much damage to then help her team convert on actually winning the game or winning not the game but the engagement.
Yeah, about 12k damage dealt in the last fight. So okay, definitely, the longer he stays alive, the more he's going to get off. I don't know. I think Sladam needs to think about targeting this Shadow Demon. He's doing way too much in these engagements, but he's got Aether Lens Blink Dagger. He's not in the fights. He's like another map away, just waiting to jump in. But here we go. Roshan has respawned. He's sitting, waiting in the pit. Both teams know it. He's set up for the Roche fight. Hello, look at it there. Sladam, he sees his target, he sees Boxy, but Boxy, he's even got an Ogre Seal. Turn to try and get himself away. Jumping 2-man starts an Illich, not bad. And they just try and turn onto Zai. Zai is gone. The damage is there, but look at this. They turning him around. Stone Gaze out with the split shots, blasting them down. Knight's the only one to drop so far, but they're pretty low on resources. They need to get themselves away. Druid, he is gone, can't fight without his bear. Illich, unfortunately, going to get left behind, but TP's out regardless, apparently. Okay. That's fine with a Sunstrike, that's not going to connect, but even though they survive mostly on the side of Thunder Awakens, they leave the Roshan area, and this is going to allow Medusa to get into the pit. How quickly can they recover and get back on the map inside of the Thunder Awaken? I think not quickly enough.
They are slowly getting so tanky, and it is getting so hard for them to take the fight. And ooh, we need to double check something. We have a quite alright, important update, guys. I know we got multiple games happening at the same time, but if you are a Thunder Awaken fan, Shopify did just lose their second game. So if Thunder Awaken are able to get victory in this game, they are not eliminated. They claw themselves back into a tiebreaker against Shopify. So it isn't as simple as they're just out now. Like this game, it means their entire TI run.
No pressure then. They are playing for something at least. And they're trying to do it on the back of a Midas Willow, the back of a Lone Druid. It's a crazy strategy here that might work out. Bear's about to come back in about 1 second, and there we go. Thunder Awaken, they have their carry back. I'm unsure of where the second Spirit Bear was. Might have just been on cooldown from when he died before, but it's kind of awkward in that fight when you do lose the bear in the middle of the engagement. You just can't fight anymore. You can't contest Roshan either, so. Willow, though, does now complete the Monkey King bar, so has the Aghanim Scepter, has a Monkey King bar, 40 damage, 45 attack speed, pierces evasion, Midas as well, 35 attack speed. Going for the Moonshard next
quiver,
as
yeah.
well.
She's going to become quite a threat to this Medusa for sure. It helps that Medusa does have Silver Edge, so going to be able to just disengage if there's no detection. On top of that, you have Disruption. It isn't the perfect Willow game to become the carry and just kill from a distance. There's going to be a lot of things that Thunder Awaken need to kind of just, tick within the fight, get those checkboxes going, detection, make sure you kind of survive through your sages. And for Liquid, just fundamentally just respect the fact that Thunder Awaken are scaling, even though the game is feeling a little bit Liquid favored. Like, there is always this comeback potential. Like, they do so much damage if they can get through it. And
oh my god,
the grass just a little bit back and forth here. But yeah, Liquid now slowly trying to get themselves a bit of a healthier lead outside of just this kind of 5-6k territory.
Yep, they're just going to help with that as well. Whoa, Boxy! that was deep. Button. Playing around here. Both teams very cautious of one another. Mickey just doing the damage to the tower. Illich jumps in, they kick in the Medusa. They want to try and catch Mickey on his first life, but he is going to pop the Stone Gaze. So far out of position, he needs to get back to his team, and he will. Pretty low on mana now. Not really any decent way to restore it. Oh, never mind. Cheese in the backpack could get that in if he wants, but Liquid, they're going to wait for now. Try and use some snakes. Get that all-important mana back. Get healthy.
Yeah, and Mickey, he's opting to go for the Aghanims. He kind of feels like he's lacking just a little bit of control around him, so go for the Aghs, allows his Mystic Snake to turn those heroes to stone and amp up a little bit more damage. And at this point, yeah, it's kind of a perfectly fine item choice here. Some people might argue, it's satanic and stuff, but with the AA removing the healing, then sure, I think this is just a kind of nice bit of respect towards what he's against. Centaur thinks he's tanky.
He's not.
But he's not.
He's nothing. That's not a Centaur, that's just a horse. And now, going on to the barracks, Mickey doing the real damage, but kicks back once again in the same position as before. And this time should be losing edge, but no, once again, Boxy gets a disruption, delays the inevitable, and look at the water park is going to work. They need to get away, but they can't. It's too much damage coming out from the side of Team Liquid. Sure, Mickey's finally dead. The Willow's finally getting off her damage, but so is the Druid, and he has no buyback at the moment. This is critical. Mickey's back, and he has a cheese as well, so it's not even like the Aegis was his only form of jumping back into this. Barak is gonna fall. Top lane is down. Do Liquid stop here? I don't think so. Two heroes dead without buyback on the side of Thunder Awaken.
Centaur uses buyback in the previous fight. They're going to try and clip in, but instant Hex.
So much damage out into Sladam, and he's X-boxed as well. He's got a BKB, he doesn't. He's in trouble. Stunned up. Torrent, it's on him. He's going down. The Medusa doing too much damage to Sladam. Sladam is gone. Does have the buyback. Immediate smoke out. They need to make something work here. 25 seconds until Ice Blast. That might be what you're waiting for here. Shadow Realm coming out once again, just volleying out the damage onto Mickey. Mickey, he's got the cheese, of course, so never in any real trouble here. And there comes that cheese. So now all your forms of coming back into this. They got him, the kickbacks there once again. Can the real carry do it? The Willow, she's fighting from the backlines, but the Stone Gaze is out, and that is going to delay the Willow. She's turned to stone, can't get off the damage anymore, but Sladam escapes from the sidelines. Pretty clutch plays, honestly.
I feel like for Liquid, though, they just need to wait for the next X mark, allow Mickey to TP back to base, X mark back, get full mana. Even throwing in the clarity, and for Liquid, it is just reset. Look for bot rats, get that mega creeps in Thunder Awaken. They need to find some magical entry to this next engagement.
It's not a good game for them if they get mega, I'd say. Like, you don't have one of these drafts which can really deal with it, I don't think.
Yeah.
You will be stuck in your base, hiding behind your druid. Illusion's coming up to the high ground, Sladam just kicking them away, Zai looking for any way he can get off an X. Well, I'm not seeing here, but I don't really seem to care. Where is Medusa? I mean, Mickey's just farming a camp nearby. Mickey's not committed to this at all.
Is it safe yet, guys? No, alright, fair enough. Jungle's my friend. They could also just do it like death by 1,000 cuts, right? Like you got SD and Medusa, just send in the illusions, do it for free. Take the range back first, wait for a second, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing.
But they jump in, they find Zai, kick back. I need some more damage from this, so he's going to get off the BKB, and now Sladam comes rolling it across the water park, the boat, everything's coming down before Zai dies. That's going to make it a very awkward engagement, but it is enough to force back Liquid for now. And then Nikkei does see Sladam here and just wants to force him out. That's the thing, like every time they step out of the base, it does seem like Liquid are willing to go and engage them. A good catch from Thunder. Finds the Kunkka. Again, these goddamn illusions. Willow doing her best to deal with them. First Hyperstone has been completed from the Willow, by the way, so the secondary carry is close to being an absolute monster.
Yes. Liquid, though, they just need to wait. Get the Kunkka to respawn, bring him back down to the bottom side of the map, and then
Thinking
you'd maybe expect Liquid to... I feel like they've got one siege without Aegis, and hexing up Sladam right now.
He's got a BKB. Not really how he wants to use it, but I guess if it gets him a kill onto Insania, and that's all right. Although, the Centaur, he's been chunked. Once again, this Medusa just annihilating him, but, okay, getting jumped by Knight now. The Bear's on top, and they're going to be able to force out the Stone Gaze. That's his first defensive tool gone. Still has the BKB, though. But Sladam in from the side, the kickback. He's still trying to keep this fight alive. He's still trying to keep the fight going for them. And Mikkei, he's getting pretty low on the old mana right now as the pit's coming in for the Dark Willow, but Sladam is gone. And the Bear's lying down the floor as well, but the resummon is there. They'll look onto Nisha. Nisha's losing his health. He's gone. Big Foxy, he needs to leave. Ogre Steel Totem Disruption. I mean, Mikkei just needs to get out. Why is he sticking around here? The rest of the team, they're coming back in. Liquid. This is a crazy old play, but with no Sladam, they don't think they can fight, and they might be right. They're going to be the target right now. The Druid taking some heavy hits. Willow just trying to get herself back. Still no Druid buyback available. Does not have the cash. And Liquid, they get started on the bottom lane barracks. But jump in, stun. Mikkei in trouble. Mikkei's going to drop. They don't have buyback on the Medusa. The game might not be over yet somehow, but Knight, he's getting beaten down. Does he have buyback? Yes, he does. Immediately use it without hesitation. Will he get here in time to save the Centaur? I don't think so. Centaur is gone, and now it is one Knight versus the world. I don't think it's happening for Thunder. They fight very, very hard, but their final lane of barrack is going to fall.
This is the last time that you might be seeing Thunder Awaken's Ancient in their road to the International. If this is to go down, then they are eliminated, and there's no buyback, so it's kind of going to happen.
Yep, 40 seconds for the Druid, 60 for the Medusa, but they can push without her. Nisha is here. He's got the damage they need. Tier 4 tower, first one's going to drop. Thunder, all they can do is watch. It's such an awkward position to be in, and now the boat's coming down. They yield, they catch out the Willow. Night is gone, and good night. GG is called. Thunder Awaken. Their dream ends here. It was always going to be a long shot for them to make a deep run this TI, and Liquid will stomp out their hopes.
Yeah, for Liquid, it was quite impressive stuff in there. Unfortunately for Thunder Awaken, they are going to be the first team eliminated. And I think they put on some commendable games. They nearly even put Shopify in a position of having to play tiebreakers. But yeah, that is going to be them out. And unfortunately, we do have to see them go.
Quest Esports turn to ban.
Was a little bit of nerves. Maybe they were just settling in. Maybe they weren't used to, the positioning of something in the room. Who knows? Quest, on the other hand, they've been slowly kind of picking up steam. These are formerly the Array of Thunder guys. They're very, very cool. I think, what is it? Noob and Omar are both Lebanese players, right?
Yeah, there are two players out of Lebanon, and I mean they are all very well cohesive with each other. They've played together for a while now, like you said in their previous name. But what's interesting for me in this team is that they have hit such a nice power spike in the year. Earlier in the year, they were not necessarily that dominant, but then later on, a lot of different players and teams said, you know what, Quest are looking really, really good. Keep themselves.
And he's the highest ranked mid player that wins, like that sort of meta going on. But it's one of those things where, like, you just saw Makoto go with this just incredible performance on Invoker to the point that you ban Invoker as your first ban on the side of Quest.
Yeah, they get rid of it here. Don't want to play.
It's still scary though. Like if you're up against, this 12K mid player.
Yeah, he's very mechanically gifted, but as long as you get yourself in some comfortable spot, put Noob on a hero that he likes to play as well, he can definitely stand toe-to-toe against it. And what's important is just how you manage to connect with your team, because what we have seen a lot is that finding activity is important. Moving together with the supports and the mid has been instrumental to a lot of the stronger team's success and how they dominate the field so much.
Ali also really, really impressive game earlier on that Pugna. It's almost worth it maybe to consider, not necessarily banning, but keeping that in the back of your mind. Like, this is a hero that he can do a lot with, and his positioning is so incredibly good. In fact, looking back, I mentioned it earlier, Yatoro fully believes that Ali is one of the best positioned 5 players in the world. Like, that's big.
Yeah, I would completely agree that Ollie, he knows what he's doing for sure. His positioning is very crisp and knows how to have the most impact in the fight, but not get out of position and get caught. So that's the tricky elegance of playing +5, right? Very few items, but still being able to be useful.
I'm curious if they're going to let them get the hoodwink, because I think they've had hoodwink in like almost every single one of their games for Quest. That is something that you've seen Omar play.
Yeah, they play towards that a lot, which is funny because not a lot of teams are rating that hero very high. But yeah, they played it in every game except for, I think, one of the games against Tundra. They ran it, and it's interesting to see if they're going to be showcasing it here as well.
Okay, they open up with the tiny pick, something that is one of their favorites on the side of Talon. So leaning into comfort and also, being very aggressive. Having that hero move around and put the pressure on the map is very, very good.
Yeah, Tiny has worked out really well for him. He got to transition himself to become a core earlier today. We'll see if he's gonna get to play that style again. If he gets an early Blink Dagger, then Shadow Demon can really struggle to stay safe against those jumps.
So we don't have the tree, and there's not going to be that available. They've taken out the Nature's Prophet, Primal. A lot of Primal bans, I feel, recently.
Yeah, Primal Beast is amazing. We haven't seen, I don't think we had almost a single game where you and I cast where we actually got to see him played, but continuously getting banned out. He does a lot with very few items. And I feel like Quest, the way they're banning as well, kind of sets up that they want to play the Hoodwink again with the bans and the pick. Because if you ban out the tree and protector, he's an annoying hero, can randomly find the Hoodwink and set up on him. And also the Shadow Demon synergizes really well with the Hoodwink.
I like the fact that they know what's comfortable for them, but I'm also concerned that like Omar needs to have more of flexibility and play some other heroes, because it's only going to take you so far, right? If you keep picking the same hero over and over and over for your player.
Yeah, at the same time, this is just something that they started doing recently. You know, if you think back a little bit more, they've been playing a lot of other stuff as well. Like they used to play a ton of Skywrath and other things. So I'm sure it's just saying that, you know, Hoodwink works out really well right now. It's what I want to do. And then if the enemy really waste a ban on it or want to try and counter it, then he has some other stuff he can fall back on always.
Definitely wouldn't have made it this far if he didn't. For sure. All right, well, we've got another ban coming up, and then we will have a pick on the side of Talon.
5 seconds.
And I'm almost, well, they don't have the Invoker, right? So what else have we seen Makoto play that was...
Esports turn to pick.
I mean, Mikoto does really well on quite a few heroes.
Yeah, I'm
I
trying
like
to
his
think.
Queen of Pain is a hero that I don't know if he played it yet here, but it's a hero that he really shines on as well. He played Pango, he played a few things.
True. I would not want to come to think that, like, just, you know, talking out loud, thinking about heroes, probably don't want to pick the mid just yet because you don't know what's being presented. But at the same time, if you feel like something's going to get banned out, might not be the worst idea.
They could take Kunkka if they want. It's a hero that doesn't really care about Shadow Demon that much. In fact, you can even turn it around and use the Shadow Demon save as a setup for yourself. So if you X-mark someone and try and, you know, fake combo them, the disruption comes in, you just turn it around.
Oh yeah, why not give Ollie his Pugna?
Yeah, Ollie gets to play it 3rd game in a row today. Been doing really, really well. They ran the Tiny plus Pugna combination before as well. Get one hero with some good initiation and disable, and one guy that can just focus on saving people and be annoying from far away.
Interesting. I just realized that the chairs that they have say Road to the International.
Oh, really?
It's not just straight up international.
Oh,
I would have
really
thought you get more
hammering
bang
it
for
in.
bucks, right?
Yeah, you're not at TI yet, buddy.
Yeah. You gotta earn that, right?
That's really funny.
Esports turn to
Yeah.
All right,
Hopefully they
tie.
make it to TI.
That's what every single team here is hoping for, but it's getting real scary now. These are the last games of the day basically being played now.
Yeah, it comes down to one best of 2, and you know, at best, you know, or at worst, you get eliminated immediately. But you might have a tiebreaker as well. I think here,
That's
right?
true.
What if
Only
these
for
two,
position. What did they say? It's for the
for the elimination?
right.
Yeah, but these two teams, they're currently sitting at the same points. So
True.
if we have them,
Oh no!
if we have
Your
them
favorite
draw, we
hero
can see
popped
it.
up again.
Yeah, the Mirana. They did pick a lot of stuff that plays nicely with the Mirana. The Shadow Demon, Tide, and Mirana. They got some nice synergy between the heroes, setups. But I'm not a big fan of the Mirana. And we saw the Pugna versus the Mirana before.
Yeah,
Very
it
happily
doesn't,
trade hits.
doesn't feel super great, like you said earlier in the previous matchup. Just the fact that Marana's leaps, they take so long to replenish. It is very difficult to play around those timings, and she just doesn't offer as much as some of the other position 4s. So you have to assume that this is a comfort pick, but they did, honestly, they still had the Hoodwink available. They could have gone for it.
Yeah, here specifically is that otherwise something like a Skywrath would look nice for them, but the Pugna just takes that option away. With Nether Ward, just, you know, would destroy this guy.
Ooh, they're ready to fight.
Yeah,
On the side of Talon, this bristle I feel like it's a bristle dazzle meta all of a sudden, like, you know, just real sustaining, and also like negative armor sort of things going on. This guy just always wants to fight.
Yeah, those heroes do really well right now. Heroes with low cooldowns tend to be shining a lot, so against that Tidehunter, maybe you can abuse it a little bit. You so far have no big spell that you need to wait for over on the side of Talon. All their heroes have high tempo. They also have the ultimate last pick here, so expecting them to maybe either pick a mid that you're confident with against pretty much anything, or you just take a carry here. You see the Tidehunter already, so I would probably be more into them just grabbing their carry for the game.
Esports turn to
Storm Spirit.
Oh, they're gonna go for the Makoto Storm Spirit. God bless our observer. Shout out to we've got PDP today. This is one of the worst heroes to have to observe in a game. That and like Tinker, I feel, but
Yeah,
all right,
he's
this is
fun.
high
He's
tempo.
fun. You
I like
can,
it.
remaining.
You can see him go in and initiate and, you know, find heroes like Mirana who want to try and leap away and get to safety as well are not very good against Storm. As long as you have the refill from Pugna here, a little bit of battery service,
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like the Medusa here. I think it's too slow.
Okay, Medusa.
I know they like playing this. I know TA2000, like, he loves this, but it feels so clunky, especially when you've got a Pugna who's going to be able to top off everybody too.
10
There's a good thing about it though. The Medusa doesn't care about the Crepify because
Sure.
increased damage is not that relevant for her. And similarly, the minus armor from Bristleback is completely irrelevant because the mana shield goes first. It doesn't care what your resistances are, what your armor is. All those things are irrelevant. So it's all about, do you have mana? Okay, mana will block 98% of the damage. Then the minus armor will matter for the 2% that goes through. So it can match well against Bristle. But yeah, they have to ban out the anti-mage now and try and protect this Medusa pick.
All right, so we have our mid. What's going to be the 23 Savage hero? Do we see something like a Terrorblade showing up again? Like, put the pressure on early? I'd like to see something that fights.
Yeah, I wonder how they want to approach this with the Medusa on the enemy team. You already have pretty nice heroes to play around with the Storm ganking around. There's not a lot of heroes that you really love playing into Medusa from the carry position, I feel. Especially with them taking away the anti-mage already. I mean, one way to do it still, I know I've been saying it a bit here and there, the lifesteal is still there. The Infest Bomb with Storm is pretty damn good, and Aghanims can disarm the Medusa later on. Also
true.
lanes really well against the Tidehunter. So, in my opinion, an option for them. But the question is which one they prefer. Maybe they have something else that's more comfortable for them. Like you could go towards Drow Ranger even if you want here, over on the side of Talon.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Drow actually wouldn't be too bad with the way that everybody else is going to be up in front, and they don't have a great way to get into the back currently. They took out the puck. It's not an option. You don't really want to go for that Ember like we've said before anymore. He's not really the flavor any longer.
Turn to pick.
Yeah, he's pretty much forgotten at this point. They're gonna ban out the Slark as well,
Slark,
another hero that would be very
Good.
obnoxious. A good diffusal buyer against the Medusa as well.
So what does Noob want to
10
play?
seconds remaining.
I mean, there's always the idea of the Lina, right? He's been an excellent Lina player for as long as he's been on my radar.
Yeah, it works really well with their drafts. I was thinking the same thing, that Lina might come out here. The only concern I might have is that, you know, it can be scary. You get jumped by Storm, jumped by Tiny. Lina doesn't have the best survivability.
Yeah.
So if they are worried about that, they could go towards something like Queen in this situation. Or even just get the, I don't know. They did remove the puck as well to protect the Storm, so.
I feel like it's still scary though too with a Pugna, right? Like anything that's going to be a caster is going to fall prey to his Nether Ward.
It's not really that bad. It's mostly for like super low HP heroes. Queen does fine. She gets a lot of HP. Ooh, they go for Snapfire.
Snapfire, okay.
Another hero that they have used throughout the year with pretty good success. Not necessarily the most popular hero lately, but it does give them a very nice lane. Every time that Storm goes up to drop a Remnant, you can just press the Q and then W in, auto attack him a few times, and you might even get kills on this mid lane if Storm messes up.
Remaining.
Just not super sold on it. Like, I know that's something that they played. It's a comfort pick, which is good because sometimes, you know, in these matches, it does come down. Oh, you're finally going to get your life stealer,
Yes,
Waga.
they heard my prayers.
Finally. But
My prayers are answered.
just because you've been playing something for the entirety of like the season or whatnot doesn't mean that it's still going to work here because it's TI. It's a new meta. You're up against one of the, you know, you're up against the best SEA team. Like, you got to bring something new here. And I'm a little concerned that the snap, while comfortable, is not going to do enough, especially against a player like Makoto.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they have some pretty nasty five-man drafts on the side of quests. Once they group up, they're really, really strong. But Talon, I feel like they're going to try and split them up. If they get Bristleback to the point that he can just do some split push shenanigans, run around and go wherever he wants, then the ganks from Storm and Lifestealer will be devastating, and Tiny, of course. So I like what Talon have here. It feels like a very Talon-styled draft. At the same time, though, Quest, this is very true to their guns. You know, this is what's been working for them in the past, and it's really going to be a showdown. I am just I'm nervous a little bit. Medusa, I haven't seen her in quite a while. I feel like she got over nerfed and is not really one of the reliable carries anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the Medusa either. I feel like the drafts that work right now, what's in the meta is these heroes that are going to be super aggressive, super early, and that are enabled by, you know, these other heroes that are going to be able to hunt. You've got a Storm Spirit who's going to be able to hunt. Lifestealer comes online pretty quickly. Jabs, Ollie, and Q, these guys are going to be in your face the entire time. And, you know, while Toby on that Tide is nice, like it presents a threat, so like, you know, you don't want to go too hard on those dives because of the Ravage. I'm looking at this Mirana, I'm thinking she's not going to be able to do all of that much, considering you're gonna have a Shadow Demon who will be able to kind of do some saves. He's not necessarily the most aggressive. And then of course Noob on that Snapfire, you know, he's a great Snapfire, but I just don't feel like this is meta, and I don't feel like it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, they're definitely going off meta quite heavily here on the side of quests, and we'll see how it works for them. I am slightly concerned about the Tidehunter Mirana lane, how well it's going to do here, because that safe lane it looks pretty damn good for shutting them down. You get the Lifestealer, who's obviously going to be very happy, but also Ollie on his Pugna. He delivered really well on it. So we'll see. We'll see how the lanes play out, because like we saw last game, lanes are ever so important.
It's an uphill battle for sure for the side of Quest, but they'll go for a little bit of a later smoke on the side of Talon. They want to go put down some of this vision. Already have dropped that one ward as they'll just pass each other by.
Yeah, going in for the deep ward and double mid ward. We see quite a few teams do this actually, where they drop wards on either side of the mid river here, and it can be pretty nice because you fight a lot for the water runes, the early power runes. So just having some info here can be useful.
I feel what's also going to be nice is that Ollie's going to be able to make these rotations as is Q, because they have more survivable just cores that they can take that moment to step away from.
Yeah, we see TA 2000 preparing his landscape a little bit here, removing some trees.
Just a little landscaping, you know, as a Medusa does.
Yeah, gotta have your hatchet ready.
Jabs are already scouting out here, just gonna force back, not even gonna bother to spam anything just yet, as be a little bit of a disruption in the position. Throwing into the arrow. Ollie will tank it with his face, but they've already gone and grabbed themselves this bounty. Let's get a little bit further here. It's still gonna be the first blood though, going over to Omar.
Nice combination, perfect distance on Omar. He was ready with that arrow. You can tell that they had that SD combination very well prepared, and even though they didn't get the bounty rune, it's completely fine to get the first blood.
And nothing really got lost there. Ollie's already back in lane. He's ready to fight. And again, like looking at this lane, 23 should be feeling fairly confident hitting away here over at Toby. And we've seen, you know, Mirana and the Pugna before. He's just able to harass a little bit better.
Yeah, generally Pugna does a really good job fighting against the Mirana, so it should be easy for him. Oh, the arrow, not gonna connect onto the lifesteal there, getting the creep instead.
Yeah, they meant to do that. I wish they'd change that, because, you know, you can go and arrow like the big creeps and whatnot, and she just like makes like disappointed or ooh, spoiled that shot or whatever, you know. She meant to do it. It's on purpose.
Definitely.
23 has to be careful though. He is dancing a little close to the edge right now.
Yeah, losing a lot of HP. All lanes pretty aggressively trading here. Every time Storm goes up for those remnants, he puts himself a little bit in danger of the Scatter Blasts, Fire Snap Cookie combo, so we'll see Noob go for very aggressive harassment onto him here.
He's already got his bottle coming in though, so he'll be able to trade even more aggressively.
Yeah, same for the Snapfire, it's being delivered now, so a little bit late, but still gonna get it in time for the water runes.
Yes, right now, really holding steady here in this mid lane. Pretty even.
Yeah, the big thing I would say so far, looking at the lanes, is this Tidehunter struggling a little bit bottom against this Pugna plus Lifestealer, getting harassed quite a bit, but does a good job securing the creeps near his tower.
So what's the lane that absolutely needs to succeed? Like, is that going to be the Snapfire lane in mid to put the pressure down?
I think from Quest perspective, yeah, you need Noob to have a good game here because you're going to play him around him quite a lot. At the same time, if you're Talon, you cannot afford Tidehunter somehow starting to bully the Lifestealer. It shouldn't happen, but this bottom lane has to work for him.
See Ollie continuing to just harass Omar a bit. I'm curious to see what's going to happen if we're going to see rotation over to this mid lane, because I feel like if things keep going fairly evenly, Makoto, when he gets that 6, is going to be very, very scary for Noob to have to deal with, right? Because he doesn't have a great way of disengaging with these fights.
Yeah, it's both ways though on mids. If the Snapfire gets level 6 before the Storm gets level 6, then the ulti will easily kill Storm if he doesn't have the jump yet.
True.
So every single deny matters so much. Getting ahead and getting level 6 first is super vital here for the mid laners.
I assume they get it around the same time though, like looking at the CS. So the Snapfire a little bit ahead right now thanks to that Scatter Blast, but...
Yeah, I think Snap has an edge in the lane. She definitely is the more favorable matchup, so he should be able to do even more when he hits level 5 as well. It's also extremely hard to deny the range creep against the Snapfire. She just nukes, and getting the range creep for Storm, then he puts himself in danger. Like I said, has to go too close.
See Omar snapping up the bounty rune, making his way over to the bottom area for the water, perhaps to help secure it.
Yeah, also at the same time going for a little bit of a stack.
Vision on the sentry. They're prepared to fight for this. Noob, nice cookie hop arrow coming in hot. This is looking real good. Oh no, Makoto, he's fine though. He's gonna try to put out a little bit more damage to drag back over onto Noob. Noob, he gets the kill before he goes down. That's gotta feel real good.
Yeah, that
you are Noob.
Very important kill there for Noob, because like I said, getting level 6 first is all that matters, and Storm now didn't get any experience for that kill since he went down first.
A little bit of the level advantage now. Moving over for the Snapfire.
Yeah, Pugna has to run away from mid, I think, and just leave solo experience to Storm. He wants to help control the runes, but he should not be leeching any of the experience here. I haven't talked about top lane too much, but so far, you know, it's a pretty uninteresting lane, I guess, in some regards. It's a Medusa, doesn't really have the biggest kill threat, but she's doing pretty fine in farming and do some nice pulls here as well, trying to deny creeps.
Oh, they have a rotation over to the mid lane. Ollie's here. They have the Decrepify Q, the toss back underneath the tower. Tries to get that Scatter Blast over onto Ollie, but that's a dead Noob. So a little bit of retribution here.
Oh, that was a great rotation by Tiny coming in. He realized his top lane, he's not really needed anymore. The Bristleback does just fine on his own. He doesn't really change too much. So making a move towards mid, this is offsetting that level advantage.
He's so close to getting that Vanguard too on the Bristleback, and once he gets that, it's going to be very difficult to out-harass him in this lane. He's got the Vanguard, just delivered now. Gonna continue to throw out this goo. Is not everything. Starts pushing away over onto Kaori. Has too many stacks though, so we'll go down swinging, and Kaori will be happy to get himself a kill.
That's a big kill to get. It's not the most active kill lane, so being able to bring down the Bristleback here is pretty huge. And just getting to the 5 stack, now even going over and picking up the healing Lotus. Medusa would be very happy to have that available as well in any fight.
Nice stacks here from Makoto too. He's got a double damage bottled, so he'll be able to get even more experience. Because Snapfire is actually not level 6 just yet.
Yeah, that kill by Tiny coming in mids, it took away a lot of her experience. So now Storm gonna be able to make a choice here if he wants to go towards any lane and get a kill, or if he wants to call in, he wants to kill mid instead.
I mean, the mid lane is very, very important for the side of Quest. This is, you know, their tempo creator, so could see him stick around, try to make sure that they can't take the tower, try to make sure that Snapfire doesn't get any free farm for sure.
Looking at bottom lane, the Lifestealer is definitely enjoying himself, but at the same time, Tidehunter not being too bothered. Toby definitely knows how to play the lane in a good way. He's slowly building towards his soul ring as well.
Should be able to find themselves a quick pick off here on Kaori. Tries to go for that neutral 9, not going to be able to quite manage it.
So it's still going to be 1-for-1 over on the Wisdom runes, no steal.
You see that the Pugna Ollie's made his rotation towards the top lane, knowing that this Medusa's low, knowing that the Shadow Demon's not here, could put a little bit more pressure. See that Q's just leeching some of that experience in the mid lane.
Yeah, I like that they're giving some time here for the Tiny to enjoy mid, where Storm farms so fast jungle anyway. He doesn't really need to have the mid lane.
Yeah, that is a
Jabs.
giant stack too. Oh, Jab sees him. Sees that TP coming in.
Yeah, he's just gonna play it safe. He doesn't want to get too far out of position. He knows he's playing alone right now, and just gonna scout a little bit. While Q is off getting levels on mid, he has to be careful not to get too out of position because of the threat of the disruption into Arrow.
It's a little spooky just because this Lifestealer doesn't have any vision on his side down here, but you can see the aggression in the top lane, making plays over here onto Jeff. He's gonna try and teleport out. Does barely manage it, but in comes the Storm. He smells blood in the water. He found himself carrying him though. He needed one more hit. In comes Noob. So Makoto won't be respectful. Back off a little bit. Doesn't know who else might be there. If the Mirana could be lurking in the shadows.
These magic sticks are paying off against the Storm. Kaori holding it there until the very end and mind games him. He could have gotten the kill if he committed, but he thought he had the kill already. Now we have Talon going in for a steal instead. Yeah, they take away a triple stack from the big camp. Quite a bit of gold for them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Noob. Gotta keep himself safe. TP out immediately.
It's been a pretty quiet lane down here for Toby in 23.
Yeah, the lane is just not moving. It's pretty much static. Yeah, quite a bit of farming. They're both 63 CS as well, so it's dead even. But Lifesteer is going for that armlet next, and his intentions, we can see he's queuing up the Radiance.
Oh, they found themselves Omar. Toss up needs to just get a little bit more damage. This Makoto starts making his way over. They have the Moonlight Shadow. They've got Dust on Q. We'll drop a sentry as they go through.
Man, Mikoto just not really finding the kills though in these rotations. He needs to get topped off now by the mana boots of Ollie.
This does put them in the situation where they can put pressure on the tower with the Cardi though, and they have a Pugna.
That should be a pretty fast tower, as I don't see any way they want to defend this. Interestingly, they didn't skill Ravage yet, by the way, on Toby. He's level 8 without Ravage. He did put all his skill points, so he just wants to sit here in bottom lane and accelerate his farm right now.
I guess he just figures that, you know, knows where he's needed. It's going to be in the bottom lane, and goes kill this party. A little bit of GTA going on.
Oh, catapult lasted.
What?
Easy. What a player.
Getting closer and closer to this Aghanims now on the Bristleback. Just needs 2 more components of it, and he really has just been allowed to do mostly whatever he wants up here in this lane. Did, of course, end up dying earlier on with that one rotation with the ultimate from the Snapfire, but doesn't seem too bothered.
Nice little place there by Lifesteer, scouting out a bit before he backs out using the Cardi.
They know that this Deuce is over here.
Yeah, she's a pretty hard dive though. If you're committing on a tower against Medusa, the TPN from the Shadow Demon could be pretty scary.
This is nice. A haste picked up for Makoto.
He's gone basically every single power rune. I think he's getting a lot of rune control, but hasn't really turned into too many kills yet.
Do you think we see, now that we have the armlet online for 23, do you think we'll see him hitch a ride at all? Or do you think you're just going to continue to just make the space for him to farm? Because he has been allowed to just hit creeps. Same thing though with the Deuce, and I feel like the Deuce is a lot scarier because of the fact she has that split shot.
I would really like to see them, you know, with next Infest timing, try and make a play. For now, though, it's on cooldown, so we'll take a little while before then. But yeah, the Infest bombs would really help them get some of these kills that have been so close, right? Too many times, quests have gone away with just a little bit of HP running away, and the help of Lifesteer could definitely be useful for Storm here.
She's also very close to getting this Blink Dagger too, so that might be the other timing that they're kind of waiting for.
Yeah. Also, looking over at Medusa here, he already has the Diffusal Blade and the Yasha, so going towards the Mantis Style next, accelerating his farm quite a lot.
I trust everyone.
Also a
Jebs
good
kind of
build
in-
against the Bristleback. Can take his
Jebs
mana.
is in no man's land. Ooh. Well, he's in for a world of hurt now.
Ah, easy stuns. Even the arrow as well. He was double stunned. That TP out is not gonna work.
Nope.
He still does have a pretty good amount of farm on the Bristleback, but dying again there is gonna be a nice pick-off for Noob. Bristleback needs 800 more gold for his Aghanims, and now on his death, they're going in and invading, going for the Wisdom Rune, still going for their own as well with the Shadow Demon.
Was that just a little too greasy? Greedy coming out from this Bristleback? Just because he was so close to finishing that last bit. Like, there was no one else up there.
Yeah, he was super far out, but you know, it was one of those moments where they saw his team with a ward, so his team was showing somewhere else on the map, and because of that, they could just commit on Bristle. Because we've seen how it backfires sometimes, going on Bristle first. If
True.
the enemy are around, you can get punished really hard. But they knew that he was faking, he was alone.
I'd like to see them take the stack now because Ollie's been very, very diligent on this. But it does look like Jabs will be doing that.
Yeah, just farming up towards that full Aghanim Scepter. Only needs
So close.
100 more gold now.
Ollie topping him off. Little gas station.
Yeah, nice quick heal. Full
Oh, this
XP
is
again.
big. The blink. The blink's on Tiny now.
Yeah, again, got the Tumbler's Toy as well in this game, so Tumbler's Toy plus Blink, very good catch range.
We do have the Infest available on this Lifestealer. I'd like to see him maybe join in some of these fights.
Yeah, for now it looks like he's happy just working towards his relic, just sitting down here, making sure bottom lane is not being taken over. But yeah, definitely would be a quick, you know, join in for a gank and then get something done. The issue is they need wards spotting a target. You don't want to just blindly infest and then run around for a while. You want it to be a quick deal.
Remember when support Lifestealer was a thing when they first changed?
Oh god.
You just
Yeah.
send your hero and walk away. Smoke's up though. They have the Aghanim Scepter on Jabs. They're
Yeah,
looking
Regent
for a
Storm too.
hunt. Koto. They see Toby. That's not necessarily who they want, but they're gonna dive in. They need to use those sentries. Need to use those dusts. Do pop it. They've got the sentry. They can see multiples over here. Q in position. The avalanche. The toss. A cookie forward over onto Toby. I don't know. I don't know if you still want to keep doing this. They're still under that Moonlight Shadow. It's just about to wear off, though. Do you re-engage?
That's quite a bit of hippity-hopping there, but ultimately Quest 5-man is really strong. Like we said early in the draft, Talon, they want to split them up. They don't want a 5-man fight. Noob, though?
They're gonna force out that invis. They have the dust, though. They've got the vision, the toss back. Arrow lands over onto Q. They don't really seem to mind. Nice banishment, though. Not going to hit the target that they want is a follow Kaori. Nice ravage here from Toby. They'll turn their attention down to this bottom portion as Q is forced back. They've used the Stone Gaze, but they're not gonna be able to escape so easily. They're still chasing after them. They still have heroes that have plenty of health. The Infest Bomb jumps out. Arrow lands over onto Jabs, but they take out Toby. They take out the Medusa. And it's only the Mirana who's left alive.
It's the save a buddy syndrome right there from Quest. They lose the Snapfire and they're like, oh, maybe we can help him running over. But then the Storm chases so well, and Bristleback as well. He's a fantastic hero for running people down. So that was could have been a clean pick-off just on the Snapfire, and that wouldn't have been too bad for Quest, but they tried to help him and just got caught trying to stretch a little bit too thin.
Yeah, you can see here Makoto with that drag forces out the Invisor, but they have dust, right? Because they have a Mirana on the enemy team, and it looks like he was trying to go for that that save, ends up hitting the Storm instead. It's a good ravage, but it's too late at this point.
Yeah, if you don't have your Snapfire there, you're missing a lot of damage as well. You kind of need the Mortimer's Kisses to lay in with the Ravage, have them happen at the same time. And yeah, even losing the Medusa there at the back of it was very, very costly for them. Her first death in this game.
It's a lot of information given from that one ward over here as Q finds himself Noob, the toss back over onto Jabs, and this is not looking good for him. Does end up getting stunned, but you've got Ollie, you've got a Decrupt, you've got yourself a gas station as they're chasing up to Toby. They know that he does not have that Ravage available, so he's just going to get run down. Now Omar, he can't leap away from Makoto.
Oh my
3
God.
dead on the side of Quest just like that.
Dude, Bristleback, when he's winning, looks absolutely absurd. When you're ahead, the amount of damage this hero dishes out with Aghanims is so crazy. Look at that 3.3k in a matter of seconds as well. Noob just got bursted from full to nothing.
It is pretty ridiculous. And he is probably due for a nerf.
Yeah, we'll
It won't be till after TI, most likely.
I mean, I'm just happy that the Aghanims is not the old Aghanims, because the old one was just him running around snotting on everyone, and you couldn't really play the game. I'd rather have my opponent deal a ton of damage than everyone just running around unable to play.
We're still in a global pandemic. It's a little bit too much on the nose, you know? We play video games to escape having people cough and sneeze all over us.
That's true. But Lifestealer now with a big power spike finishes up the full Radiance. So has the Armlet and the Radiance up. Mischan's gonna be very useful here against the Medusa as well.
I have to say, they feel very, very strong at this time. I would love to see Talon taking advantage of that. They do have the Infest up, so they could potentially make something happen. They are working on the BKB for Makoto, just so he's locked down even less and he's able to zip around and do crazy things.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a Midas for Q too. He's queued that up.
That's what he did last time when his Tiny
Yeah.
goes Blink first and then back for Midas. This guy, he doesn't want to feel stressed in the game. He wants to feel like we can take this game late game. Even against the Medusa here, I think they are very happy to play without any sense of urgency. And sure, they're ahead, but looking at the way they're approaching the game, they're playing very calm, just farming, trying to get their advantage, while also making some moves here and there, looking for kills. But it's not stressed to Dota.
Definitely doesn't feel that way, whereas it feels like Quest are just trying to find the breathing room to be able to get things done.
Yeah, we see Bristle starting up on the Tormentor, and Shadow Demon just says, goodbye, I'm not sticking around, TP's out. And there it is, the Aghanims. Aghanims plus the Shard, 7 stacks. Very easy.
Gross.
Yeah, so that's going to be Shard for Pugna. Not a massive change in how the game plays, but it's a nice Shard to get, nevertheless.
It's a little bit more cast range. It's good for him just because the way that Ollie plays, right? His positioning is so important that he's able to stay alive, top off his team. And this way now, it just makes him a little bit more effective being able to drop that Nether Ward from a further distance. And we will see Makoto. They're smoked up.
Here comes a little bit of a move. They hop into Tiny with the Lifestealer.
They see? They immediately Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, they saw movement going towards bottom, so let's see if they back all the way out.
Makoto does have a fresh BKB too.
This could be pretty good for Quest, possibly, if they're...
There he is. It just ends. That Moonlight Shadow. It's gone. Lifestealer pop-out bomb. Good disruption. Waiting for a little bit here. They're in kind of an awkward situation because, again, they have a Tidehunter. They do have Ravage. But Jabs, he's so strong right now. Just throws his back at them.
Yeah, very nice reaction.
They're all stacked up right on top of each other, but they're not going to go for it.
Talon very wisely decided to not overcommit there. They saw a disruption and immediately just said, guys, we don't need to take a 5-man fight. And I really admire the way that they've been playing the game, because they're not giving those clean team fights to Quest. They have the advantage. They have the Ravage. They have the Medusa ulti. Really great team fight spells. And Talon, they can just keep playing the map in this annoying, sort of split push way with pick-off potential. And they're not losing their discipline there.
In fact, they've got most of their towers still up at this point. They did lose the bottom one, but oh gosh, they're gonna go right into Roche too. I like this. I like when you see, these teams, okay, we finished an objective, what's our next move? What do we do? And this is exactly it.
Yep, very quickly gonna take down the Roche. The Bristleback doing tons of work for this as well with the Shard and the Aghanims combination. So are they gonna give this over to Lifestealer, or is it Bristleback taking it, I wonder?
Lifestealer. Good Lifestealer. Jabs is pretty survivable at this point.
Yeah, he's getting to that point. Didn't get Vampire Fangs this game, unluckily, but moving toward a Lotus. Get some way to return some of the spells here. Makoto just kind of walking around, end up pushing out mids. He has his BKB, so he can feel pretty confident. They don't have any BKB piercing disable, so as long as he doesn't get caught out of nowhere, he should be able to push out lanes pretty far.
Any big items coming up here? Toby's working on Pipe of Insight.
Scotty on Medusa very
Scotty's
soon.
gonna be soon.
Yeah, he's cleaning up this Ancient, and then he could buy it right now. Gonna go over and get it.
As they're looking to get the Agnum Scepter on the Shadow Demon. Q's actually in a good position. It's right next to Omar. Have to be careful. Okay, now that he showed himself, I think Omar wants to just back off. Makoto is here, though.
He drops
They
a
don't
word.
see
He's
him.
like,
Dire's
I gotta
top
be
tower
careful.
is under attack.
They're telling him to go
Pressure.
split push the next wave.
Dire's
They have glyph for this creep wave, and then the next creep wave, maybe he can cut it, but he was spotted by a ward just barely there.
Now look at that Moonlight Shadow. They're just like, yeah, no.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go for the creep wave, so creep
Little
wave
too
is gonna
sneaky.
come.
Dire's top tower.
Or, oh, he's committing.
No, he's gonna go for it. All right.
Radiant structures.
They're not really in the position. Oh, they fortify their own creeps, though. They say, yeah, nice try.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ah,
Omar
it's a
is
little,
trying to drag them away.
little bit awkward
Not
for
for a
him.
Lotus.
The travels.
Oh,
Doesn't get
he's
cancelled.
tried. Cute. A little bit off the mark here. So on a little bit of a wild goose chase.
He has no more leap charges, so this is end of the road for him, I think.
Yep. And then they'll get a nice wisdom rune here for Ollie, too. So a worthwhile chance to just go back, grab that, and immediately smoke up.
I like that
Love
move.
this.
Yeah,
I love this.
going immediately when you have one player dead, and not only that, when he respawns, he's down to one single deep charge, so it's gonna be
I like
pretty
what they're
rough for him.
showing 23 here because he's got the Aegis and they're like, oh, well, they were just over. Perhaps that, we can make a move, but there's going to be the Lifestealer Bomb inside the Tiny.
Is under attack.
Yeah, looking for anyone who's hanging around top.
Dire
Shadow Demon is close to a full Aghanim Scepter, by the way. He's
Yeah.
500 gold away.
Radiant
Well, it's going to be a little bit further because Makoto will be able to find him with that smoke popping.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He finally goes down.
Ooh,
to
Daryl lands on
there.
Makoto, though.
Just
We'll cause Ollie
nuisance.
to just protect. Could we just use those illusions to take down the... Oh, they get the denial on the Nether Ward.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Meanwhile,
attack.
we have Toby just casually pushing out bottom, Medusa looking for wherever she can farm, but ultimately, this high ground push, you gotta address it a little bit here. The Aegis on Lifestealer, he's just forcing someone to come back home.
Forces multiples to come home. We see Noob and
Has fallen.
and TA2000. They've moved back towards the top.
Going for
And
mid tower now, they're angling for a setup. They have a nice deep ward as well. 23 is playing on it.
They don't have jabs. Jabs is bottom, just pushing out the waves. I guess they also don't have the Tide Hunter just yet either, which is a big part of their team fight.
Yeah, Tide's kind of just sitting around bottom, farming a little bit, but meanwhile, the
have the boots, though.
inevitable push is coming in mid. Now with a DD and a region rune, Storm is super strong.
Jabs is joined back in. We'll go for the jump onto Toby in the bottom lane. Try to get
Holding
some of
it
this.
disabled.
Does
Yep.
have the dust, but he's gotta go and switch it out for a second. It's okay, Q's here. That's a Tide Hunter that's not gonna be available for this mid push.
Yeah. And even after using all his mana there, pops the region, he's gonna be able to join mid very quickly as well. TA2000. I don't know, this Medusa, I'm still concerned, man. They picked this Medusa, and I'm just feeling like even though she's supposed to be a strong late game hero, I feel like she can get hard countered here by some Halberd coming out eventually, and the Bristle, Lifestealer, and Storm are all scaling really well here.
Yeah.
Dire's
They
middle
already have
tower
one
is
Halberd on the Lifestealer, so if they add a second one on Bristleback, then Medusa won't be able to auto attack at all.
They have the halberd, yeah. Like it's over on the Lifestealer. Looks like they're being very methodical on the side of Talon. So they've already taken out the two outer towers. They're going to make their way to the bottom, get rid of this last one here. Aegis is going to get reclaimed during this, but I don't feel like they're too upset about it, considering they're very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah,
They smoked up on the side of Quest.
slowly and methodically taking control of the game. Quest trying to make a defense here, predicting that the push is coming bottom, but look at Talon. They already know about the smoke. Look at their positioning. Just
This
sitting behind
positioning is
towers.
fantastic.
Sitting behind trees, I mean. Yeah.
We'll show their Lifestealer.
They
They
know that you can't get bursted. Lifestealer is way too difficult to bring down first. And now we see them going towards mid, might even poke a little bit here as the smoke is about to time out. And all of Quest in a bit of an awkward position here.
Oh, they even have a gem too, so they're taking down all of their vision.
Yeah, cleaning out vision and pushing top. Gonna again throw a question mark towards this tier 3 tower and say, hey guys, you gotta come back home. Gotta defend your base. Yeah, this is a forcing move, just making sure that they're not, because they know that they smoked out, they just don't know the exact position. So by pushing a tower, they prompt them to come back and defend.
Yeah, they can do these slow sieges too with Ollie, where there's just no committal, which feels very, very bad if you're Quest.
Yeah,
using the Glimmer Cake to ensure that they can get another nice big hit off.
Magna Blast does a ridiculous amount of damage nowadays as well to a tier 3 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now backing out again. Now Quest are the ones who are again stuck in their base and the map is being played by Talon. So sure, you're out on the map with like SD down on bottom, but an SD farming, that's not really the most relevant thing. I don't think that anyone on Talon cares about him scaling.
He's got the Agnum Scepter, which is nice, but he's not a high priority for them, especially because he is so squishy.
He dies to any of the cores and pretty much dies to the Tiny as well soon as he is closing in on his next item. We'll see what he wants to go back for here, perhaps the Shadow Blade.
They have no vision. Like, this sucks for Quest right now because they're like trying to get some sort of a pick off, trying to force them to respond on their own terms. And Q's hiding in the tree line. Smoke will pop.
Oh, they know he's there. Blink.
Just blink out onto the back. All right, perhaps they find this. This would be great for them. Arrow connects. So they do get something for their troubles, but they can't really take anything for objectives off of this.
998 gold there is quite a bit for killing off a support alone. So they get something. They're thinking about going through the portal, but nobody's down there right now. 23 farming in a very good spot on the enemy ancients, getting some high priority farm, taking it away from Medusa as well.
I'm gonna go bottom with the Moonlight Shadow and the smoke, but like you said, nobody's home. Everybody's kind of congregated towards this middle area.
This is the third smoke in a matter of 3 minutes here, so they're burning through all their smoke charges. I don't think that they have any after this. Yeah, oh, they have one more on Mirana, but that's the final smoke. The next one is going to come off cooldown in 3 minutes time.
Radiant's top tower.
Meanwhile, 23 is just hanging out in the mid lane, not a care in the world. We'll teleport, joining the rest of the team. They are smoked up.
Smoking out, they know that Roshan could be up already, so they have to make a play for bottom. It's a late spawn, but they don't know that.
They're up on the high ground for the side of Quest. They do have the Ravage available. Here's our Lifestealer bomb. He's got Infest. It's just gonna show into the lane. Oh, smoke breaks. They know. They know they're on the high ground here.
Yeah, Crystal, cautious about going in there.
Trying to figure out what's the best angle. How am I not going to get immediately ravaged? As they jump onto Toby, they've already jumped over onto the Mirana. Kodo onto the back lines, realizing that Kori is a threat. Ravage coming in, Ollie trying to keep Q alive for longer. Jabs now, he's struggling to fight through this. He will end up dying. They've already lost Noob, but this is not feeling super comfortable right now for the side of Talon.
Yeah, it was a good fight, good positioning by Quest, using the high ground in a really good way. Even though they try and go on the back line there, Talon didn't really have a way to fight into the Ravage, and they didn't even need to use the Stone Gaze. That's the bigger thing.
Oh, yeah.
So they still have one of their team fight spells ready, which means they feel confident going for Roche now.
This Roche isn't the fastest Roche.
No, it's really
They could
slow.
potentially try to interrupt this now that they know that Ravage is down. They still have the Stone Gaze, right? No Moonlight Shadow for another 9 seconds. Click over onto Lifestealer.
Looking for the back line here always. There's an Arcane Rune. Mikoto wants it, so he says, guys, just chill. They're not taking Roche. Let me get this Arcane Rune. It's absolutely broken on Storm, so...
Yeah, they definitely have the better positioning, right? Because they've got a place to TP to down by the Roche pit.
It's more so that once the Bristle comes in again, then Ravage is still on cooldown, so Tide is kind of useless, and the Roche has to be forfeit here by Quest. I don't think that they can hold on to it.
I'm guessing that they're just going to walk into the pit now themselves, if I had to guess, yeah?
Yeah, this is such a methodical and slow game, but Talon are playing it really excellently, and Quest, they're a bit limited. That's the downside with their draft. When you're playing the Tide and Medusa sort of death ball strat, is that you can only really take the big 5v5 fights. Their pick-off Dota is pretty terrible, which makes Storm and Lifestealer very happy.
right, Aegis getting placed over onto 23. And the rest of the team's going to take the portal, see if they can grab anyone.
Yeah, for now, a cheese over on Bristleback as well. That might make its way over to Storm's inventory later on. Who knows? As Bristol already has the Bloodstone as well, so probably doesn't need it.
It's true. BKB on the mind of Bristleback for his next item. See where this Dusa is. So she's got the Scotty, she's got the Monkey King Bar, Crystallis, and she's working towards that Daedalus and a Disperser.
I mean, I see a lot of Demon Edge items, but it's not the Demon Edge item that I want to see here. You know, I think they might need the Rapier sooner or later here just to have some big impact. I like Disperser though. I think almost better than Daedalus would be to go Disperser and then try and build towards the Rapier. Because Disperser gives you the movement speed as well.
Looks like Jabs is going to go take care of the Tormentor.
Yeah, gonna be same story as last time. Just get some goo on it and work up the quills.
Look at that, it's so ridiculous. Oh my god.
Honestly, looks like he can do it even faster and easier than TA. So quite impressive.
Yeah. Kodo's still holding onto that Arcane. He needs to be careful though, because of the way that Quest is playing, they're very grouped up.
Yeah, this is very awkward for Quest. They have all their tools ready, but into the Aegis, into the cheese, it's risky for them to take a team fight.
What do they need to do? They need to find like some sort of just pick off here on the side of Talon. Is that the best way to approach, because they do have such strong team fight?
Yeah, I think Talon, they just need to wait for someone to go out of position here. They don't want to give the big team fights over to Quest. Whereas Quest, ideally, they would find a pick-off.
Look at Jabs. He's like, someone's here.
Yeah.
Val and Kari. Kari's just like, nope, I'm teleporting out. Don't want to be here. See you later.
And quick and easy gets himself to safety. I like the way Kari has been playing though. He very often is out on the field, you know, not too worried and sitting back in base. He's always out there, but it's just an SD. Ideally, you would want this to be like Tide or Medusa finding farm somewhere and not stuck in base, but at least his move gives them some information, and when they see heroes bottom, they go out and farm the Ancients.
BKB completed now for 23. He's gonna have to make some room though here. He's got quite a few things in his inventory at this time.
Yeah, he hasn't sold off his trash yet. He still has the magic wand and the bracer, holding on to those.
He's very attached to them, you know? It's like a security blanket. It's had him for his entire life.
Yeah, it's very comfy to have them there, but until you want to pick up some neutral items.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh god, with the BKB in inventory, he actually will have an issue at minute 37 if he drops a neutral item.
Yeah.
Gotta quickly send home his regular one.
I mean, it's not the most efficient, but worst case, well, yeah, you just send it home, right?
Yeah, you can still pick it. It's not a problem. At least not when the...
spread out.
Oh, they're gonna knock high ground here with the Aegis. Just pretty low committal. Just send in Lifestealer, a few auto attacks, and then he can run away again.
I mean, the Cardis are taking care of this tower.
Man, this game is very methodical. It makes for a snooze fest though, Talon. Go fight them. Just rush in.
I know, right? Like, you're so strong. I love the fact that, you know, you want to be sure about it, but at the same time...
This is TI.
You can't be
this
too
is
shy.
Elimination series, right? So this is
Lincoln's gonna get broken. See that halberd getting used on Dusa. We'll force her to use the Mountain, force the Moonlight Shadow, and also the Shadow Demon. Let's see here. Fire Snap Cookie. Again, Ollie, great positioning. Sits very far back, even has that Glimmer Cape. Be able to heal 23 right back up again. They're trying to make a wrap play here as Makoto.
Getting the storm would be big.
This is big, but can they grab him in time? They'll see him over here on the mid lane. Zips away. Oh, look at that. Nope, not going to be successful. Now they're in kind of an awkward position. Very spread out.
Lifestealer feeling confident, still has the Aegis, but his team is a little bit far away, and I think I can almost hear them say, you know, why give them a 5-man fight? Why give them exactly what they want here on the side of Quest?
They've got to sight the Vice, too. Go down with the Lotus.
Yeah, this is just Talon's game to lose essentially at this point. With 13,000 gold leads, they can keep playing like they have been doing so far. They don't need to stress out. And Quest, that was another, you know, attempt with the smoke move there going out, but they haven't really connected anything. maybe with the Hex that they have, both mid laners have Hex, by the way. It's like, maybe with the Hex that they have on the Snapfire, they could find something. But overall, their pick off Dota has just not been strong enough.
Yeah, Aegis is going to expire on 23, but again, in no rush. They've definitely pinned them into the base. It's starting to feel a little dire for the side of the Dire.
Yeah, they have a very limited amount of real estate here that they can watch over. Maybe they're ancient sometimes. Sometimes there's a Lifestealer coming in and collecting that gold instead, though. And meanwhile, Q doing the same thing that we saw him do earlier on his Tinies, transitioning to become a core. He's got that Mindbreaker as well. Shadowblade, like I mentioned before, with the Midas, he's scaling. BKB is his next dream item.
Daedalus, Monkey King Bar. Making his way over, probably gonna consider thinking about picking up that Demon Edge. Definitely wants to have the buyback though, so perhaps not just yet.
I think you almost buy out here just because of how far behind you are. You might need to just be as strong as you can be. Sometimes holding buyback is correct, but I would almost advocate that he just tries to power spike really hard because the game is slipping. It's slipping out of their control. And if Medusa dies, it's quite likely his entire team died as well, because at that point, you know, he doesn't get bursted first.
Right. Let's still have the cheese over on Bristleback. He's looking to go and get that Assault Cuirass as the next item.
Yeah, he's getting pretty massive. Didn't choose to go for a halberd in this game, so just going for regular scaling. I mean, the AC is still very, very good here, getting both some safety for your own team and also getting more damage onto the enemy.
I mean, they had the halberd on the Lifestealer, right? So they did have someone at least picking that up. Perhaps that's why he opted to go what he did.
Yeah, having one is nice. It's usually that effect, though, where if you have two of them, the Medusa is completely out of the fight. It's a very big change in uptime during the fight.
Storm Force, double damage.
Now with the DD rune, they smoke in, looking for someone with the Hex
Got
here.
the Infest, too. Dropping all the wards, look at that. Again, still holding on to that DD. Got more than half left. No one's showing, though. The Moonlit Shadow, they dropped the wards. They know that they're over there.
Yeah, they're spotted.
Kings
Quest have been
of
seen.
Billion Spades. Got their own sentry down.
Oh, this is tough for
They're
Quest to
feeling
go
shy.
into.
They're feeling really shy right now. Look at this Tidehunter. He's trying to dance around the edge. Go for another smoke.
We're just seeing Talon be patient again. They feel no real need to give this easy fight. They actually just kind of TP out, push the silence again, keep building their items. This smoke has to work for Quest. They need something this time. Too many of their smokes have fizzled out into nothing.
Yeah, they definitely are hitting a desperation point, feels.
Actually, this time the smoke, was it just the ninja gears, the double ninja gear? They used two of them, so I think
it might have been
a real. Yeah, I don't think that was.
I thought I saw multiples. Like maybe some of the smokes didn't break on a couple of them because it looked like there were 4 people smoke back.
Now they use.
There's the smoke.
Yeah, this one is an actual one.
Okay, all right. I like this positioning over on the high ground. Something's up. Nobody's showing.
Yeah, holding.
Smoke.
The wraparound coming in here by Quest, trying to get a nice angle from behind. Lifestealer sitting on the high ground, though.
I don't think this is going to go well for them, considering that they're on the high ground. Smoke will break. They know that there's someone up there. Toss the ward, breaking the Lincolns.
Yeah, now they know there's a ward on high ground as well because of that Mystic Snake.
They're going to back off. Kodo angling to go around the side. Ollie's very spread out here.
They're really respecting the 5-man Talon. I thought they could fight there with the high ground, but now they do not want to give a clean fight.
Lifestealer bomb in Makoto. There's a courier on their way. Perhaps trying to get some of that vision, an advantageous jump.
Yeah, this is a weird spot to be in. They can't sit here forever as well. If we wait long enough, then top lane is eventually gonna start pushing in on the racks even. Now going up above. This is such a dance. They're trying to find the angles. They're gonna
See, Tiny. There's the jump for the BKB onto the back lines, though. Even though they have that Ravage, they'll find Omar. They want to try to finish him off quickly, but now we've got this Medusa fighting in the middle of everything, and these BKBs, they help, but they're not quite doing enough because Medusa just hitting the way that they're doing here. Noob still trying to fight with Makoto. He doesn't have any mana left. They'll end up here with that storm going down as the chase is on after Omar, but look at the damage from Jabs. Look at Toby. They just thrive in these situations when they can just hit all of those disgusting quills, viscal nasal goo, all of that stuff. My goodness.
That dancing, and finally they get the positioning that they want to take the fight. It was a little bit awkward at first. Storm did a great job zipping in onto the backline, always looking for that Shadow Demon, knows that he's the priority target to go on. And Quest, while they stood strong for a little bit of duration there during the Medusa ulti, as soon as the Medusa ulti is gone, Lifestealer just goes in and shreds her apart.
Yeah, the problem with just, you know, the longer that you take these fights, the longer that Jabs is able to go and just put out all of these quills and the goo, and then he just immediately, you know, is able to teleport right towards the base. So Medusa will buy back. That's expensive, very costly, but they need to because they are already taking out a whole lane of racks. They're going for the other half, and now 23 should be able to finish off this one tower. So they just lost so much real estate off of that one fight.
They're going away as well. They're leaving the Tormentor, going straight towards the Roach. Want to take it before the respawns come in here off the Snapfire. So just want to make sure that they get themselves the Aegis, also get the Aghanims. It's going to move towards top, so it's going to be a refresher, I guess, instead here. Not the
I love
Aghanim
when we
Scepter.
get these TI like updates and stuff, and you just see error on your screen.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen some errors too. The Naga Siren before gave some nice errors when she was ulting.
Had one where there was just like crackly lightning on the upper right of my screen the entire time. That was interesting. All right. This is a
Now get
Aegis.
his hands on this Roche, easily kill it.
Yeah, Aegis cheese and refresher shard. So that feels pretty gosh darn good.
I mean, it's a big refresher to take on Storm, I guess, here as well. With the double BKB Aghanims in hand as well, he can do some serious work with this. Wonder how they put... Did they end up giving the refresher right now? Is it on Lifestealer? Yeah, Lifestealer has it.
Yeah. I got the Lifestealer bomb in Makoto. I was just gonna probably send Jabs to front line again. And just open up this top part. There it is. There's our rapier. We wanted a rapier. We've got one. I feel like it might be a little late at this point, but...
Sold off the Diffusal to get it. He knows that he needs it.
Look at Q. He's got the silver edge. He's getting in position. He's got the Lotus. Finds Toby. The toss up into the air. The arrow doesn't matter because they have the BKB. And over here now they'll go. They'll slow down this Medusa. They see that she's got the rapier. 23 and Jabs just gonna back off. They're gonna be patient. Still holding on to the cheese. They still have themselves outside the vice.
They control her for long enough there as well with just a simple halberd onto her, and she can't do anything. They almost need a Lincolns to put onto the Medusa here from someone else. She can't buy one, but they need her attacking in the fight. The only way they win a fight is by Medusa continuously just getting her auto attack going.
Generation.
They do have, you know, Medusa number 2 in the making, I guess. The Daedalus is queued up for Snapfire. He's waiting for level 25 talent, and then he has the big damage coming out as well. 100% attack damage on Lil Shredder.
Does he still feel firmly in the hands of Talon at this point?
Oh yeah, very much so. I mean, there's still hope for quests. I'm not going to count them out entirely, but it's Talon's game to lose. They need to make some big mistakes here. Otherwise, the game is, you know, it's feeling very comfortable for them. While the Medusa is strong, I think they have 3 cores that are all absolutely massive, and this Tiny. Like, I was talking about it before, he's transitioned to become a core. It's not really a meme, it's true. He's building towards an Aghanim Scepter now, and he's doing a ton of damage. 500 attack damage per hit, full Aghanim Scepter. He can just destroy the backline if he gets a nice free volley off.
All right. And making their way across this map. They know that there's a Snapfire here in the bottom lane, but I'm sure he's just gonna teleport out.
3 building towards a refresher as well. Has a refresher shard still in his inventory. Because he likes it a lot since he's building one as well. But still go for that Aghanim Scepter for the Medusa control. Now that she has the Divine Rapier, more disarm isn't bad. Noob just being sneaky, split pushing down bottom, trying to do what he can.
I mean, he needs to find farm, right? Like, he needs to continue to grow. Otherwise, they're just absolutely dead in the water.
He needs level 25 very, very badly. He wants to get it. He's trying to sneak around. He shows us his intention, but it's not gonna be. He's not gonna be given that much time. The push is already starting bottom.
Yeah. Notice, or rather, the Lincoln's placed over on 23. He's just gonna start chunking away. Wants to force a reaction. We'll get it. We're just slowly losing these buildings, though, thanks to the Pugna and the fact that 23 is just so hard to take down.
Pugna very disciplined, sitting back, going in only with a Glimmer Cape to use his Q.
We talk about Ollie only having 1 death this entire time. I guess a little Pugna, like, that's wild.
It's impressive. At the same time, there hasn't been that many big fights. Honestly, there hasn't been that many fights at all. It's just positioning all the time.
All right, that's the tower. Like, you want to play this slow? We can play this very slow. Ollie, again, just far back. Throw out that hairball here. 23's just hitting away, and he still has the Aegis for another 54 seconds. He's in a very good position right now.
Just doing all the damage he can here.
They do land it, but again, look at Ollie. Look at his positioning.
It's a bait.
Absolutely fine right now. He's going to hitch a ride with his bristleback.
30 seconds on the Aegis. Could go in one more time to try and commit for the melee racks if he wants to. Oh, the heal off. Illusions with the card.
Arrow not going to be able to connect this time. Gonna go a little bit harder to zip in from Makoto over onto 3. It's beautiful. They just need to get that damage out here as 23. Oh, all right, there's the Aegis. Coming back up again. BKB's already been used on Makoto. Japs is here, though. He's gonna use his own BKB in 23. He's on the hunt. He's looking to see what else that he can get. He's happening right now. They've got a lot of damage again, though. Makoto jumping in with these vortexes. Vortexes look so good. They'll kill Noob. Noob will have to buy back. Toby sitting so very low, and this Medusa, she's dead. They get the rapier. It's picked up. The GG gets called. It was a valiant effort from Quest, but Talon, they were so patient, and it paid off.
Yeah, very disciplined, very controlled gameplay here by Talon all game long. Finally, Quest, they try and make a final stand in their base, but they couldn't really handle it as Talon have finally moved all the pieces around for long enough, shuffled around the pieces up.
Talon Esports turn to
Again,
battle.
no shade on the fact that they took their time, obviously. You know, it's a spooky situation. But I'd like to see just a little bit more like confidence coming out of them.
Yeah, I think Talon, they are completely honed in right now on just getting this 2-0. And you know, the style of last game was a little bit of a snooze fest, but it was still hyper focused. I think that we'll see what the drafts are gonna do. Talon are gonna play towards what their draft favors. Quest, though, going back to that draft, I really feel like Medusa, not really the hero of the patch. Go maybe for something that you've done before here. Pick up the Luna, perhaps, the hero that they've been using. Because this is the second time they run the Medusa. It didn't work when they played against Keystars as well, picking Medusa in that game. They also did the Phoenix Medusa strat or a Titan Medusa strat back then.
I mean, how much of this is nerves right now, right? Because again, it is TI. Granted, not the biggest prize pool that we've had in the past, but it's still, you know, you want to be the top. You want to have this chance to fight. They just got a sponsorship with PSG too. Like, there's got to be a lot of pressure on them, and I think that can also contribute to when you're playing in this particular type of a stage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is some of the highest pressure that these players have been under. You're in a TI elimination game. You're one game away from being sent home here. This is definitely a nerve-wracking situation for Quest. Talon, though, they finally get a little bit of a breather, saying that, okay, at worst, we're in a tiebreaker. Still not a good place to be, but 2 out of the 3 teams would still advance. So they, with the first win there, secure that they're at least not getting straight eliminated.
That's true. And again, you want to see your region represented. SMG also sitting towards the bottom of the group that they're playing in. So Talon would like to be the SEA, you know, team that shows up, that shows everybody that they play the best Dota. But it is going to be a challenge here as they need to eke out one more victory.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of focus, and we see the first phase bans already. We can discuss a little bit what the teams are doing here. So we see Quest banning out the Invoker, the Pango, the Nature's Prophet, and the Treant Protector, and Talon removing out the Phoenix and TA as well. Of course, a hero that Quest really love to play. Pretty important to get that removed early.
Quest Esports turn.
All right, well, first pickup, the Primal Beast makes it through. That's worrisome. Honestly, because of how many times I've seen this hero banned because they don't want to let it through, especially against Talon. This is a hero that they're quite adept with and will put a lot of pressure on that map.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they like to run it. They generally play pretty well with these type of heroes that give you pick-off potential, not only against some heroes when they are out of position alone, but if they have BKB, doesn't matter. Primal Beast, he can just slam that ulti and catch them anyway, so it makes split push Dota pretty annoying to play. And at the same time, the team fight of Primal Beast is very comfortable to have. This is most likely going to be Jab's hero. They can also flex it towards Mikoto, but I feel like Mikoto does better on a little bit flashier mid heroes, perhaps.
They go for the Brewmaster, so that's kind of nice, right? Because it gives you that team fight. They can pair it up. They don't have the Phoenix available to pair up with the Cinder Brew, which we've seen quite a bit of and has seemed strong, but we'll also, you know, have the ability to do any sort of dispelling when he's got that Wind Panda. I guess the only concern for me about the Brewmaster is cooldowns. Like in the head-to-head matchup of a Primal Beast versus like Brewmaster, Primal Beast I feel comes out on top. I'm not sure what the actual numbers are, but I'm pretty sure his ultimate's a lot faster.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be interesting to see exactly how it's gonna match up here, but both teams securing themselves a good offlaner that you can start building your draft around. One downside here for Quest perhaps is that they can't go towards that Phoenix with Brewmaster, which usually pairs really well, but they still have a lot of heroes that they enjoy that can fit here. Getting the Hoodwink or the Skywrath. I love Skywrath against the Primal Beast. The silence is very good.
We saw how powerful the Skywrath Mage can be in the right situations. I believe it was King RD who was running that, and they absolutely obliterated the Dazzle that was in that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the silence is very potent from Skywrath, and even the ulti, easy to land when Primal stands still and channels his ulti. Kind of hero that, again, Quest really enjoys. So I would like that more than some of these, like, I'm not sold on the Mirana picks, the random +4 heroes that just don't feel like meta right now. I feel like you're limiting yourself when you play some of those heroes.
Quest Esports turn to ban.
Sharp Willow banned. That would be pretty nice to be able to throw down those brambles and also the Terrorize.
Yeah, it's also a super annoying hero for Primal Beast. The brambles are very obnoxious. You can't charge through them. It stops the charge. So messes with him a lot.
5 seconds.
Also very classic Brewmaster plus Willow lane.
A lot of deliberation going on with this particular ban. It's so interesting to see the way that they've changed the phases. They'll do a little bit of respect though. They don't want to see Q's do not want to see Q's tiny. it does open the door for Ollie's Pugna again. And honestly, I would not be opposed to seeing it yet again in the game because it's so powerful.
He's really good at it. Ollie definitely delivers when he plays his Pugna. I'm a little bit concerned about Pugna into Brew, but we saw it before and it worked. So he could definitely go for it if that's what they want to go down. And it's also a hero that they can reveal early, which it isn't too problematic to show. Quest though, first they have to show their own colors here a little bit. What's going to be the pick? We still have Grimstroke as an option with the Brewmaster against the Primal Beast. Nice to get the bind, stop him in the team fights.
That's true.
Talon Esports turn to
Go for the Rubik. Never a bad pick. I feel like every position 4 has a very good handle on this hero.
That's a nice hero for them to get. Also, again, useful. If you ever manage to steal the Pulverize, that's a fantastic steal for Rubik. You pull people very, very far out of position when you use it, because the extra cast range just snags them. So it's a pretty decent take here.
Talon Esports turn to pick.
Dusk.
Talon gotta go towards the
Tusky?
Tusk. Is it the Tusk Pugna again? I've seen it before.
Why not? Do it.
I don't see a reason
It's
not
worked
to do
out
it.
for you. It's worked
Yeah.
out for you so well. Like, and you see that, there's a Rubik. Rubik's gonna have a difficult time, getting into the back lines. Brewmaster, yeah, he can get in there, but he's got to go through some real beefy boys first.
5 seconds.
I mean, they've been running Pugna 3 times today. They won every single game. I think why
It's
change
not
it up
broken.
right now?
Yeah,
It-
exactly.
It feels like the hero, it's the same stuff that they played against before as well. He can easily deal with this.
Don't outthink yourselves, Talon.
They're deep in the think tank, though. Maybe there's something that they prefer even more here, along with the Tusk. I mean, a consideration would be Venge, I think, because you can swap to maybe get the Brewmaster out of position, get him killed quickly. Does a lot of damage with the Tusk and the Venge combo as well. But I don't know if it's favorable over what they have there in the Pugna.
Quest Esports turn to pick.
Enchantress.
And they go Ench.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's a strong lane dominator that they want to get their hands on here. You also get a way to dispel. It can remove the brewed up buff from Brewmaster.
I mean, Enchantress, I feel, is always it's always a good pick, especially in the hands of someone that is very, very adept. I think. Who else did we see run this? Was this a Miposhka hero at one point too?
I mean, it is Miposhka hero, but I don't think he ever got it in the games we saw because they banned him nonstop. No, there was someone else playing it. It wasn't Miposhka. Because against
wow,
Team
that's
Spirit,
nice.
I think everyone just bans it.
I swear though, oh god, that's gonna bother me.
Yeah, we saw someone else. It was day one. We got someone else playing it. I can't remember which player it was. Jaro and Venge. So they go for the Venge, getting the swap to save against the Primal Beast here. And of course, Venge, Jaro, very classic lane combo.
Remaining.
Get the Wave of Terror and the Flak on level 1. Should lane decently against the Primal Beast.
It was SMG that picked it up.
All right.
It was bothering me. I was like, no, I swear it was in one of those games, but of course it was not Spirit who had it, but Faceless Void. Okay. Interesting. Feels a little clunky just because of the fact that they don't have much to actually throw in the Chronosphere, but lanes very, very well, being able to, time walk off some of that damage.
It's also a little bit about the hero space against the homing missile from Gyrocopter. You can time walk through it, so you don't have to worry about that stun. Also against Brewmaster, time dilation is fantastic. So
That's true, yeah.
he's got some nice things here for him, and he should be able to farm quite easily on the bottom lane. I think it sets them up as well. Now you gotta be a bit worried here if you're Quest, what mid hero they could pair up together with this Faceless Void. So look for those big damage heroes to be targeted as bans by Quest.
5 seconds
They
remaining.
could also expect that this is a mid Primal Beast. I mean, I'm saying that it's going to be offlane, but it's completely possible that they prefer running it mid here. They're banning out Dawn, so signifies that as well.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Having that flexibility is a big deal.
Yeah, that's the value of the first pick Primal Beast. If it wasn't for the ability to run him mid or offlane, he would never be picked this early. But yeah, I think they're probably right. Dawnbreaker would be really devastating here. Just the Dawn Tusk combination, super strong lane, can destroy even the gyrocopter. But there's also a ban towards mid, so they are also not sure. And like I said, those high damage mid heroes, Lina, that's as high damage as you're gonna get for bursting into the chrono. And yeah, I'm not honestly sure which way Talon are gonna go either.
Is Lesh just out of
10
favor?
seconds remaining.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Lately? Okay.
Yeah,
Like that gives you a lot of like magic burst and like tower pushing.
He does. He does. He struggles a bit against Venge though as well. The swap, and also if you ever give away the split earth, that's like game over for the next few minutes. It's impossible to fight into. So I don't think we're gonna see it here, but they could go for some other mid that has a ton of damage as well. It's not impossible to play Queen of Pain here against the vengeful stun. Very easy to get away from.
Quest Esports turn to
So it's gonna be the Bristle. Oh boy. Ooh.
Yeah.
Not gonna be able to throw really into the chrono, but very stable, very sturdy laner, high potential early on to make these plays. And then with the primal, this is looking pretty dirty.
10 seconds.
Yeah, Bristle has had good success today as well. I mean, we've seen him be really strong. Talon just used it in game 1 here in this matchup. So Quest, let's see if they can address it in a better way. Game number 2. Only the one pick to try and solve this situation though, and the heroes in front of them. I feel like this, the nice thing is they can pick pretty much any mid hero they want, because Primal Beast doesn't hard counter a lot of mid heroes. He usually just plays to kill the creep wave and then go and take the runes, and very active towards early rotations, even like level 4, level 5 rotations to his side lanes. But he doesn't actually threaten the mid heroes that much. So we'll see what Quest want to take into this.
I'm seeing, like, I like seeing the Brewmaster, I like seeing the Vengeful, but the Rubik and the Gyro are just kind of like meh to me right now. Just from what we've seen within this patch so far. They're not bad by any means, especially because, you know, Rubik is so adaptable. But I just feel like there are stronger cores and stronger position 4s.
Yeah, I agree. I think Talon are playing a little bit more towards the patch. Quest are going to go towards that Death Prophet. This is a hero that we saw Talon ban out in last game. They respect that Quest are very good at using this hero. And I think this is a game that suits really well. You get a silence against the Faceless Void, which can be great for killing him before he gets Manta Style. Also get a bit of tower push, which they are lacking. And finally, the Exorcism is a great way to bring down these big heroes, Bristleback, the Primal Beasts. You can kind of cut through them. Even the Enchantress just dies very fast to Exo.
So what are we feeling right now? Because right now I'm really liking what Talon's bringing to the table. It just feels a little bit more tempo, a little bit more meta. That pickup with the Death Prophet makes sense to me, but I just don't feel like it's going to be enough. Like, that is my issue looking at their draft. Is it's fine, but I don't think it gives them an edge.
I'm gonna be a believer in the three-way tie. I believe in Quest. You can do it. Force the three-way tie here. Get this win. Bring Talon and Keydstars in for a little round robin and see who's gonna make it. Because I think Death Prophet fits really well here. It could work out. Still, I think the safe thing to say is that Talon they have very meta draft here, and it's looking good. But I'm a believer in Toby on his brew and Noob on his DP. I think they got this.
All right. Well, I love to hear it. I love to, hear that we've got someone rooting for both different sides. This is, of course, potentially the last match of the day.
It's not the last game.
That's not copium at all. Was that your line? What was it?
Yeah, not copium. Believe me.
Copium.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this looks to be very interesting because both teams have a lot of stuff going for them. Both teams have similar ideas in having a strong 5-man team fight. You got, of course, the Exorcism, the Brewmaster split, but on the other hand, you got the Chrono. And the Primal Beast is a real monster in team fights as well. So I think we're going to have more of an action pace type game here than the first game.
Oh, I'm excited. I love to see them just fight and brawl and all that fun stuff. But yeah, we're going to get into game number 2. And I want to know, who should we be keeping our eyes on particularly? Who unlocks the draft for both sides?
I think Primal Beast, honestly. Mikoto on Primal Beast, we've seen what Mikoto can do today. He is on fire, and Primal Beast is an incredibly fast-paced hero. So want to see how his early rotations are going to go. Similarly, over on the side of the Radiant, I think that Brewmaster is going to be the key to success.
Okay. Down they go for the smoke into the biangle here to get an advantageous position, grab themselves that Watcher. Omar makes his way over as well.
Get two wards down and then just backing up again. These two wards are, kind of give a little bit of information towards the top lane, which could be useful for Mikoto when he wants to make his rotations.
Bright and breezy.
Is there have fun from TA 2000? No good luck though.
Yeah, no luck. Good luck from Noob.
Just have some fun. We're not letting you have any luck here. We want to win this.
It's a nerve-wracking situation for sure. You see Talon just gonna play for the top 2 runes here. Got a pretty firm hold of it as well with the positioning they have. But Quest, they're gonna take the bottom 2 runes and be happy with that.
I can't look at Primal Beast without thinking what a derp he looks like. Especially with the taunt too. But like, look at this guy. He's just a big old stompy pants.
Yeah. I mean,
what else is like spooky or cool or like, and then you just get this clown shoes.
I hate how massive the hero is just because of the whole standing on top of creeps. Like, look at this guy. If he stands on the range creep, it's impossible to click the range creep. You just cannot. But he is quite the monster.
So in the battle of the Primal Beast versus the Death Prophet here, who typically comes out on top?
I think it's a pretty DP favored lane. He's doing good so far, doing some auto attacks, and then creeps go under the enemy tower. So Mikoto is going to be pretty happily farming. I don't think any of the heroes are necessarily struggling against each other in this matchup, though.
Now, when it comes time, once we see that ultimate online for the Death Prophet, is it more likely that we're going to see a rotation to the mid lane to help assist with the exorcism and put pressure on the mid tower, or do you think she's going to rotate?
I think the action might be dragged away to the side lanes. Maybe if Primal Beast leaves mid lane, then she can try and take the mid tower, because he's going to want to make his moves as well.
Right. Like, that's what I was wondering. Like, do you see the supports make their way over because they don't want to give up that lane?
Yeah, I think
to see what the play is on that.
I think it's likely that we just see a lot of action on the side lanes overall.
Okay.
And so far on top lane, the Brewmaster doing all right here.
Dead here. No, he does have the stick charges, so it's gonna be all right.
Bottom lane doing a ton of damage with the classic wave of terror and flat cannon. Tough to be double melee into this lane.
Where are you going?
So what's the best way for Q to play this then, right?
Come on, Sprites.
I mean, he's doing a good job just trying to sit around and wait for a good moment.
Okay. Jabs needs to be a little bit careful. He's just spraying out the close. Oh, nicely done with the snowball. Buys him just enough time. Who's gonna get the kill first? Oh, it's gonna be the gyrocopter. But Q, putting the pressure down, doesn't have any more spells at this time, so looks like Kaori's gonna be fine.
He's going to be very happy about that on TA 2000, getting the kill first there as well. And very interesting build as well coming out from him. He already has the Blades of Attack, but he's queuing up the Broadsword. He's going for Crystallis Giga Rush here before even boots, it seems.
Huh.
Is this really going to be his build, or is he trolling build?
Is he memeing? I don't know.
I mean, it's good to get it early for sure. I just haven't seen the Crystallis absolute first item on Jar before.
I have not either, so I'm curious to see if he's actually going to do it. That's another good voice line too. We could have done that. Is he memeing? I'm not sure.
You see Primal just head over, taking himself a little bounty rune, get refilled. Nice pull on bottom there.
More pressure being placed on Jabs. Not a lot of mana though left here for Kaori, so might be able to close the gap here, get this kill, and yeah, they'll find it. Jabs will take a lot of damage in the meanwhile, but he's got himself the Ring of Health, so he's feeling pretty good at this time.
Yeah, Gyrocopter only gonna be able to do a bit of damage and then run away. Not really gonna be able to get a kill there. still a decent trade. I mean, Venge dying, it's not the end of the day. She didn't use the Lotus, so I think he just said, you know what, I'm dead no matter what, and decided to hold it for the next fight.
Entirely possible. In any case, still really enabling his gyrocopter.
Are fortified.
Yeah, making sure that he's able to farm non-stop is the only real important job here that Vengeful has. And so far, T2000 feeling very good about the way things are going. The fact that the big camp is not blocked is working out in their favor, because he can keep farming it with Flak.
Water runes are up for the sides of both of the mids, and they'll be able to grab those. You have the bottle on Makoto, no bottle on Noob.
Oh, Bench in trouble
Behind.
again?
Bottom lane, yeah, this is feeling like maybe went a little bit too far, but they get the kill on the Bristle before they get the kill on Bench. They'll be happy. However, TA2000 gets himself a courier. You might need a little bit of assistance here because he's got himself a couple stacks.
Oh, boy.
Just a little bit more of the snowball. All right.
Yeah, this feels a little
Tomato.
bit weird.
Bottom tower is
This is where you gotta wonder, you know, if he had boots, maybe he could just run away from the Tusk, but he, you know, went for this Crystallis first item builds, and the Tusk just runs him down with boots, gets a lot of smacks on him, and nice double kill for him there.
We've already got the Vanguard now online for jabs, so that's going to help out quite a bit here in this lane.
Yeah, the Crystallis is here though, the 5-minute Crystallis, the earliest Crystallis I've ever seen in a pro game.
Have to ask Lehammer.
It's the fastest on this hero. There we go. We get to start.
All right, okay, all right. Top lane though, 23, taking a lot of damage here on this Faceless Void. They'll find the kill. Toby more than happy to take that. It's over in the mid lane. You'll see that rotation we talked about. The stun coming out from Kaori. They're trying to use that Spirit Siphon to keep Noob alive, but won't be able to. This is a gank right before that level 6. Nicely done. This is Kaori. Oh gosh, Kaori, what's he doing?
Oh, big takedown there with the catapult alive as well as the Enchantress creep here. This mid tower is taking a beating from this.
It's a big deal, and now we've got the level 6 online. We've got Pulverize from Makoto. He's in a great position. Honestly, they could stick around here and potentially make some more moves. Yeah, look at this. They canceled the TP. They're too afraid.
That hurts. It hurts to use your TP and not commit to it there. So he's gonna have it on cooldown for a long time and still has to run out mid. And now
the Invis rune too. Refill the bottle. Maybe rotate towards the top.
Oh yeah, he's swinging in top, and they have to feel that this is coming. Question is, can they get out in time? Toby, pretty high up on the lane.
Toby's really far up, and he is only level 4. So let's start with the quills. Or sorry, not the quills, the shards. We'll go over there, get the stomps off. We'll end up using that Pulverize just to ensure that they can get this kill, but it don't matter to quite get us. 23 going for the dive. They have the stun coming out from Kaori. 23, they didn't manage to get the kill. That is a disaster for them.
Man, Brewmaster, how does he survive that even? I don't really understand. So much damage was meant to be done, but
Makoto's still here.
Managed to brew up.
Brew up. He wants this kill. He's mad. Big mad coming out from this big stompy boy. See the snowball just to ensure they get this kill. Makoto's here, grabbing up that wisdom rune. There's Omar, there's Kiori. This is looking perfect now for Talon. Had a little bit of a disaster earlier on, but now with the 4 heroes in this lane, they can easily turn this around. As over in the mid lane, Noob was here. Still have not seen that exorcism just yet.
Yeah, he wants to commit it, but a little bit scary when you don't have the possibility for TP support behind you. Your tier 1 tower is gone, so he kind of has to play towards the side lane, I feel, on Noob at this point. He's actually going to try and sneak bottom, saying that, you know what, they probably didn't take Wisdom. There's no way he goes to Wisdom Rune. Does he actually go over there?
Oh, I think maybe he's trying to like pincer, perhaps? No.
Okay, he's going on jabs.
Some view, yeah. Jabs could just teleport out. Yep, that's exactly what he's going to do.
I guess he can push a little bit down here, but this is a very awkward feeling for Noob. Committing to ulti.
Sorry. Not safe in his own buy angle here. He's trying to do a little bit of stacking, and Makoto says, thank you very much. He's actually going to use the Pulverize on the creep, so Noob, with this rotation, it's actually so good for him because they don't have the onslaught to get out of there, so they'll end up losing the Primal Beast.
Oh, that was so massive. So massive that he TP'd in on the outpost there and joined his team. Because finally he gets something going for him on Noob. Having a rough game otherwise.
Right, Jabs has himself the Arcane Boots. He's got the Vanguard. Lots of pressure being placed on the tower top lane. Gonna trade a little bit. Kaori in position. Do have the Chronosphere online if he needs to use it. Might be forced just to get out in time, but they get the lift. They have the no at the last second.
no,
No,
he's
it's still gonna die.
Oh god, that's the worst
That's the
timeline right
worst
there. The
feeling.
Time Lord himself
Yeah.
didn't foresee it.
TA 2000. They've got the shards. They've got the punch. They've got a lot of damage. Call down's gonna get used, but doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough because in comes Makoto. A couple big slaps of those paws. He is dead.
Man, Q is absolutely owning this game. He's been part of every single kill so far for Talon. He's 7-0-3, always in the right place. He hasn't died a single time. This dude is just owning.
I mean, there's a reason why Team Spirit, when they did the interview with Yathro, they said, I'm pretty sure Talon has the best supports in the world. These guys are incredible. They're always on the move, always doing something, great positioning.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is very, very impressive gameplay from them. And Mikoto on this Primal Beast as well, able to join for so many of the fights.
Now, on the bright side, though, for the side of Quest, they did manage to bait out the Chronosphere on 23, so he's going to be a little bit behind, not going to be able to join in on a lot of these fights. Makoto, though, they're smoked up over on the side of Talon. They think that, hey, Gyrocopter's probably going to be over. Look at this. They have the creep. They see that there's stacks.
Yeah, they know that they're farming the stacks, so they know everyone isn't top.
They
can
are
easily go
not.
here.
They'll jump over onto Timmy. They need to lock him into place so he cannot get the split off. And it looks like they almost managed to do it, but he manages to find it. Throwing up the Primal Beast into the air. They'll chase after Kaori instead. They'll get that kill. They need to hit Omar before he can teleport out. He's not going to manage it. As now the chase is on after
they
these
trapped their
pandas.
Panda.
Noob is joining in. Does have himself an Atos. Does have the Exorcism, but they chase after Toby Makoto. He's up. He's back. He's ready to go.
Oh, that
They
was so
see the
close.
stack, they say, ooh, this looks real tasty. Give me them stacks.
Trying to take a fight now with
And this is, they're
Exorcism.
going to try to fight this. They will have them back up in a moment here. Jabs trying to start laying down all of this goop, but they're going to snowball in over onto Noob, seeing if they could possibly burst her down. It's going to be a little bit hard because Q takes a lot of damage, but they do manage to get Noob. Omar next to fall. Makoto's the fastest little piggy you ever saw as he runs away. And now TA2000, he is left all alone on his own lonely little island. Oh my word. In comes 23. He wants Kaori. They do manage to get the Primal Beast. But
Time walk away.
23, yeah, he's gonna have Chronosphere up in a couple seconds too if he needs to use it as an escape. Doesn't want to use it, but we'll be able to. Oh, yeah, it's just right on that ledge. Look at this, Kaori. He wanted it. Couldn't
Can't
quite
reach
manage.
for the swap there. Man, there's a lot to talk about there, but that was crazy. I want to give a special mention there to Toby for the attempt to save himself when the Earth Panda was trapped as well at the very start of all this. Hold up there, going for a kill here on Q.
He's got the shards up. He's gonna try to dodge around. Primal Beast is on the way though, and he's got the snowball. They've got enough tools to be able to just keep him alive a little bit longer. The stop over onto Noob. In comes Jabs to pulverize the shake, all the goo, all of the nasty stuff. They'll use the Atos to buy himself more time, but in comes Ollie. The rest of the team is here. Nice swap over onto Noob. Kaori's going to try to keep him alive, but they've still got their eyes on the prize as they just run after him. That's Death Prophet, still alive until the last second as now Makoto, big beefy boy, chases after Kaori. Will just onslaught him. Toby on the run now. A Walrus Punch, man.
Oh my God, they're just running them over.
They just do not want to give a single inch to the side of Quest.
Talon are playing like a team on fire right now. They're just going in. I love that they switch up from last game, which was a very slow, methodical, systematic approach to coming in here and just absolutely manhandling Quest early game. And they're doing it without Faceless Void. He's just farming somewhere, enjoying his time. He's got a Midas.
Got a Midas.
Yeah, he's building up. But this Primal Beast and the Bristleback, they're just so strong at this point. And this is before Bristleback gets his timing. And 800 gold, he's going to have the Aghanim Scepter as well.
And that's like the danger of having a Primal Beast, right? Because you don't need a lot of items as this hero to be very, very effective early. You just kind of have to not lose your lanes. And then, you know, you just kind of let them loose with +1. Then you take into effect the fact that you have Jabs on this person who is so dominant. This hero is very much in the meta.
TA2000 gonna go down.
TA2000, he is absolutely dead. Makoto has just been doing so much. They've got the sprites. He's caught on the very edge of this Chronosphere. Gotta try to get into position. Try to keep Makoto alive. 23, he's just, oh, they stole the Chrono. But no, can't do anything with it. They'll get the kill on Makoto. And it looks like Ollie's gonna try to run away, try to get a little distance. Up on the high ground, gonna try to teleport out. Can he do it in time? No, they have the Atos, they have the damage. They'll end up losing him.
Atos is a very nice choice in this game as well for him, both against the Faceless Void and the Primal Beast, and also solve some of their TP cancel issues since they, may not always have stuns ready. But yeah, this item build on Noob, I definitely think he's doing the right thing there. But this game, it feels like it's just a looming threat right now of this Bristleback as well coming in to take over the game soon. 140 gold to go, and then the Aghanims comes in.
It's pretty bonkers. Especially when you consider just the cooldowns on this Primal Beast are like almost non-existent comparatively to some of these other ones, right?
Yeah, incredibly high tempo drafts. They do have the long cooldown of Faceless Void, but Bristle and Primal, they can just non-stop go and take engagements. I think for Quest though, they have Exo ready, so I think they want to go and fight as well on the back of this.
My problem with what Quest has right now is like, yes, the Exo's super nice, but what's your clean way of initiating right now?
I mean, they can initiate pretty nicely by charging in with the Brewmaster, then ulting, lifting up some people, and then dropping them into Avenge Stun. They have some pretty good initiation. It's just they need to be all together, and that's what they're doing now. They're grouping as 5 on top lane.
Oh, they're TPing the Bristle over here, so he might be able to get the information on Toby. They are smoked up, though, on the rest of the side of Quest. Ollie in the position to go and break smokes. It's going to end up getting Atos, but it's just not successful.
Yeah, they're maybe ready to go here. Oh, don't tell me they back out now. They moved so many heroes to top. If they just back out here, no, Quests, you can feel the nerves here. They have all the tools. The tower is really low. And the Chrono is still on cooldown. This is a good time to fight, but they're hesitating. I think they're getting in their own heads a little bit.
They are definitely getting in their own heads. I absolutely agree. Now there's smoke going to get used. They use so many of these, and they can see that there's a Brewmaster here. Did they get any? I don't think they got the vision on the Death Prophets. They're going to open up. They're going to try to burst down Toby, but he has the split jab. It's going to get held into place. They're diving underneath this tower, and Tia, he's doing as much as he can here with this call down. Jab's taking a lot of damage. The swap comes out to keep Noob alive. Those chases on the from Makota. Good lift though coming out from Ruben. Buys him just a little bit more time, but he's got the blade mail. He just stomps all over this Death Prophet as they get the kill over onto the side, over on the side. And now TA, he gets picked up, shaken around as the Chronosphere gets dropped on the other side. The snowball going forward, they find themselves Toby. They should have the damages. Omar again getting wailed on by 23. This is looking so bad for Quest.
Oh,
they lost the Bristle, but you know what? They don't really care too much. Not with a team wipe like that.
That was a great goal by Talon as well. They jumped the Brewmaster, but not to kill him. They jumped him only to force out his ulti. They knew that if we jump him with Tusk, he's gonna panic ulti, and then they immediately ran away. So that was just a little antagonizing move to try and force a reaction from Quest. And they didn't have an easy target to go on. The only one they saw was Bristleback, but he turned his back and returned a ton of damage before he died.
Yeah, I mean, that is the hero you do not want to initiate on if possible. And again, it was a little bit like they brought it to them, right? They had the split, but now the cooldowns, right? This is the thing that I was worried about with their draft is they have the cooldown on the Exo. You've got, Toby's also got cooldowns, and yeah, you can see this. They forced out the split, like you said.
Yeah, poke, run away, and look at them dodging a bit here, just buying time, using the Bristleback as a bait essentially, but not committing other heroes.
I also feel like it's just so hard when you're underneath a tower, right? Like that's very ambitious, even with the amount of heroes, with the amount of ultis you're bringing.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Quest, they need to get some of these team fights going their way. They have the full Aghanim Scepter on Gyrocopter, and he's going towards a Butterfly next. I think I would almost prefer to see him go for the Satanic next item as well. Butterfly won't really help you against...
right?
Yeah, he does. It's good against the Faceless Void.
They're having a good time over there.
That's good. Got to be able to have fun while in the game. And I like to see that Q, even though he's not playing Tiny anymore, he's doing the exact same item build. He gets the Tumbler's Toy as a neutral item, Blade Dagger as a first item, and then Midas as a second item. It's the same script.
Hey, if it isn't broke, why fix it? Kodo on the run after Toby. He does have the split. They're holding on to it, though, because they know that probably not going to be able to survive this. Just like that. Do they go to the Roche? I feel like they go to the Roche.
Yeah, they're going to start it up with the Bristleback as well. He has the shard, so can go all the way up to the 7 stacks. This is so nice way to just take down Roche super fast. They even have the tag team level 4. Gonna bring it down very quickly.
All right. So what do we have have going on here for Quest. They've got the EXO back up now.
Dire's middle
Brewmaster will have split when he's up. I just feel like these fights are becoming so difficult for them to
They need
survive
more.
during, I guess. Like, they have damage, right? In the form of some of these ultis and, like, the chaos, but...
The only damage they have right now, though, is the Death Prophet and Gyrocopter. And Gyro doesn't do any damage if you just go on top of him. DP,
Right.
they prioritize and kill really fast. They need Brewmaster to get to this Radiance as well. Toby's working on it. He knows that he desperately needs this. But until he has Radiance, I think that Quest are going to dodge the fights now. Recognizing that they're just lacking in damage. And that's going to be even more the case now that the heart is complete on Primal Beast.
Yeah, I'm concerned that they're not going to get the advantage, the time to get these things online with the way that Talon's playing currently.
Yeah, full plate mail as well for the Bristleback here, going towards a Lotus. Fantastic game to have a Lotus Orb. Really, really great against the Venge, against the Gyro. Even against the DP, she won't be able to use her life drain effectively.
Dire's bottom tower is under
That BKB finish for Faceless Void very soon. He does have Chronosphere up too. And like, look at this. They know they're strong right now. They're just going to send jabs to go whack away on this. Don't have a whole lot of vision placed in terms of observers, but they've been just moving their heroes around, using their bodies.
It's a quick steal as well, going for Tormentor on 20.
Yeah.
Immediate take here, as they have the Bristleback. We've seen how good he is at it. And they can't do the same thing over on the side of Quest. If they go in for a Tormentor, they would just be TP'd on and die immediately.
Right, so Tusk ends up with that shard. He's got the upgraded ice shards. And over in the mid lane, they're making moves. They're trying to go and grab a noob. Goes with that punch. They doesn't have quite enough mana just yet for that EXO. All right, they'll pop the wand. This is still not looking good for him because Makoto just slowly making his way over. The follow-up from 23, he grabs Gory and Quest, so there's not going to be any way for him to go and get the swap out as everything just gets tossed at him. Aggressive plays coming out from Talon. They've got themselves a Cardi wave too. This is going to be a tower.
They finish that TP as well, and the Chrono just comes in. Very, very rough. So another time of them just sieging up on the tier 2 now mids. No glyph available after they used it mid.
Omar.
Radiant's middle
Trying to be
no.
cheeky here, but they have vision. They see
is
him.
sentry.
In comes Q. It's like, let me help, but they have that time lock, so it's gonna take a little bit of doing here.
Time dilation. It's messing with him. He can get away, maybe? Oh,
They got him. No, they got him. It was a valiant effort. For
he was
sure.
very close. It just came off cooldown there, but Primal Beast, those long grabby hands,
Radiant's top
gets a
tower
hold of
is
him.
under attack.
We also have the Wisdom Runes were both going the way of Quest at least, so they get something there to try and work their way back here. They're sitting at a pretty big deficit already. Looks like the Bristleback could be thinking about going for a heart next himself as well, as we already have one on the Primal Beast.
Radiant are scared.
It just takes so much to get rid of him. Like, you really need to devote so many resources to take down this Bristleback at this point. They don't have anything to go and break the passive.
Yeah, it's,
Butterfly completed now, and the Satanic's queued up for TA2000, but they're playing so quickly on the side of Talon.
if he gets all his items, you know, in an ideal world, I like this better than the Medusa approach. The Gyrocopter, you know, it feels like a more reliable hero to lean on in the late game. But he desperately needs both damage and survivability. And this is with him foregoing a BKB. And keep in mind, he's playing against the Blade Mail. The Blade Mail and Primal Beast, it returns a lot of damage once you don't have lifesteal or BKB effect.
I mean, it's the same thing for this Primal Beast, right? He's also got a Blade Mail, and against a Death Prophet, it's very, very hard. You have no control over where your ghosts are really going, so... Makoto. Hi, Omar. Radiance is completed though now for the Brewmaster, so that is a nice little spike for them. But Makoto, realizing there's nobody else really here, is going to try to go for the steal, but they have themselves a snowball. Going to be able to try to close the gap over onto Omar. Again, he's a slippery one, but not slippery enough.
Yeah, Omar is trying as he can to make some space. I mean, I know that Omar is an extremely adept Rubik player. I've seen him do some crazy stuff before, but they're so far behind right now. The best thing he can do is just try and create some space. You know, pull people away from his cores, pull them away from the towers.
Oh boy, we get Rock Throw for Primal Beast. I wish they came up with something cooler than rock throw, but I mean, what can you really call it?
He throws a rock Moxie, and then it splits into multiple rocks.
Why not just like Primal Beast Smash? I don't know.
He's Slardar number 2, all right? Let's be real here. People are hating on Slardar for his old names. What are these names? Pulverize, Onslaught, Trample,
They took so much
Uproar.
care to do Muertas though, like Pierce the Veil, The Calling, Deadshot, and then they're like Herder, Pulverize.
I mean, I guess it fits the hero at least. He's supposed to be this big dum-dum, and
Yeah, that's true.
he gets abilities thereafter. We see a smoke move now by Quest, trying to move up towards the top part. There's nobody there though. All of Talon are sitting, holding this bottom part of the map. There's 23, but he's feeling pretty confident right now. Maybe if he goes up
Look at this, they're teleporting over too. Seeing a potential opening, and he's just gonna zip away. Does have himself that Aghanim Shard. Bottom tower goes down.
Radiant's bottom
And Makoto and them, they're just walking right into the base. They've got an Alpha Wolf for that little extra burst here of the aura. Forcing TP's home.
Yeah, definitely Quests can't really leave base right now. They have to stay here and defend. This is what we saw Talon do a lot, just poke. We'll see if they commit to anything, but wouldn't be surprised to see them just back out. They don't have Aegis, no reason to really push aggro on. So this is just an annoying move that makes Quest come home, and then Talon can take the map again. The Ancients are now open.
They going for Toby?
Oh, the rock throw!
They thought about it, but no. A little bit of a shard play out on the bottom coming from the Rubik. It's back and forth. Oh, immediate smoke and immediate cancel. Jabs, he's got the Lotus. He's in position. He's got TI 2000. He's doing a decent amount of damage, but there it is. There's the Chrono, but he's still doing a bit. The swap comes out. It's so beautiful. 23 force away. Makoto is not happy about being stuck in that Chrono. He is going to end up dying.
Oh, man.
A little bit of miscommunication during that.
If he didn't time walk out there, he had a 4-man Chrono, but he time walked out and caught his Primal Beast instead. Big misplay there.
Ollie getting silenced. They do end up using the Exo, but they weren't able to really get too. All right, now there we go. They grab Ollie, and now there is a tower here in the mid lane, so they'll be able to use the rest of the Exo to get themselves an objective.
This is massive request, staying alive here in this game, getting a really good fight. On the back of the Chrono there, I want to say, oh, nobody to be available. Faces Void is too far out. Oh, man, 23 is crumbling here.
Yeah, that was not the play. Now Q, gonna get jumped on. They've got the snowball, but they also have that Silver Edge completed now for the gyrocopter. He's still alive. Makoto's still here.
He's got the snowball into blink play. Q knows what he's doing. It's a good thing someone is staying hyper focused this game. 10, 1, and 16. He's been in everything but 3 kills.
Very impressive player.
Absolutely crazy.
All
he
right,
almost has a full BKB as well.
Exorcism is down for another 75 seconds. I'd love to see Talon take advantage of this. Yes, they don't have Chrono, but yeah, you can see that in the bottom lane. He just didn't need to be there.
Yeah, he was getting way too close to the tower, and good reaction. The Blink Dagger on the Death Prophet, very useful for catching people. I'm a big fan of DPs going for this Blink Dagger because she's such a mobility-based hero.
Remember when she used to have the passive, the Witchcraft?
Oh yeah,
was nice.
Awkward skill giving you the movement speed. I mean, now you get it from the Exorcism. They kind of built it in.
Sure.
A lot of heroes get this, kind of power creep going.
This is interesting to me, the fact that they're going in without an Exorcism.
Yeah, feeling like Roche is important to play on.
Nice blink away instantly. That smoke, unsuccessful. I feel like Quest is very unsuccessful with a lot of their smokes. Like, they have very good intentions, but just don't yield much half the time.
Yeah, they've been struggling. I mean, last game was very hard for them because their heroes were very bad at smoking. Here, it was just a matter of not getting on the right target. Q, good positioning. He's the one who's supposed to break smokes because he has great survivability with the Blink Dagger and his quick reactions there. Even if they did some damage to him, he could always snowball and try and get out as well. Almost worth taking 1 point in the Rocket Barrage on Jaro just to try and cancel the blink of the Tusk.
Got the Skelly men getting some of that vision. Makoto getting into position. Very patient. A little bit of cat and mouse. Nobody's showing in lanes. We'll show 23. Has the Chronosphere. Odo throwing out the rock.
Omar would love to get his hands on a spell right now. Doesn't have anything on Rubik.
Odo's gonna walk into all of them right now. They'll use Toby as a bit of the bait.
He's got the rock throw.
Silence, the follow-up. They're just gonna keep moving back forth 23. Just a poke. Again, Makoto's so very, very tanky right now. Especially jabs here too. They get their own rock. They can toss it and get a little stun. So looking for this opportunity. Jab's just gonna slowly start to build up these stacks. Another rock over on TA. Looking for the opening. They'll find Omar. That's not necessarily what they want. They get the swamp. There's gonna be the exorcism coming out from Noob. And 23 is taking so much damage. But Q over here, just running away here from Noob. He's kind of on his own line. He's gonna have to teleport out as Jabs continues to just throw all of this goop and goo all around Jab. He's already used the split. He's gonna get punched out. This is so bad for Quest. They're gonna end up losing their Brewmaster. And they've already lost so much more with losing the gyro and then losing Omar.
The amount of damage coming in here. We just see this no BKB gyrocopter really struggles. I think he did a lot of damage to himself even there onto the blade mill of the primal beast. He was trying to, you know, stand his ground, but with the vengeful using her save onto the Rubik, they can't save him as well. Actually, it wasn't much from that. It was mostly just the Enchantress laying in, actually. Tons of impetus damage. She has, of course, the Grove Bowl and the Dragon Lance.
It's a lot of damage. Now Jabs has himself this Aegis of the Immortal, so it could be even more difficult to take care of this Bristleback, who's just constantly going to be layering all of these debuffs the entire fight, the longer he stays alive.
Yeah, honestly, just getting rid of the nasal goo debuffs is really important for the gyrocopter, and he has nothing to do it yet. Once he gets Satanic, then at least that will be, you know, solving a lot of these issues, but so far away. And right now, you can see Talon the way they're playing. They're saying, oh, wait, what? Your Tormentor is up? Yeah, we're coming over. We'll go for that tier 2 tower push top, maybe take your Tormentor away. So, Quest, you gotta be quick if you want this.
Closer and closer to the Scotty for a Faceless Void. We're gonna try to put some pressure down. It's going down pretty quickly. Should
Taking
be
a
all
Tormentor
right.
before the steal comes in here. That's
smart.
really big.
It's risky. Oh, Death Prophet though over here, Noob. Gonna wander over to the side of the map. Take over that little Watcher.
Sneaky player.
They have the courier over here. They think they saw Corey.
Yeah, everybody is getting ready. They don't have Faceless Void until now. Finally, TP comes through.
I think you're okay with this. Yeah, just get rid of that bench right off the bat. She has a buyback. Oh, Toby, he's caught in the corner. He's getting stomped all over. Gets the split off, but while this is going on, Omar here over in this Chronosphere 23, he's gonna just walk away.
Nice chrono and kill there. Even though it's, you know, just a Rubik, being able to go in there, get a kill and get out safely as well. They get 2 pickoffs, don't really lose anything, and finally gonna try and go through the back door here.
I mean, they forced the split. That's a big deal. That's very necessary for Quest.
Also getting both the supports down. They have buyback, but they don't want to use it here.
They're just throwing themselves at this tower. We use the fortification. You can see that Noob is making his way back towards this area. Doesn't really want to go in though unless he's got the rest of his team. And they still don't have 23 over here. He's just going to continue to farm, work on that Scotty because he knows his team really kind of have this under control for the time being. Atos, nice force here.
Lotus as well, returning the rockets.
They still have the cheese as well over on Primal Beast. And this Bristleback holding on to the Aegis.
And he's getting so strong. The Primal Beast closing in on Aghanim Scepter. He's halfway there, a little bit more than halfway. And over on Bristleback, going for the same counter as well as in the game against Medusa, where it was the Lifestealer who got it. This time it's going to be the Bristleback buying up that Halberd. So amazing for shutting down the gyrocopter.
All the outer towers now for the side of Quest, they're gone. It's going to make things a lot scarier here for TA2000. He wants to try to finish up the Satanic, needs it so that way he can stay alive in these fights. And I like the way that Kaori's playing, like it's really just kind of hanging in the area just in case they need that swap. Just in case, you know, he gets caught out. They are in a close enough position to try to sacrifice himself. Odo now making his way. They see this Death Prophet. Oops, just a little bit too fast with that blink.
need to get my eye.
Chasing,
back.
looking for anyone they can catch here. I mean, they dominate the map here. If anyone steps out, they have great kill potential between all their heroes. So don't want to give anything for free. Meanwhile, the Travels on Bristleback, he can play the other side of the map. He's going for the Tormentor. So gonna get themselves a shard over here. See who it's gonna go towards.
Chase is
already have
on.
the end
Toby.
shard.
Making his way up to this top corner, just trying to give himself a little bit of space.
Yeah, they all have it. So already gained the extra golden experience here.
Yeah, they're pretty loaded. It's an 18k lead right now. Double damage here.
He was
for,
spotted. Toby
1-8.
walked past a ward.
He's just gonna give a little bit of chase. He'll throw out some of that goop, hairball. Oh boy, Toby. I mean, this is good. It's forcing them to the other side of the map, so they're not gonna be able to take the objective using these heroes. But again, Jabs does have those boots of travel. It's gonna have to go and split. And this is not necessarily super comfortable as well. This is going on. They're putting a little bit of pressure over onto 23. So just a little bit of cat and mouse going on with the Brewmaster.
Yeah,
It's gonna be ending in about half. Yeah, Toby in the base. They need to cancel out this TP, and they just don't have it in time. So what a space creator here.
Yo, the usage of the purple panda there twice, just pulling the earth panda up on the high ground as well. This is what he did last time they got ice sharded. Uses the void panda to reposition the earth. Some really neat little plays by Toby. It's cute, but now they don't have ulti though.
Kira was trying to go for that psychic headband play, but the rest of the team was already kind of in position. And they used the blade mail over Makoto. 23 though, he's not in a good position. He's gonna end up dying. So now you can see they gotta use that rock there. They're trying to just fight through here with Makoto. It's a little bit spooky. These exorcism ghosts are doing quite a bit, and without the faceless void, not feeling quite as confident. Jabs, they've already lost the Aegis. Makoto doing the best that he can here on the back lines, trying to stomp away. He's still being chased, but the fights are totally split, so they do end up losing Toby. And now in comes this Bristleback. He's big, he's scared. They have the stubble, they have the shards. They're gonna try to give some more chase. They just run right through. They want to get this gyrocopter. A nice play here by the Rubik, picking out, tossing it. And now they've got the Satanic online here. Can they use it though? Can they manage to keep this gyrocopter alive? He's healing up so much, but they're still fighting. They're still trying to go. They bought back on Toby. They'll get the kill on the few. Eventually, they get the kill though on the gyrocopter. Toby running for his life. He's getting chased down here by Makoto. A nice play here coming out to try to save Toby using Kawari and the chase after Omar now. Can they finish them off? They're looking like they just need to get their hands. They can't go through that gate though. It's gonna be a little too tough, so they'll just start throwing out these quills. Bit of silence.
We see a charge as well, just going
They're
in.
still so healthy though. Look at this.
Yeah, Bristleback has no worry in the world. If the gyrocopter is not alive and exorcism is down, there's nothing that he worries about. So he's just gonna go straight for the rats.
We'll throw off a stun over onto Makoto, but Makoto again doesn't care. He's got a heart. Like they don't have the means to take down these two beefy boys. Ooh, that dainty little enchantress in the back. This pew.
I'm here too.
Yeah, I'm helping.
She's doing what she can, and Faceless Void also making his way over. He still has Chronosphere because he was just picked off immediately in the start of the last fight, so he's also now a big threat.
Yeah, they have split available on Toby, so they do have that going for them, but they just don't have the exorcism for another 26 seconds, so they have no hope of really pushing them out of this base until the gyrocopter comes up, and they'll use the fortification for the time being. They saw the Death Prophet, I think. You can see the pings are coming out.
How was this? I think that was Venge just pinging it, so they see, you know, they expected something is happening.
Oh, Jabs. Finds Noob over on the side.
Now they definitely know.
Oh, yeah, they definitely do. He's got the blink though, and they don't have any way to cancel out the TP for the time being, so Noob should be fine.
Gets to safety. A lot of bounty runes here to be picked up. They take 2 on this side, 2 more on the other side as well. So much fighting going on. Teams don't have time. Q with his full Aghanim Scepter as well. We'll see if he can get some nice kick out over on this gyrocopter as well and put him out of position perhaps in the next fight. Or even just use it to kick away the Death Prophet when she uses Exorcism.
Noob is showing in the mid lane. Makoto doesn't have a blink dagger, but Q does. Could potentially try to make something happen. Ollie wandering over, spots out Noob.
Well, they're under
Out of their
board.
base. Look at Q here. Q initiating in is immediately going to get lifted up. They'll try to push him out of the way, but he's going to go down here as 23 thought about going in. Knows that they don't have their eyes on the Vengeful Spirit, so a swap was definitely imminent if he tried to go for that Chronosphere.
Uncharacteristic mistake there by Q jumping in, not using his BKB, so just ends up getting hexed by the Death Prophet after the punch runs out. Didn't get the snowball in. Of course, there was a quick lift as well coming out by Omar.
Now, there is no rush for another minute or so. And they have made their way over. There is an Enchantress Cube keeping tabs. It's going to be about a minute until day, so most likely going to have to go to that bottom area of the map.
Yeah, they need to try and get some form of fight going outside of their base, though, because Quest know if they just sit back and let this Roshan go the way of Talon, that would be disaster for them.
Mm-hmm. They're making their way over.
Soon they're going to go through the portal.
I mean, it's scary, right? They still have the Chronosphere.
I think
So they need to pick off first. Look at this. Look at the positioning here with those illusions. They'll reveal themselves. Photo. Waiting patiently. It's going to get silenced up by the Death Prophet. They still don't have tabs, though, on the faces for it, which makes this very scary. And the Tusk is going to be coming in any moment now. Atos could use on Makoto. Again, big beefy boy. Not too concerned right now. So the rest of the team, they're joining in. He's gonna poke a little bit. Makoto is gonna go for the hard committal, push in, finds himself, but again, that silence. In comes Q. BKBs are out. So use the palm down. And kick over to the side though. This Gyrocopter, he's totally separated here. As I pick him up, try to pulverize, get that stop off. As now this Gyro, he's trying to fight his way through. It's proving to be too difficult. They'll end up losing Gyrocopter. As now all is sitting on the high ground here with Makoto. They're putting the damage down over onto Noob. He's got the exorcism jabs though. He's got too much going on with all these lovely quills, lovely viscous goo, everything. Toby, last man standing over here in this top area. He is toast. And already you can see 23. He's like, I'm going for this Roche, guys. I'll meet you there.
He bought back, he died. I mean, 23 had a horrible fight there. He got a zero-man chrono into just getting locked down and killed off, so he definitely didn't enjoy what was going on in that fight. But good thing for him, his team carried it big time. As we saw, the Primal Beast and Bristleback, just dominant force. Even Ench laying tons of damage, and of course, Q was on point again, just his positioning.
And this is why you respect that Primal Beast. We saw how much damage he was able to dish out during that fight, and
he's just standing mid, waiting already. And we see a replay here on the fight. As they're heading towards the base, we can quickly have a look. Down below here is where Faceless Void jumped in, got a chrono, but didn't catch anyone at all, as the camera's, you know...
It's a little bit off, yeah, because we were watching this Gyrocopter get just...
Oh, now back in the game, though, they're pushing Gyrocopter up in 10 seconds. They're gonna get at least...
It's not the Aegis, though. They've got Aegis on this Faceless Void. They're going for Megas. Yeah. They're really being efficient.
Without Brew, and DP doesn't want to buy back as well.
She's not even gonna have ultimate when she comes back up. Like, it's gonna be too hard for them to push them out. In fact, if they can get a kill on this Gyrocopter, I mean,
15
they're looking
chrono.
to just put down this end.
It's almost up again.
More back and forth. You see Gyro's doing whatever he can. Does have plenty of damage, but just needs the help. Like, they need to have more. When you look at what's going on the side of Talon. More goo. Jabs doesn't care. Jabs is just going to position himself in the middle of everyone. And there's the BKB coming out from Q. The kick back over onto Gyrocopter. Is this going to be the end for Quest? Oh my god! And then they'll follow up with the Chronosphere. They've taken down the Gyro. The GG gets called. We are not having tiebreakers for this group, Waga, because Talon have shown up and they're staying.
Etta GG comes out from Quest. Grats and GG, they say, to Talon, who played a fantastic series here and advanced 2-0 from the series against Quest. And, you know, hearts out to Quest. They get eliminated.
Team SMG's turn to ban.
Can help to get them over the finish line because he's also a 8 times representee at TI. I mean, of course, got to keep in mind he was able to get the victory with mind control when Liquid won. So of course he's been here, done it all. Was with Secret in a lot of coaching as well on multiple other different teams. So he has definitely got the information and knows how to get some, at least set up a team to be able to have success. But we'll see how he's going to be able to do that in this series in particular.
Yeah, you have to wonder like how much of that most recent game is going to be affecting both of these teams, right? But both teams were able to secure the first win in their most recent series, and then the second one didn't go anywhere near as strongly. I mean, SMG got absolutely stomped by Entity in game number 2, and it really felt like you were just banging your head against a wall as EG in game number 2 against 9 Pandas. So I still want to see percent damage coming out, man. This really does feel like the meta of like super beefy heroes, both off the back of Heart, off the back of a lot of these really nice scaling items. Spirit Vessel's not enough. You got to have something like a Phoenix, you got to have a Wyvern, you got to have an Underlord, you got to have something along those lines. We saw even Azure do it with FY playing the Doom. Infernal Blade does a similar sort of thing. So if you're not going to do it, you're going to get exploited.
5 seconds remaining.
No Pango, thankfully. So done with that hero, man. I mean, you mentioned C-Smile with the fact that he was able to play it twice in a row, played a great game twice in a row up against SMG, and he played a great game against 9 Pandas as well in that game number 1. He was a big part of the reason why they were able to secure the dub. Oh, here we go. They're going back for it. And again, this doesn't reveal anything, right? You could flex it to, honestly, 4 different roles. Now, you could still work as a support. I know for SMG in particular, Zhao has been playing the Dazzle a little bit when it has been let through, but of course, EG picking it up. We saw how effective Whisper was in that game number 1 of the previous series.
And again, it's got to be said that this draft is already very different to what we saw in game 1 and game 2 in the previous best of 2. Like the fact that actually SMG get rid of the Pango and then EG changed, instead of going Conquer, they banned Pucks, one of no one's top 3 heroes, without a doubt. Top 3 heroes. We don't see it often anymore, but obviously they feel like that could be a great way to address the Dazzle, and then SMG go down this Enchantress route. So they can flex. We've seen Arfu pick up the Enchantress and really shine in the late game, but of course Januel is very comfortable in this as well. But it is a different opening from either side compared to their previous best of 2.
And what I do like about it from SMG's perspective, I was mentioning that they need to play a lot more aggressively, right? They need to play to their strengths. Zhao, we saw he wasn't quite as effective when he was playing, a bit more of that. Was it a Nyx Assassin? What was he playing?
It was
like
Batrider.
Really Batrider. That's right. Like he just felt super uncomfortable on it. But when you've got something like an Enchantress that's able to put a lot of pressure on, or if you have him playing, the likes of an Oracle or a Treant or an Io or a Phoenix, he just feels so much more capable on those sorts of heroes. And if you're going up against EG, who are probably going to pick a hero for Pakaz that's going to be able to want to sit back and farm, just having something like an Ench who's able to put some map pressure on, even just solo, is going to be enormous for them.
Lifesteal ban is a little bit target, of course, the previous game that we were mentioning, where Mid One was able to have a really good showing. That game, there was a offlane Centaur played from Whisper, but of course we have seen earlier today, like you said, that he was picking up the Dazzle. So you kind of wonder what the reasoning is behind the Lifesteal. I don't know if it's just some recency bias with how good Mid One looked on it, if they're considering picking something up. We are going to get our double support from SMG, so Arfu's got the cuddle.
Potentially. I have to wonder if this is going to be like could
Please
this
don't be
a mid coddle or even offlane? I mean, we've seen Zai do offlane coddle.
10 seconds
You see
Yeah,
Zai do
Zai can
offlane
do
clockwork
anything.
and made it work. So,
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I mean, you just consider that, like, again, it's effective for shoving lanes. You get a really big power spike early on, just if you go core with Boots of Travel into like a Spirit Vessel. So your Vessel Carrier is there really early on, and you're able to deal somewhat with Dazzle just constantly trying to spam heal a lot of these waves, right? So it feels like it's doable in a core role, but I mean, having that level of flex is quite nice. It means that EG really need to decide what's going on, and this really dissuades against that.
Who would have thought?
Who
EG
would have
Conquer.
thought? Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, mentioning a little bit of what we just saw it in the previous series as well with the offlane Dazzle, mid Conquer. And like you said, dissuades against the Coddle. So very comfortable. We saw Venge in that game from EG. Was picked up to follow with the Conquer.
you go against this. I mean, we have the OD has been banned out a lot against the Kunkka. Also potential for Necro to be one of the other heroes that comes through. Again, you've got that % damage against these strength heroes. You feel incredibly effective. Kunkka, yeah, he's got a lot of magic damage coming out from a lot of his spells, but still a lot of it does come from the Tiebringer as well. Physical damage from Dazzle too. So it's nice to be able to dodge out a lot of that.
How much of an issue is it the fact they've shown their double supports? Because now we can't look at something like an Ancient Apparition or a Phoenix as well to add on to that to potentially deal with this Conquer Dazzle.
I get what you're saying, and it is a little bit of a concern. I mean, the thing is, though, you want to make sure that you've just got the potential to be uber aggressive. And I think AA and Phoenix aren't really that mold of heroes, right? Like, Kunkka still is going to hit a pretty decent timing, but as long as you give him a good lane to be able to play around, then I don't think it's that big of an issue, right? Like, if you beat a hero, pick a hero that beats the Kunkka, then suddenly you're not quite so concerned. Of course, the issue comes with this level of flex is, hey, we get to see some Dusky coming out. Just with honestly, all 3 picks here, you don't know where EG is going to play them. Basically, the only thing that you're confident about is that Picaz is not playing any of these heroes, and they've been saving his until pretty late into the draft.
10 seconds remaining. 5
Plus
seconds
Dazzle.
remaining.
Capable of scaling, right?
Yes, I mean, it's always nice having a bit of BKB piercing control as well here, potentially for EG. I think Matthew's always very confident. I mean, you were saying to start on like those melee heroes that can jump in, and he has the capability to play some range heroes as well, but
it's a lot of physical damage. That's the thing that just springs to mind for me. So is it going to be the spend for the Warcry? Is it going to be, like I was saying before, the Necro, who is somewhat capable against that? Is it going to be an Underlord? Again, % damage against 2 strength heroes feels not too bad, especially if you're able to combine it together with someone like a Keeper of the Light, just to refresh those spells a whole lot more. I know it's not really super meta, but I feel like it could potentially work here. The thing is, like, you don't know what hero that EG are going to pick into you, but when you think of Picard's heroes that are able to, sit back and farm a whole lot more, it's kind of the antithesis of what you want to be picking into an Underlord, right? You want to be picking those early lane dominating style heroes, and that kind of goes away from what Picard's strength really is.
Yep. We've got to see how SMG look to try and combine the Kotter with one of their heroes too. I mean, this is a big factor of it with the Chakra being able to refresh one of the spells. I mean, you can't get that Pango combo. Ember feels pretty weak at the moment as well, so you're not really looking towards that. So, what is going to be that hero from no one to be able to combine with the Chakra out of the Kotter?
I'm having a bit of a think about it, even just for like what Mind Control's hero is going to be, if this is indeed going to be the sort of strat. They're going to go for some late game themselves. All right, don't hate it. Do you hate it?
I mean, you're playing into potentially 3 saving heroes if you want to include the boat if he gets it off fast enough. Like, you're going to need to get a lot of damage inside this chrono, and you have a response potentially for EG as well. You could already be looking at something like a Wraith King for Picaz. I mean, that hero versus Faceless Void, and it is starting to feel very strong as well. You've got a lot to amplify him with physical.
What did I tell you about the coddle, bro? What did I tell you?
I just hope it's not MC playing it, and then if it's mid lane, I mean, Conquer deals very well with Kotter with the X. So
Seconds remaining.
It's always the main concern, isn't it? And they've even got some decent initiation on top of that with the Tusk, able to roll in, lock him down. Not the greatest amount of mana to be able to play, armor to be able to play around with. But what I liked about the Void when it was picked up wasn't necessarily even the Chronosphere, it was the time dilation. It takes away one of the big strengths of the Dazzle, just being able to constantly be casting spells, be stacking up that bad juju, be making a lot of these right clicks happen. And there's the Picaz hero that we've all been waiting to see. I mean, they're going all in on this physical damage lineup right now. Some minus armor from multiple heroes, the tag team even buffing up a lot of that physical output. Feels pretty strong to me. And these are some squish heroes right now on SMG.
I really like the ban from EG. You need to have a hero from MC just to start. You cannot be relying on the Faceless Void. Someone needs to have that stun to be able to set up for the Koddle. So Axe, probably, of course, a perfect response to the Dazzle. I mean, maybe you're looking at something like a Centaur, but low armor could be a concern. X into so Stampede against Conqueror is really not the greatest as well. So are there any like Blink initiating heroes that come to mind?
Probably Tide Hunter is the one for mine that I'm feeling strongly for, excuse me. Of course, the Anchor Smash effective against the PA, even just having the dead in the water against a Tusk and a PA really hinders a lot of their movement capabilities, and it gives them that additional way to be able to set up for a lot of these fights as well. Not just for the Chronosphere, but it really does enable both the Techies and the Coddle too.
Is it? Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, Tide Techies is a very strong lane. Is it fast enough though? Because I was thinking more of like a lower cooldown roaming hero.
I get what you're saying, but I mean, you can build Meteor Hammer, right? So at least you're going to have that, plus the Enchantress for being able to possibly take towers. You've got a Keeper of the Light, most likely going to be mid, that's going to be shoving out waves. And that's the thing, right? You just need to take away the space that PA has to be able to farm. And, you know, taking towers early is the way to do it. So that's really what I'm wanting out of whatever offlane does end up getting picked up. We're still assuming that it is going to be offlane for SMG, but it's probably most likely.
EG, they're potentially going to be able to pick the hero first, so it looks like currently SMG are, I mean, covering their tracks. Of course, both Doom and Urshik can also be played as a 4, but what do you feel like they actually currently need? Like, is this a Toss Dazzle lane? Are we looking for Matthew's hero? What do we, oh sorry, Panda's hero? Yeah, what do you think they need on EG?
I think you're waiting for a, there's that underlord ban. I think we're waiting for a Panda hero right now. I honestly wouldn't hate them picking up the Phoenix, to be honest. You don't do a great job of shoving out lanes, but it just enables these fights to be extended a little bit further. I mean, there's even like a Treant Protector available. You could even, could you go Wyvern? No, okay. Wyvern's a little slow. Oracle, perhaps? I mean, even just the Fate's Edict is quite nice against a lot of the magic damage that they've got.
Are you wanting a stronger support though to protect the PA, because that can be one of her weaknesses in the lane?
Sure, but you don't know, like maybe they feel like a lot of the stronger offlaners have already been banned out, right? So it's not quite as big of a concern.
See what the choice is going to be for EG. 10 seconds left, so we get to see what their last pick is, and we're going to outround it. They do go back for the Venge, which is something we brought up in the second phase that they paired with the Conquer early today. So it's physical damage through the roof.
Mm-hmm. Not even just from the minus armor, just from the Vengeance aura as well. You've also got now a swap for the Chronosphere. You've got ways to, you know, increase the stuns just to enable PA even further. The thing is for mine, like outside of the Conquer, you have very bad wave clears. So I really want SMG to try and get on the front foot, whether that be with a Tide Hunter, with a Beastmaster. We haven't seen too much of that, but that's a mind control staple as well. You'd love to be able to just constantly toss out those. This is another one that gets quite aggressive too. So don't hate the Spirit Breaker. And I still think it is one of the most busted heroes of this entire TI.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the style of hero I was potentially asking for as well, just with someone who can play very active with the Coddle and scale like you're mentioning. So you're able to get on top of the Dazzle, which again, EG are playing with another lineup that's very position based, like we saw earlier today in regards to their support. So there's going to need to be a lot of emphasis on their vision, on, you know, if C-Smile goes down this Blade Mail Heart route, you know, how Matthew's going to play it as well, because this Spirit Breaker is going to be able to cut through the back line.
Yeah, and I think we might see a similar sort of strat to what Nine Pandas flexed towards in that previous game, right? Just ignore the tanky hero. In that game, it was Whisper on his Bristleback. This time around, it's going to be C-Smile on the Conquer, right? Just try and avoid him as much as possible. And I feel like the timing that SMG are really going to be playing for is either a Shadow Blade or an Ags or a BKB on this Spirit Breaker. You just need to find a way to get in onto that backline, whether it be a Venge or a Tusk or a Dazzle. Doesn't really matter which one it is. You've just got to take out one of these heroes that has the potential of dying early on into these fights.
How are we feeling, my friend? This is a best of 3, no best of 2, so you're potentially being able to go to 3 games. We need to see how this first game looks. So between either side, EG going back for, you know, something that we've seen work for them, you know, game 1 versus SMG with the Bakaz Phantom Assassin, and of course this minus armor recently in that previous series. For SMG though, we like what they're pulling out. You know, the mid 1 Faceless Void, the last pick Spirit Breaker. Do we feel like they have what it takes?
I think they do, but it's a lot of pressure to put on to Januel. I think because they haven't gone for this Meteor Hammer builder or a natural pusher like the Beastmaster, it means that you really do need to be the one to be able to take a lot of these towers on the Enchantress as well. Another reason why you pick it up, it's a relatively strong laner, right? So you want to make sure that the Dazzle doesn't get off to a good start. You want to make sure that you're putting that pressure on, reducing the area of the map that Pakaz's PA has to be able to play around with. And I mean, what better stage to be able to prove your worth if you're Jal, your first TI, and you're in an elimination series, this is the time to really step up.
Lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Prepare for battle.
Have fun and a smiley face indeed as we get ourselves underway. So let's see how we're going to break out as well. Previous series, we saw a bit of action before the horn. How do we feel like overall the lanes are going to go? I mean, the big one I'm looking at is, you mentioned in the draft, how the Faceless Void time dilation can prove to be very frustrating for the Dazzle. We have seen though, like, I mean, Dazzle Toss sounds like a scary, scary lane. I mean, we also know that Enchantress is a laning support that can often turn the percentage, turn the tides around to actually favor your carry. So do we feel like the Ench is enough to help the Void, or is the Toss Dazzle just going to be too scary for SMG safe lane?
Well, just have a look at some of the items that they've been purchasing up on EG's side, right? Matthew has a Blightstone, and it's pretty rare, honestly, that his Tusk would start with a Blightstone. So that just gives you an indication of exactly what their game plan is going to be. Just get uber aggressive, look to try and pressure away the Enchantress, because, you know, I mentioned the time dilation being good against the Dazzle. That's more for level 6 and beyond, right?
Okay.
When the bad juju really is starting to come into the equation and you're wanting to just spam it out every 3 seconds. But early on, it really is going to be EG favored in this top lane. It's going to come down to positioning as well with some of the other lanes, right? No one, he can't really go too far forward, doesn't want to be getting clipped by that Tidebringer from the Kunkka. Very, very low armor. What are we chuckling about?
I know, I think Arfu wrote something and then... Oh, sorry.
Scribbled it out or something?
Yeah, mid one wrote something and then Arfu scribbled it out, because I'm pretty sure he wrote something about Arfu. I don't know. I didn't get to see what it was. But...
Until you make mistakes.
So more about this mid lane. You're speaking about the low armor for the Coddle. So just trying to play distance away from the Tidebringer? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're seeing a Kunkka going up against a Coddle or a Puck or a Void Spirit, these low armor mid heroes, that's really what you're wanting to... You don't want to be taking free damage, basically, from the Kunkka just off the back of Tidebringer, getting a lot of these last hits. The plus side, of course, is that you're quite speedy, so you should be able to position yourself in a good spot so that doesn't happen too often. And of course, we know that no one is such a skilled hero. Noughts and Crosses.
Noughts and Crosses by himself, and he's winning. Very well done, mid one.
All the internationals are going to be like, what the hell is Noughts and Crosses? Because it's tic-tac-toe everywhere else, you know? And they're just wrong.
Are they?
Yeah, I think so. We do right here.
What makes them wrong and us right?
We're from the future.
Okay, that's a good response. I'll take that. Us Australians know how to do it. You're living upside down, but that's okay. It is possible to cast upside down. Have you tried it before?
I have not. You know, I need all of the brain power that I can just to get to this level. I don't think that I can handle doing that much more.
It's a rush to the dome. Yeah, it's definitely interesting hanging from the ceiling, looking upside down, but sometimes you see the game in a different light. You're able to read what's going on. It's quite fun.
You know, I talked to you about potentially, you know, coming and casting in the same spot, but I don't know if I want to go to your casting dungeon now if you've got, like, the mechanics to be able to hang upside down in the little shed that you're casting from.
Just a little bit of acrobatics while the cast's going on. Just getting a workout in at the same time.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe do some, like, what do you even call those when you're, like, hanging and you're trying to do sit-ups off the back of that? Like hanging crunches or something? I don't know.
Yeah, you can go with that. I don't know. That'll work, but... Hopefully we get these
guys know how Noughts and Crosses works. You don't get 9 turns in a row.
Mid one's just... Manzi, you gotta go. Once you get back to his, again, your first TI in quite some time, gotta go through phase 2, but, you know, last time was 2019, so that was on the Secret Lads. But it has been quite some time, so we've seen him there. No one as well. It's going to be an interesting battle between C-Smile and No One too. I mean, you know, C-Smile has been around for much longer than, you know, some of the likes of like Dark Margot, for example, who again really made his name with the Thunder team. But you know, we'll see how he can go versus one of the more experienced mid laners. Had, you know, some stints in Western Europe, and I've said it before, I really think No One was doing a great job at transitioning into a carry. But back to his role in the heyday where VP were that ridiculously dominant team. I mean, you know,
they were them.
Yes, they were them without a doubt. I mean, the run that we saw from Virtus Pro was exceptional. The fact that you can go to multiple ESLs and win a couple cars and be them. And really the closest teams to it has been, you know, Secret, their run. And then of course this year for Gaming Gladiators, the only team that had won every major in a year. So it's going to be good to see the little battle we got. I don't know what's going
What's
on.
our observer trying to do? Just give blood grenades out for free? I mean, we saw multiple gems in the previous game just sitting on the ground, so why not? If you could just duplicate them, it's like free money. It's like investing in GameStop, you know?
Yeah, how's that going?
It's going great. There's a movie coming out about it soon. Ugh. Rip me.
Oh no, that's not good. I want to see it DC.
I mean, they said it was sound issues, so hopefully it's just like, or the restart will solve it.
You know, at least, honestly, we've had like, at least on the ones we've been covering, we've had no issues. Our slide issue was the bug we saw yesterday, which was
just a slide issue.
I mean, it was really fixed pretty fast, though. Let's be real. Last TI, we had to wait, again, an hour and a half for that OG Liquid game, and then yesterday the bug. I mean, they have the power now to be able to remake a game. I mean, we didn't not have that capability a year and a bit ago, even maybe 2 years ago. So yeah,
and it was actually hotfixed as well. That bug was hotfixed.
I did it.
Yeah, I saw it. No, it was like, all right, we got it. We got it all sorted.
I think I saw someone in Reddit say that they saw the bug like a year ago and predicted it might happen, but it was some title. I know it was a clickbait title or something, but
clickbait on Reddit? No,
it never happens, right? I mean, Reddit's a harmless place. It's good to lurk around.
Very smart, 12k
best of the best.
Oh, I'm paused.
Best of the best. Back in with a couple of G's and ready to go. Game one.
Hopefully not a couple of G's in a row.
No, not in a row. We don't want that just yet. Don't want that just yet.
What we have seen from both of these teams is that they will not be like Nine Pandas. They will not see a lost cause and then just GG out. They will wait until the very last second. Both EG and SMG, notorious for that.
Afu, it's not a good high ground, my friend. The fact that it's a high ground where you're going to run into 4 EG heroes and give a first blood over to Because, who again was 21-0 in game 1 versus SMG yesterday on the Phantom Assassin. They're going to go for an interesting play because they also have 30 seconds to go all the way around. Mid one is reading this, I think.
I mean, look at how much minus armor they've already got, right? Like the poison touch is going to slow people down. You got minus 3 from the Wave of Terror. You got 2 from the Blightstone. You've got a blood grenade as well. Mid one should be able to scout this one out.
Even if he levels Time Walk, I was going to say he's got to go down.
And they're going to see the full squad still sticking around. So see what happens. Maybe they're going to be able to catch out C Smile on his own. But again, early on, they really don't have that much damage potential.
Don't let him get the bounty. Click faster. Oh, we got it. Nope. Okay. We did see. It's very interesting, like with how either side like plays the map, and then instantly you see the response. SMG ran to the mid tier 1 tower to go underneath the radius to try and scout if there was any vision there. Just recognizing, of course, you see multiple EG members. What's going on?
What's going on the top side? They're just in the Roche pit. This is level 1. He doesn't have bash level. Just go through.
No way. No way.
You know he doesn't have bash level. You saw him time walk. He's eventually going to do it. But now, I mean, imagine if they're able to kill him somehow.
He missed one last hit. He got the experience though. But how much did mid one miss any? I mean, I have to imagine he did as well. So, all right. Interesting start. We already see what the spam's able to do, though. The no one some of you brought up before, of course. So that early ring of protection to the urn is going to need all the stats he can get.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, in any sort of situation, if he's able to just be standing underneath the cover of that tier 1 tower as well, going to do a lot to be able to help him and his survivability. Also, once he gets to level 6, it won't be as big of an issue with the healing component of the spirit form.
They did nerf, right, the self-effectiveness out of the chakra magic. Was it 50% before? I can't remember. It was higher, right?
I think they nerfed giving it to other people, and they made it a little bit...
yes. I think you are right. Okay.
It was getting a bit too obnoxious, specifically with Pango. So, thankfully, more bans of Pango, please. No more.
Yeah, less Pango games are always fun. More Conquer games. That's also...
maybe not.
maybe not as fun, too. Right. Well, we shall see. So again, top lane is really the interesting one on how mid one, how much is he truly going to be able to get out of this lane with the aggression that can be there from EG. Genuel does have this small camp to be able to play with, so Already the little ghosty. They already unlocked their hard camp as well. So this is going to be a big thing top. The fact that Matthew was denied a full creep wave. And now it's really going to be an issue for mid one to play with the lane away from his tower, especially again with the aggression that EG can play with.
I think he only ended up pulling half, so it wasn't quite as bad, and that's just so that mid one wasn't really able to contest the stack. So still ends up getting rid of one melee creep, but it's not the biggest deal, right? And as long as Zhao is able to just consistently make sure he's securing these small camp creeps, he got a ghost in the first instance, probably one of the better ones that you can get. I think he's still just going to be a-okay. It's just such a strong lane. You have to make sure that you're staying in a very safe spot on the top side. Bottom, though, there's a little bit more action. It's gotten past the stage where if Pakaz were to die, he wouldn't be able to TP back down, but the lane couldn't be in a better position for him.
I think, but last time it was the Bruce back, right? That MC was playing, and we did see there was a lot of threat onto MC's life in that game. They were able to get a couple kills inside the lane as well, so we shall see with the early wave of terror. And if Pakaz wants to go into the Orb of Corrosion, which he does currently have queued up.
Makes a lot of sense. Looking to just play just that tiny bit more aggressive. I think they know that SMG aren't going to let them just sit back like they did in that previous one. You know, it's a lot of respect being given to your opponents. You know that they're not just going to sit idly by and not learn from their mistakes.
Alfu reduced the level 2 in the taser. Finds the disarm on Pakaz, so it didn't feel like there was an opportunity to jump on forward. And then looks like
overall, though, the lanes are going pretty much as expected, right? Like Kunkka can't really stop the Coddle from getting too much farm, and Coddle has been able to pick up that Urn of Shadows. Thankfully for no one, with his good positioning, he hasn't really been taking too much harass as well, but it's really that top lane that's been the key difference, right? Mid one is suffering somewhat. He's still getting experience, but this is what you're wanting to prevent happening. Whisper getting all of this farm, because we saw how effective he was previously.
Has been killed.
The fact that they've got that hard camp pull is just devastating. Bottom lane, MC should end up going down here with the jump over, and now Arthur as well might be in some danger. They're going to need another round of the spells. He should be up pretty shortly. Blastov gets some distance, but Pakaz with the slow and the missile helps find a double kill. And I don't know, Denog, this is not a person you want to give multiple kills over to start this game.
No, definitely not. Even just Panda being part of a lot of the assists, right, means that he's just going to be in this situation. Now he's got the boots, so you feel a lot less vulnerable against the likes of a Techies and a Spirit Breaker, just able to get your positioning on point. He's even pulled what I consider the worst small camp in the game, just because it barely kills one creep. But if you're able to stick close by, it gives a lot of experience, this Kobold camp down on the bottom side, which is obviously going to give them so much benefit, just being able to go for these consistent kills with a Wave of Terror.
Lane though, trying to make an attempt onto Whisper, who is alone at the moment. So SMG will be able to get their own kill across the map, and this is a much needed kill, and you hope that mid one gets it with the little farm that he's been finding. You need to get the kill nonetheless, and okay, they will. Jar gets it. So of course, with all that going on though, Matthew was able to drop a very deep observer ward that's scouting out no one on his farming. So you lose the kill, but that ward sets up for a potential rotation with C-Smile's ghost ship to hunt down no one now.
Exactly, that's what it's for, right? You got to give something to get something, and well, unfortunately for Whisper, he was just overestimating himself a little bit, going too far forward to make sure he's able to survive. Mid one might be the same sort of thing, though.
Oh, they got the snowball anyway. Tries to time the blast off, it's not going to matter. Mid one back over the lane where Januel's coming on over. Mid one's still not dead just yet thanks to the taser. No one's going to make his first rotation. A great use of the ensnare, but they'll miss the blast. You know, the damage is going to be lacking from SMG, and you need to get out and cut your losses because Whisper's already found a double kill.
It was actually Panda that ended up TPing in. C-Smile still able to sit most of the time in that mid lane, pick up even more of that farm. Just going for the value avenue this time around, right? You can't afford to fully wait out, just go full on greed straight into the heart of Tarask. Maybe now the Blade Mail just as another value item, and he hasn't had to use that boat just yet.
No one is wasting so much time to top and now to bottom, and these Coddle rotations are going to be instantly thwarted. The wood on top of the rift, evil geniuses yesterday had their number in game one, and it's looking like that might be the case again. 2,000 net worth lead with 6 kills.
Really what I'm looking for next is I mean, Mind Control is the most farmed on the team, which is probably not what you've come to expect, considering he has died, he hasn't been able to participate in a kill. Say that, he just ends up giving the mega kill streak over the Kaz. Yeah,
Oh my God.
5-0, with the first blood being picked up as well by Kaz. He's going to get one of the fastest Battle Furies I think that we've seen. So this is looking real good for Evil Geniuses to be able to start this one out. And again, it's just what they're able to do with the lane equilibrium, right? It's constantly staying right next to their tower on this bottom side. And that's the area that I was more concerned about, at least for the super early game, not so much anymore.
And now we are going to get to a stage where we could be mentioning there could be a huge lack of damage in the early game for SMG.
Oh, yeah.
If these coddle rotations still don't continue to work out, like if he doesn't go Vessel, doesn't Dagon, I don't know what the item build's going to be for no one, but it's just him. And Radiant have so much sustain with the Rum, with the Dazzle sustain as well, because we are going to see Whisper getting involved super early. This is a 8-minute Midas here for the offlane Dazzle.
Yeah, 8-minute Midas, and we've got Midas, I believe, being queued up by Mid One and Mind Control. So they are not looking to get active at all. They are just saying, you know what, laning stage didn't go well for us. Let's try and greed it out. Let's try and make sure that we're able to scale off of our levels. MC's able to get into that level 9. He can be a bit of a nuisance, but again, going up against a Kunkka, not the easiest hero for a Spirit Break to play against. You can just get that X marks off onto you.
So who makes the space, though, for this double Midas on SMG? Is it just some calculation deaths? Maybe Daniel is at least going to be annoying and try and soak some of the experience. He probably will die, though, although 2 points nature's attendance. He's really making him work for the kill. In fact, he's going to be able to get out of danger.
So pretty speedy on the Enchantress, especially at nighttime with the boots of speed as well. Plus the pig pole. All these little things do add up. And I was saying before that Zhao does need to be the one that, puts a lot of this map pressure on. He hasn't been able to do it too much yet because of what's been going up on this top lane.
Because was charging up the rift, he cancelled like halfway through.
Well, they know that Mid One's here farming next to the tower, but being level 6, it's always a little bit of a concern with that Chronosphere available. And it just freshly picks up his own level 6, so maybe they do go for that sort of play.
Because
Dire's middle tower.
TP's are starting to come down. Rainbow TP's, in fact, they're going to have the damage. No one has to go the long range, but with the blast, it's not enough damage. The Kazi's now got the run buff. Mid One's going to have a pretty good angle here for the Chrono, but the Snowball stalls it out momentarily. No one on the outskirts, but he's completely out of mana now. It's not going to matter in the end. A big double kill for SMG. Are they going to be able to deal with C-Smile? Panda will start to move on down. Another blast connects. The damage mitigation from the swap doesn't help protect him. And now it's just the supports from Evil Geniuses as SMG. It's a delta split. Left and right they go. And that is a much-needed fight from SMG. A great move in through the rift. No one's looking for Matthew. I mean, he's got a teleport, but MC can still move on down as well. Charge is going to be there fast enough. Snowball, beautiful timing. Matthew, he's looked exceptional so far to start the game on the Tusk, and he should be rewarded once again with another kill onto the offlane on SMG.
He was praying for the bashes there on MC, but just not going to be enough. And yeah, with multiple people going down, because even after respawn, he ends up getting a kill onto Zhao as well. Still not quite yet. That level 6 on the Enchantress means that is a deer that just ends up dying real quick. But yeah, like you said, getting that mega kill streak over to the Keeper of the Light brings him so much closer towards that Spirit Vessel, and maybe it'll start to solve a couple of their damage issues, but you would have to say at least until the Techies hits level 6, that's still going to be a factor.
I mean, that, yeah. Involvement from Mid One gives him his Midas now. So recovery Midas online. And Chrono down for 70. So, I mean, that's what we're going to have to see, though. How you can convert the rotations out of no one. And then how the Chronos are going to look from Mid One whenever they're online and ready to go.
The thing is, though, you know that Mid One's not going to be part of any sort of engagement for the next minute. So the question that comes to my mind is, what are EG really looking for? They don't care if the thieves see the Faceless Void on the lane. That's the least of their concerns. It's what are they able to do? Who else can we look to go for? Because we know the Void isn't going to be participating. They just want to go as far away as possible, down towards this bottom side. See, MC almost has enough to be able to purchase the Midas just one creep away. able to kill him before that, that would be enormous. Just lose a bunch of gold. They're even going to glyph so that he doesn't have that little bit extra. Good positioning by Zhao, though.
To my heart.
It's the gank. So I wonder when EG start to now consider about Roche. You've got 3 points Terror, max tag team with Medallion. Because no Deso yet, I don't think that really is a concern, but we'll see when they feel like they have... Oh, mid one? It's fine. Yeah, we'll see when they want to try and consider about Roche.
And maybe they just want to wait a couple of minutes. I mean, that's still going to be bottom for the next 2.5, so you can probably afford to wait things out. I mean, the other concern is maybe they just want to bait some sort of fight which puts the Chrono on cooldown, because even if SMG somehow break even or even win that fight, there's no way that they're going to be doing Roche.
Like, how do EG also break towers too? And we're still yet to see them really put any damage into an objective, so that is one thing that is always going to be a bit of an issue for them as this game goes on. At the moment, they're not really too concerned. 2,000 net worth lead and really continuing to grow as well, but that is kind of something we will have to look at on how they're going to be able to find some objectives across the map.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about either of their drafts, to be completely honest, but at least with EG, you can see that there is a definite game plan in mind, right? Like this physical damage route, if they beat it, they beat it. But, you know, you've got something that you're looking to play around, those Roshans, those quick pickoffs, the itemization is all going to be on point as well. For SMG, they didn't exactly have the greatest tower push either. You know, that's why I was really emphasizing Januel on his Enchantress. And I guess you can also see it on Arfu with the proximity mines as well. Maybe he can look to make a little bit of that happen. But from all of their cores, you're really not doing any sort of tower damage in this early game.
You see Arfu, in fact, takes a little bit of the Ancients. No one's also going to grab some of them as well. They will look to smoke. Connecting down to bottom where currently Matthew is, and deep inside the jungle C Smile is as well. Matthew's in a great position though. Intercepts the smoke. And it's going to be a nuisance over the snowball, but he should still go down nonetheless. Rated, they are even TPing in Panda. He's going to be in range for the swap, won't even look to go for it. So is a kill from SMG. Let's see what they're able to do off the back of it. I mean, no objectives. Maybe they can drop a ward, but nothing too crazy.
Gives them 2 vessel charges now, so it's a nice little bonus for them. Looks like no one's going for the Eeyore Scepter as well, so just providing that little bit of protection for himself. Nice way to be able to dodge out perhaps the Kunkka boat combination as well.
Pretty impressed though with how SMG have stabilized this game. Like, it's only 2,000 gold. Yes, you look at Bakaz and that is very concerning, but how do we feel like EG as a whole? Like, would you have preferred to see them be a little bit more active, or do you feel like that they're fine with the status of this game?
I think EG are fine overall. Like, you want to make sure that you're not letting them get free value out of the minuses. That's the main concern for mine. I mean, mind control's all the way up to level 11 already off the back of, you know, a past couple of fights and getting into this minus. And yeah, see you later, Afu.
Sacrificed.
The main concern for mine is, again, with the Spirit Breaker, with my reasoning behind it being busted, you can just clear creep wave so quickly. You can force a lot of defensive rotations out of EG. So the thing that's concerning me is that they haven't, like you said, been able to take too much map control, take too many towers. So it feels like with this change-up, because... Yeah, okay, so he had a BKB queued up for quite some time, despite having 2 components of the Desolator, and he said, you know what, screw it, let's go back for the Deso, let's look to try and make something happen. They want to try and take a team fight up top, they want to win it, they want to use the siege creep to take that tier 1 tower, and now Roshan is top as well. So if they could look to get a synergy of all of these things together with a freshly purchased Aghanim Scepter from Whisper, that's the main goal.
Yes, yeah, they're ready to go. So we need to see what SMG want to do to combat that. They're going to try C-Smile mid. This is very ambitious. MC is charging across the map, but the Blade Mail boat activate. It's still a lot of damage nonetheless, and they do indeed bring him down. Arthur might be a consolation prize, and MC jumped in with a Nether Strike. Mid one still coming over with a Chronosphere at the ready, but a great split away. AG will make sure there's no potential of the Chrono. Now, even Januel revealed himself for a second, so it's going to be a 3-for-1.
It gets annihilated. What the hell? He was killed faster than Elon's killing Twitter right now. I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous, with Xiao just basically getting one-shot by PA.
It's under attack.
He needs some armor, man. He's almost got the Dragonlance, to be fair, so a lot of that kill threat is going to start to come out from this end. You can't just ignore her completely. You want to perhaps see a Solar Crest come out from Zhao after the fact, both for protection as well as just buffing up your Faceless Void.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, they're gonna
Dire's top
maybe.
tower
It looks
is
like they're
under
completely
attack.
avoiding this top side, so they want nothing to do. Potential Roche fight, even with Chrono at the ready as well. So should be a free Aegis. Yeah, just happy with continuing to farm, continuing to let these Midases go to work.
Has always been one of the biggest
Galaxy Smile?
counters. Yeah.
This time they don't have the
Safe
vessel
position, though.
instantly.
Fallen to the
Yeah.
red.
And he's got the BKB now as well, so
Okay.
feels so much safer. But yeah, the Aegis is one of the big
Dire's
deterrents
top
to
tower is under attack.
the Chronosphere, of course, right? Like, just having a second life really just puts a stop to a lot of those plans, and that's even if you are able to kill him the first time. You know,
Yeah.
we've been talking about a lot of the saves that have the potential to be able to come through, whether it be Shallow Grave, Swap, even Snowball if it's, for whatever reason, on the edge. And
It's-
Matthew, he's nearly got the Blink Dagger as well.
It's a very difficult versus void game to land Chronos for mid one. In fact, I don't want to say possible because he could do it, but like, I would not blame him. We see some not the greatest Chronos. So Arthur, hello, multiple EG heroes pop through. Why not all four? Rotating down to connect to C-Slough. Should be able to get this tier 1 tower. They've got a great ward as well, and also we are going to be looking at the wisdoms in about 2 minutes 10. So minutes 50, sorry. So we might even stick around to try and continue to control that.
Tower is under attack.
Midland's got his Mjolnir picked up as well, though. Has to be very careful about sticking around. If a PA is hitting the tower, that means that the team is close by. At least he's going to be able to pick this one up before that fight happens, and he's got a lot of damage output coming out now off the back of his attack damage as well.
Dire's courier has
Actually going into the Solar Crest next as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Pretty much the Octarine. Needs one more component, but he's got the gold for it, so
Dire's bottom tower
Scary
is
snap.
under attack. Radiant's top
Again, it's
tower
just the
is under
distraction plays. That's all that MC's trying to do. Keep these other lanes pushed in. You don't really feel all that confident in being able to fight just yet, but that is just the second tower that you've lost for the game, and you would have to say that no one on his Keeper of the Light is one of the better heroes at being able to just keep this push away. You just got to be very careful. You don't know where Picard's is positioned, so it's always just going to be in a position to be able to jump you.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Very good job of stalling for now.
yes, they're very impressive. See if they're able to continue to do that though. Januar looks like once again it's going to be the sacrifice, trying to pop some smokes. Wasn't used this time for the attempt, but nonetheless does see 3 heroes, so instantly see MC is going to TP down to bottom, means that mid one, who has made an interesting decision going for a Mask of Madness after the Mjolnir is completed, so winning looks like a little bit more kill threat by himself inside the Chronos. Do wonder how he's going to continue to progress as this game goes on as well in regards to his items.
He just wants to chain bash people, but we saw how effective it was when it was being played up against Ramses on the Sven, right? Kind of similar sort of thing up against a PA, or maybe the evasion. Yeah.
Jump over the top, it's not going to matter. Even though the mine scouted them out, no one gets blown up. And Arthur stuck inside the shards, trying to pump fake. Won't be necessary to get the blasts off, but I think maybe,
See
I don't
how
know if
quickly you melt.
I don't know if the pings were too late or something, because they walked up the higher ground with the smoke and the mine pop, but I think potentially because wasn't with them, it was a little bit closer to the Coddle then.
Gotcha. And even just the Tiebringer itself did about 700 damage to be able to kill the Coddle just then, so it's a lot to have to contend into. Again, you got to give some commendation to SMG. They're positioning themselves around this Wisdom Rune. Matthew looks like he'll be in a position to take it, but as long as they're not taking objectives with this Aegis, I think that's the bigger issue. They might be able to yoink away the Tormentor. It's not an amazing Ag Shard to be able to give over. Dies in about 2 seconds. But again, you're just getting more usages out of the Midas. You've got Spirit Breaker now level 15. He's got the Bulldoze cooldown available as well. He's got the Octarines. So you're just so much more capable to be out on the map and a lot less killable. And this is the big timing that I was talking about, right? If he's able to get into that Shadow Blade on Mind Control, maybe you do find a pick-off to be able to start these engagements, and then Faceless Void, who is in a very advanced position right now on mid one. I think he should be able to just get away. But yeah, if MC takes out, let's say, the Dazzle or the Venge to start the fight, it completely changes mid one's potential for really impacting these team fights with the Chrono.
may be in trouble here. Well, it's not going to last too long with the stuns. Jesus, though, MC gets blown up from the physical damage. Still barely any armor for him to work with, so we've really been seeing his praise. I know he's got 5 deaths, but just the stalling game for him. But finally, they're going to be able to cut him down. And all the lanes, bottom's not in the greatest position, but I guess without Bakaz nearby, they won't be able to put any damage into the tower. So game will continue on.
Bought a couple of the Shadowblade components as well, so didn't end up losing any gold, but means he doesn't have the buyback. But again, the relatively weak push that EG have is not going to punish too much. And we've only got, actually the age is just expired, so not really too much damage after that. I think it was only, what, a 2k increase in net worth, which honestly isn't the worst against a PA that's this farmed and, you know, with that second life available.
I do think the big thing is, like, not now, but the fact you got 2 Tormentors, so Panda's got 1, but really just your cores next are going to get them. And the 3 cores have great Ag Shards. If the fact that Bakaz doesn't have to buy his, but Whisper with the Hex or the Conquer with the Tidal Wave could be very frustrating, so... It is something. Matthew was getting charged for the moment, not going to be the case. When do we feel like SMG are looking to go? Because again, Aegis is out. They've just been completely stalling. No one is about to have Octarine completed. Are we finally going to see them maybe be a little bit more proactive, or still not just yet?
I think they can be, right? Like, you need to make good use out of this Chronosphere. Mid one has a good amount of farm. He could fully buy up the BKB if he really wants to.
Mid one, don't keep going left. He's going to run straight to EG. A smoke once again will connect. It is far too late, and also no one's TP's not even going to be there at quick timing. I mean, just the physical damage. The output is incredible. I mean, Bakaz is already looking for MC in the mid lane as well.
Should be able to get away with that freshly picked up.
That might get no one. Matthew with the shards, not even going to attempt.
We're pinging Bakaz right now, and Bakaz is actually pinging MC.
Gonna look to turn. I mean, they're starting to come over. BKB from Bakaz.
Shield
Blast off is useless. Now the shield rune means that Januel is next. He's just gonna run to him. He's just gonna run straight to him. Knows there's no escape. MC wants to try. You're playing with fire at the moment on SMG.
It's all about the distractions, man. It's all about waiting for mid one to be back up and available. The supports will give up their life freely to make sure that mid one has the potential. And it's always been like mid one teams have that similar sort of mentality as MC. Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble here.
Need detection.
Just able to get away. He used the last sentry that they had in the mid lane to try and catch him when he went for that previous dive.
Bounty.
Dudes just immediately charge again, though, onto Whisper. Part of it is just to, of course, get back onto the map. Stops in front of the ancient camp area instead. Now it's just a matter of, all right, we got Shadowblade, we got a little bit of extra survivability, time to work towards our Aghanim Scepter. But maybe mid one has different plans. He's level 15, he's got that -3 seconds on the Chakra Magic cooldown. He's got his Octarine Boots of Travel. Would love to have this E-Blade to not only, of course, deal that increased damage, but against this very heavy physical lineup, provide a lot of protection to both himself and the team.
Matthew pops mid one smoke, of course, with the nighttime. Pinecone might give them some information. Very difficult person to start the fight on. No one else is really nearby. I see Smile's going to chuck out some stray spells. Might have to pop the BKB. Radiant is starting to TP in. Looking a little bit awkward though from Evil Geniuses. Where is Bakaz? Rainbow's starting to come out. SMG, do you want to continue with this engagement though? Happy with the start. BKB, all of the Conquer spells as well.
Again, it's just delay gameplay. Charging through the mid lane. Mine charges to the mid lane, goes MC. Put a little bit more pressure on with that 25-minute creep wave. And it was very measured by mid one to not just drop the Chronosphere. I know it was a juicy prospect for them to be able to do it right onto 2 heroes that were in a position for it, but Venge hadn't revealed at the time. So there was always the potential for the higher value target to get swapped out, and then suddenly EG have the potential to make a big play of their own.
Ooh. The car's got a glimpse of the charge.
Yeah. Ward placed down though. Someone has to be very careful.
Dude, it's a great ward placement. This is huge. SMG, if they can get rid of the dazzle to start the fight, there's the swap away with the stun as well. The cars! No Chrono for the fight, and this is all EG's for the taking. Look at this flip. SMG want nothing to do with it. Bakaz Phantom Assassin is 10-1-7. And that ward was perfect though, but again, the supports, like we were saying, Dazzle and Venge, well, Dazzle's not even a support, but just the saving aspect you can provide in these fights makes it so difficult for SMG to execute.
When I say one hit, that's what happened. It was ridiculous that the amount of damage he was able to take out. Sorry, 2 hits, but it was 1 hit onto the techies. 1,800 damage, I believe, in being able to instantly wipe out Arfu there. But it's just crazy how much damage this guy is doing right now, and it's only going to get worse with the Aghanim Scepter freshly picked up. He could just go from target to target. Doesn't even have the break. So once he picks that up, you're suddenly not worried about the time lock. You're not worried about the Greater Bash coming through as well.
And you are really not armor builders. That's the big thing as well. So there's never going to be a stage where you're going to be able to find these items to maybe mitigate some of the damage.
That's why I was wanting the Solar Crest to be able to come out from Zhao, you know, not only just for the aggressive potential for mid one on his Faceless Void, but even just if he gets jumped, maybe it results in you being, you know, 3-shot instead. Maybe that requires you the time to be able to get the time walk off and be able to get back to safety.
Rosh is up in 10, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a contest from SMG. Back to the stall and farming game they go. So 3-second Rosh. I mean, we do see some item choices though. Mid one actually opted for the Aghanim Shard. They're wanting just extra range here with the Time Walk to potentially hope for an easier ultimate. We almost have Scepter on MC, but this will be an ages and cheese for the boys on Evil Geniuses, who have had firm control of this game.
It's a nice neutral item choice by mid one going into the Vindicator's Axe. A lot of times you see people do it when they were wanting to go the Mask of Madness just for that little bit of extra damage output, but really Faceless Void with this item build is all around the time lock damage, right? It's not so much the right click, so the extra attack speed is going to be nice. And then of course, if he gets initiated on with the, see you later, Arfu. If he gets initiated on with the Cranium Basher or the Abyssal Blade, then it's just going to result in so much more survivability, and maybe he does get that time warp back to safety.
Matthew is being very impressive this game on the toss. 5-2 and 15. We brought it up to start this series. We were both impressed with the Shadow Demon. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to get them over the finish line in that game versus Pandas, but this is something he's very comfortable on, the melee position fours, and he's looking incredible, just being able to read the map, set up for some of these rotations, and pick us onto the supports. And he might be nearby as well, anticipating MC. He smiles there, Whispers there as well. Really ain't slipping out of them. Grass is firm. Another kill for the boys. He Smile's going to celebrate with some torrents. Man, why don't we tip him for getting the kill?
Sure, why not?
Like it. Kaz is alone. Oh, the damage from Genuel and mid one, you're praying for some more misses. They won't get it. They are not going to stick around on the respawn though, with the Chrono having to be used for that. But you know, there was 3 minutes left, 3:30 left in the Ages, so that is something. I mean, you probably are going to forfeit your outer towers now though.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, it prevents that dive up onto the high ground, right? It might cause you to think twice. And I mean, they're going to reach these timings soon-ish by SMG as well, right? 350 gold away from MC being able to get into his own Aghanim Scepter, so just even more presence on the map consistently. This is a big pickoff if they're able to get it, though, onto no one, which they will.
Of course, set up once again from Matthew's Tusk. Whispers on a monster tree back to the mid lane because also assassinates Arfu. They got dying left, right across the map. And T2 will follow as well.
Didn't even try and pop the Ghost Scepter there on no one. Try and maybe survive, not get hit by the Walrus Punch. You have to wonder after this Abyssal Blade. Looks like Picard has the Shard queued up, but I wonder if he's going to consider going into the Nullifier. It's really not a bad game for it. Remove the Bulldoze, remove the reactive Taser, remove all sorts. Ghost Scepter as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They've even got a Siege Creep to enable this push even further, and this is really where the power of the Dazzle comes to the front. Even if they had the Chronosphere, once you start getting these armor stacks up, you might not even kill anyone inside of it.
Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Or even at the stage where we're high ground walking.
Is that Ags though? For MC? A couple of creeps away from being able to pick up the level 20, so his damage is no joke at this stage. It's really just about the survivability from this point onwards. So I probably want to see something like he's going for the SNY. I'd rather see a BKB personally, just because he's got the Octarine core, he's got that cooldown reduction, and really the only way that he's getting caught out is if there's an X marks landing in onto him, you know? Even now, just predicting that they have this big spike coming. Lincoln Sphere now for Whisper. He realizes how important he is to the success of a lot of these engagements. So see if he reveals himself on the lane. He stayed hidden for now, but that might change some of this target prioritization. Maybe Panda is the one that they're wanting to go on. He's gone for the classic double Wraith Pan build, the extra value. Hasn't gone for the Aghanim Scepter, so it makes the
split
Avenger
top,
really
man.
well
They are
targeted.
not together with mid one. He's going to time rock towards. Just mid one.
He needs his
Might have to
boys.
use the Chrono defensively, but what can they do off the back of that spot? Keeps Matthew alive, and now the Grave is going to be there as well. This is not the start that SMG need when you're 18,000 behind. As MC tries to make some space, but Bakars will just jump over for. They haven't guaranteed any kills just yet. But the Torrent Storm out, it'll stop MC's retreat, and our C-Smile's going to try and lock onto mid one. Back inside the middle as well. Januel's continuing to beat with the impetus, but it's just not enough. Mid one gets crit down. No one dies on EG, man. And it's just been their game from start to finish. It hasn't looked close. A 4-0 from them. And they can look to get some objectives now off the back of the successful fight.
Really is a similar sort of game plan to what we saw last time they ran this similar sort of lineup, right? Dazzle, Kunkka, big late game carry, whether it be the Faceless Void or a PA. It just feels like it is their 101, the strategy that they're going to go for every single time. Even just taking his time to be able to clear out a bunch of these remote mines because he's got that paladin sword. He's just going to regen it up immediately. And I mean, this feels like tier 4 attacking territory, right? Like, you're going to try and bait out a buyback from the Faceless Void. Looks like they're going to take the measured route though, back off, look to secure those mega creeps. I'm not really sure how much Octarine techies is going to change things though.
You got T2 Tormentor and Wisdom up in a minute, so play this one a little bit more measured here from Evil Geniuses with the lead they have. Lads as well from Venge, because of course, why not?
And has 3 Wraith fans and a quiver. But yeah, doing his best to be able to survive that extra little bit. But I mean, it's the issue that we had with SMG when we were casting that game previously, right? It just feels like they have different priorities on the different members where they're not able to fully connect. Like, have we seen a single 5-on-5 fight this game? I don't think we've seen SMG fight as a full unit once.
But I think that how are you ever going to be able to do that with the start you had?
I think it's possible. I think you hit, there were small windows, but I think you hit windows where, because of a lot of the pushing that, for example, MC did and continues to do with his charge once he was level 9, it's so much more viable to be able to go for these sorts of things. And just like the couple of minutes when Aegis had expired and you hit into your BKB Mjolnir, for example, maybe then you could look to make some sort of play. Kaz is just going to continue to scale, not even level 25 yet, so he's going to get even stronger once he gets to that point. He's going for an Aeon disc on Pakaz, wanting to keep that death to just 1. No, never mind, he's got MKB. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, as soon as he sees the Eagle song from the Faceless Void, he's like, all right, time to make sure mid one's life is even worse than it is right now.
Well, we are getting close to it. In fact, yeah, he does have this butterfly completed, so see, we're just going to wait for next Roche on EG, continue play aggressively, and because is going to have an MKB as soon as the butterfly is completed, so pretty much nullifying that big item pickup here from the Faceless Void. And I don't even know if a Chrono on 5 is... Dude, there's an Arcane Blink on Whisper. Oh my god.
Sure. Refresh it constantly.
6.3 second cooldown. The top lane is not even going to die as well. Duction of the trees. So they will try and get themselves set up for potential quick roast. They've got a decent ward placed out. You do have bottom lane getting shoved out. You do have mid getting shoved in as well. So you are going to be forced to come back eventually to deal with it. It's a long roast spawn though, 240.
Feels so bad seeing the butterfly picked up immediately into the MKB, doesn't it? Right? You're really not worried about anyone else other than the PA, and yeah, you, like you said, just immediately counted. Even like multiple Linkers as well, right? So who does MC charge? It really feels like it still needs to be Panda, but he's just hanging around on the backside with the Smoke of Deceit. They're going to need to go for some really clever plays to be able to try and find some sort of wraparound, but it's just so hard when you've already had 2 lanes of racks taken out. The creep pressure alone is just enough to make it so much more difficult.
You have to fight around him, so you're just going to have to choose. If you're taking fights blind, it will not be, it's going to be so difficult. You already lost that previous spot. If you've got another one to drop down, you can use the creep wave for some information.
At least they've got 4 at top now. MC's not quite with them, but can join very quickly, of course, as we know. And you would hate for him to be laying a charge into someone that had freshly picked up the Lincoln Sphere, and he doesn't actually have that initiation. And once again, it becomes a 5v4.
And is in a pretty good position. Up to Smoke. Now, where's the Dazzle? Whisper can always use the Grave to protect him. Actually jumps away. So not in range for the Grave and no buyback as well. It's a 4v5. They're going to back to their high ground, but they do have vision to play with.
It's a perfect start.
How can you find the opening here for mid one? The Torrent's going to prevent the Chrono. MC might just get blown up from full to 0. C-Smile is just controlling it perfectly. The Conk is such an issue now. Pecan sees an opportunity to jump the Faceless Void without the threat of the Chrono. Once again, it is all EG. They barely break a sweat. This Conker hero, what a one it is indeed. And now Roche, unfortunately, still not up just yet. They will be able to get the rewards afterwards.
Oh, it was the perfect beginning that they could have possibly hoped for, right? Venge dead, no buyback, wouldn't have even mattered if you were able to start it off. But then it's just you're going into this such small choke point that you're able to get that Torrent Storm, giving you insane value. You once again, with that level 25 on the PA, get multiple procs of the coup de grace, and it just makes it so much more reliable for you to be able to jump in. It was a pretty good time walk timing by mid one, but it's just not enough. You know, the 6-second cooldown felt like an eternity for him.
I really wonder, like, heading into this next game, how you're going to try and change the draft up from SMG. Because I do not think you can give C-Smile the conquer again. I mean, KD might not.
Dazzle, to be honest.
It's just like... I'm very surprised at least the games we've seen from them. This is our 3rd game. I don't know about the other games, but how they haven't put priority on no one's conquer. Like, if we go back to his days on Virtus Pro, this was the conquer play without a doubt. I mean, he was the inventor of like the Radiance conquer that took everyone by storm. And I feel like you got to look at something a little bit differently if you want to ban it, if you want to block pick it or something, because this hero is it's freaking dumb. It's just it's dumb. You can nerf it a little bit with some of the with some of the attributes and some of the numbers. It doesn't matter. It's just the control in fights, dude. It does too much, and now he's got a refresher shot on top of that.
I mean, to be fair, they didn't exactly make it easy for themselves either, right? As soon as you saw the potential that this was going to be a bit coral, you didn't really like it. You know, we talked about why the Conqueror is quite good against it. All of that reposition really hinders what Coddle does quite well, which is, you know, you're pretty elusive. You can deal a lot of that burst damage, but not if you get caught. You have effectively 0 survivability in that sort of instance. And yeah, we were really hoping that they were able to take the fight to EG a whole lot more, but they went down a double Midas route. It doesn't really feel like the SMG DNA.
They know he's there. Someone's... Oh my god. Oh, that was way too close. Oh no.
You know that C-Smile is there, backing up the rest of his boys. The jump.
Dude, Xing back, almost be able to get a kill. Maybe they see an opportunity now. C-Smile's going to drag him out. Now he's got a buyback at least, but... just keep using the X's and keep assassinating some other members. Go for MC2. Oh yeah, this hero is also equally dumb as the Conquer. You do. Oh, he jumped in the Torrent.
It's over.
What is Conquer? What is this hero, man? Are you serious? Let's celebrate. Time to fountain dive. Time to get some more kills. EG. This was a incredibly clean game one on an Exilda gem. It doesn't matter.
Just that water world just coming through, just completely ruining Mid1's life. But I mean, that BKB still has 8 seconds on it, man. They just haven't been able to find these sort of situations where no one has any level of effectiveness, and it really does all come down to the Kunkka, doesn't it? Like, he's the one that stopped a lot of the push happening just through the Tidebringer. The minimal push that they had. He's the one that sets up a lot of the fights. He's the one that provides the majority of this teamfight collective, and I'm not even sure if they've lost a single time when they've picked up the Kunkka for him. Maybe once, but that's they just look so much stronger when he's able to pick it.
Yes, they do indeed. And I like, obviously they came in with a strategy.
Team SMG's turn to ban. Evil Geniuses turn to ban. Evil Geniuses turn to ban. Team SMG's turn to ban.
Thank you. Thank you, Stan. We're ready to go. We got game 2 draft just around the corner. SMG, of course, taking on EG. Backs against the wall. 1 game away from being eliminated in the road to the international here to try and make it over towards phase 2. Denok, what do we want to see a little bit different heading into this second draft for the boys on SMG?
No Kunkka, please. Just get rid of it. I think that's going to be the biggest priority. Just making sure all of these tanky heroes, they actually did remove a fair few of them in the previous draft, but you got to get rid of the stuff that they're most confident with. And maybe SMG are actually considering picking it themselves. I know you mentioned that no one over the years has been really, really good at the Kunkka. They chose first pick for themselves, so they're going to be able to open up this draft with the Kunkka if they feel confident about it. And I feel like it just fits into so many different drafts that why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you pick the Kunkka? I don't know. It's very strong, so let's see. I mean, importantly, you can't go that Pango, which again we saw yesterday in that series versus EG, so that will be somewhat different. I mean, we saw the response from them was the Enchantress when the Dazzle was picked from EG. Do you feel like Enchantress is a hero you can pick right now, or there's just other heroes with a different priority? Well, it looks like one of them is the Venge.
Okay, I mean, it is, again, a Januel style hero. It is going to be something that he's able to play a little bit more of that reactionary role, right? Like I mentioned that Ench was good for the previous game, but I really didn't feel like he ever put any tower pressure on, right? You compare it to the likes of Celery playing it, for example, or even FNG. He didn't make it to TI, but he plays a great Enchantress. Those are the sorts of heroes and player combinations that really do work because they're able to, even if it results in yourself dying, bring a lot of attention away and still get something on the map as a result of it. And that just really doesn't seem like Zhao's strength with regards to his playstyle. Something like the Vengeful Spirit absolutely is. He's got really fast reaction speed, and if you're not going to ban it, they're going to pick it. Again, EG is probably the worst team to leave this in the pool for, not just because he smiles great at it, it's because Whisper is totally comfortable playing it as well. Give me that percent damage, man. Something. Wyvern, Phoenix, Lifestealer, Underlord. I mean, Spirit Vessel, it's not enough on its own.
No, it is not. No, it is not. And again, you're not gonna go AA with Avenge, so we are gonna have to get a little bit crafty here on how we're looking to try and deal with the Kunkka for SMG. Of course, like you said, have the potential to be able to put it in multiple roles. We'll see what the bans are going to look like. They will get rid of the Bristleback, which we saw banned in the second phase of that previous game.
I mean, maybe their mindset is, look, if we only have to deal with one really beefy hero, we can just ignore it and go for the other ones, right? You've gotten rid of the Primal Beast, you've gotten rid of the Bristleback. Those two plus Kunkka are probably the big three that we're really seeing this TI. Of course, Centaur is still one. I guess you could maybe say the Earth Spirit is another, but certainly not to the same extent as the other three have been in terms of both their survivability and damage output and even utility off the back of everything else. So my mind just keeps going back to what is no one going to play now, because I really feel like the Kunkka counters out a lot of what his strong parts of his hero pool are, and they're going to pick, you know, one of these big sustain heroes. So it's a bit of a block pick, but honestly, with the Rum onto yourselves, you could just use it for its healing aspect as well. I love the Phoenix. I'm really surprised it's not being picked even more.
I agree. A lot of team fight now as well for EG, so this is a big thing. So let's see what you're going to look to try and address on that on SMG. Like, do you try and double down yourselves and be able to match the team fight out of Evil Geniuses? Do you try and just look to play skirmishes across the map? Because you're going to need to decide.
What even egg hitters are super meta right now? Like, Snapfire is not meta anymore ever since they moved the talent from level 20 to 25, you know, the little shredder using your attack damage. Gyro, not really meta. I think it's been picked at the start of today 4 times for a 0% win rate. Medusa, not super meta. Juggernaut, not really. Lifestealer is a little bit, so it wouldn't be the worst Lifestealer game, but it's been banned out.
Yeah, sorry.
So yeah, like, it's, I know you're always wanting to jump in there just to try and get one up on me, but you know, everything that I'm saying kind of just fits well, right? I feel like EG have got a little bit better grasp of the tournament meta than what SMG does right now.
Okay, so very good response against the Phoenix. A Stampede to be able to reset away from Supernova, take fights on your terms. I think the big thing is just the fact that I really like Conquer X versus Stampede. That is always very frustrating to play with. You drag him back into Sunray, it's a lot of damage. Now, you will also be able to follow that up with a Shadow Demon, so that is a very strong lane combo, Centaur SD.
There's a lot of kill threat for sure. I mean, Centaur level 2 is really just, I don't think anyone deals as much damage as Centaur does at level 2. It's actually kind of insane. Maybe a CM, but it's like not burst damage, whereas Centaur's absolutely is, and it's just so much easier to set up for the hoof stomp, even without the disruption. I mean, that feels like a pretty strong lane answer to it as well, doesn't it?
Yeah,
what are you supposed to do against this? And you'd have to imagine, like, part of the reason you're picking this Shadow Demon is they want to go some sort of hero that ends up utilizing illusions, and you know, now you're going to be able to take one of those back. Look at the smile. Like, I would be putting my points on EG if I'm one of their fans, or if I'm just a general viewer, because the vibe is good in the EG camp.
Do you pick your mid one or no one here? You still do not know if the Conquer's mid or off.
I feel like you pick your mid one hero now. Like, you gotta get a little bit more revealed about, you know, at least what they think is going to be coming, or what they're banning to protect. And I feel like no one, he hasn't been enabled. Like, a big part of why SMG were able to go on such a strong run, as well, Shaker's a decent laner, but you really haven't resolved the issue of how you're supposed to hit this egg, you know? And it's not like they have great initiation. We saw the positioning from EG has been on point from both Matthew as well as Panda. So you're not really putting yourselves in a position to get punished too hard. You've got 2 really tanky heroes to be able to stand in front of you that you have to get through.
I guess maybe the call is like what we saw with that Panda's EG game, is you just have so much mobility now. Again, I mentioned your Stampede versus X, but at least only one person's going to get caught. Earthshake is very mobile with Blink Enchant Totem. So I think EG need to try and have a way to outround their draft with a little bit of like AoE control, because when they pop these abilities, SMG are going to try and reset out of the fight. So
there's also the argument that once you've popped Echo and Stampede, what else have you got on SMG? I know, you know, the double edge does start to stack up once it gets later on. You will have the enchant totem because it's going to be a core Earthshaker, but it really doesn't feel like you're going to have too much longevity. And that's exactly what EG's draft provides, right? You've got the boat, you've got the Sunray, you've got Lifesteal coming through, you've got the Nature's Attendants. Just a lot of inbuilt survivability right now on Evil Genius's side, and no % damage on SMG.
Are we looking about a Sven here for SMG? I know the hero's been nerfed a decent size. I don't think it's having the greatest success at the moment. in at the road to the international, but I'm just thinking like raw damage and capability to be able to deal with the CK.
SMG's turn to battle.
I get what you're saying. You just want the ability to deal with CK, provide a bit of protection to the team as well with the Warcry. A lot of that burst potential, right? If you're able to get a Blink Dagger, stun up the Phoenix with the God Strength, maybe you do burst him down before he's able to pop the egg and have the Sunray available. That's obviously a big component of EG's team fight. And I think that's exactly what they want. We actually do see a Gyrocopter being banned out as well, so it would have been an okay response to what they have so far, but it really does feel relatively underwhelming. I think it's got to be the Sven, honestly. I don't see too many other options to be able to deal with multiple units, but then, like, I guess Shadow Demon's going to be making stacks for you and it's decent for the lane, but once it comes to, like, the game, what is actually happening, you know?
Maybe potential TA for mid one? We get the lights off. That's still in. All right. Okay, we've seen this hero have a lot of success so far, whether it be carry or position 4. So what the responses be for EG. They have plenty of time to work out if it's a conk offlane or mid and how you address the Moeta.
Yeah, I mean, do they just go into a little bit of magic damage now to be able to deal with it, right? Just pierce the veil, don't really care too much about it, try and outrange her somewhat. Even if you just wanted to be able to find like a blink onto the backlines, I wouldn't necessarily hate a hero like Zeus, for example, just to be able to A, deal with the Muerta a little bit, B, interrupt Shaker blinks if possible. You can deal with some of these illusions that Shadow Demon might be making. It gives you a little bit of an advantage in terms of vision. And again, you've got these really tanky heroes to stand in front of you, so you are going to, the majority of the time, just be able to get off a lot of your spells.
So you just feel like the big thing, you just want some more AoE damage to deal with the Muerta? That's something they're currently lacking, and maybe...
Magic damage specifically, yeah. I mean, I could even see a Tinker working, to be honest.
Ooh, yuck. Please not Tinker. Don't do it. Not that filthy hero, honestly, Tinker.
What else is there? I mean, you can't really Pugner, because Pierce the Veil, you can still hit the ethereal targets, so probably not going to be the case. If Whisper was to play something... God.
Well, are you currently happy with the Conquer Earthshaker? Like, do you have to... Yeah?
Could you Timbersaw? I really wouldn't hate a Timbersaw this game.
Whisper Timber is very scary. Do not know where that hero is currently like positioned strength-wise, but dude plays an incredible Timber.
I mean, all that damage against even Pierce the Veil Muerta against two pretty beefy heroes that rely on their strength. Another tanky hero just to stand in front of the Phoenix. It feels pretty solid to me, but instead, it's gonna be a bounty hunter. So what is this? Is this gonna be... Well, I wonder if it's going to be a core bounty. Just because we've really yet to see the impact of that base attack time being reduced down to 1.5 seconds. That means there's only, I believe, around 5 heroes that hit it faster. No, it's going to be Whisper playing the Phoenix instead. I mean, it's a great Phoenix game still after all is said and done, right?
Yeah. So, if this is something we brought up in yesterday's series with Evil Geniuses playing, saying that the Bounty Hunter was buff, the Riki was buff, these are all Matthew heroes. We got to see him play the Nyx Assassin earlier to great success. Now he gets another pesky little invis hero, and Whisper again showcases his strength of an offlaner with his very wide hero pool, being able to pick up the Phoenix. So there is your potential. Your Bounty Enchantress Conquer making a lot of rotations across the map. Phoenix egg late game, which can be a bit of a concern, but how do we feel? Do we like at least a bit of a different draft that we're getting out of SMG compared to that previous game? Do we feel like they've fixed enough of the issues they had, or can AG get a 2-0 here in the best of 3?
I don't know, man. I just really like this Phoenix pick. I think they haven't really addressed it all that much. And now that it's been promoted to a core, which you pretty rarely see, it just shows how much confidence they're having in the pick as well. So I think EG, sadly for SCA, are going to be able to take this one 2-0. I haven't been all that great with my predictions so far today, but I'm feeling pretty confident about this one, both for the draft as well as the attitude that we're seeing from these EG boys today.
Yep. See, like we've been saying, how big that attitude truly is for Evil Geniuses in a lot of their runs at multiple tournaments. So we'll see if that is going to continue. Big smiles there has been so far on the cameras as we get ourselves underway. What can SMG pull out of the hat? There need to be a hell of a performance from them.
Instant DC, the classic C move.
Sounds again.
As yeah, sounds again coming through. Just have to think back to what was it, SMG versus Execration, where no one told them to fix their problem. But well, this is TI. We give them a little bit more breathing room.
This is also, that was a mid one with a lot of confidence. After you go, what, 2-5, you count 2-6. Apologies. It's been rough for SMG, which is really sad to see. The fact that, you know, with how dominant they looked in the C qualifiers, and that was like for people that didn't see. I mean, SMG just blew everyone apart. It wasn't close. Grand final was absolutely obliterated Blacklist, who were the probably favorites heading into it. I mean, some big names on that team, and SMG beat them twice. It just was not even close. Yes, it's
2-0 and 3-0.
So, and unfortunately, your Mastros was a very stable person. You couldn't ask for a better stand-in in MC. Again, you know, we've seen so far at OG, you know, he's had top 4 and top 6 at different tournaments so far this year when he stood in for OG. And again, if we go back to 2018 with Ninjas in Pajamas, there was a top 6 at Kuala Lumpur Major. You could not ask for a better stand-in as well from MC, and he's going to have to, you know, help get the boys over the finish line on his centaur, you know, platinum tier. Let's see what he's able to do with it as well. SMG aren't out of it just yet, but we need this experience to shine in this game for them.
Do indeed, and I mean, SA, they're doing it for the pride of the region. You know, we had a few surprises come through. Thunder really taking it to a lot of teams. Unfortunately, eliminated already. Keatstars, they're through. They're going to be part of the playoffs moving forward. And so you get some Brazilian Dota representation coming through. Beast Coast, unfortunately, eliminated. So EG want to make sure that Keatstars aren't the lone SA team. And we know how much of a deep lower bracket run EG is capable of.
One's trying to scout some wards. I think he just got too close, in fact.
No, he wanted to be able to scout out the observer ward. Still got him, one on the left.
Did it? Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, yeah. I thought it was he was positioned a little bit more to the left. So we'll have rid of the observer, but nothing is going to happen as of it. Looks like we'll get a 2 for 2. A bit sneaky positioning from Matthew. In fact, he's going to yoink the bounty in front of mid one. So
sure,
yeah, 3 bounties instead.
I mean, if you ever want a crash course in how to annoy people, just watch Matthew Bounty Hunter replays. He just does so much. And of course, it's one of these position 4s that have the potential to, you know, somewhat scale into the later stages, right? Like if you go, it's a bearing, you might choose to go down the Aghanim Scepter route. We've seen bounties go like a Phylactery instead, just for a little bit of that extra movement speed slow, allow them to stay out on the map. Or you can even just build like, you know, Solar Crest and buff up the likes of your CK.
We've spoken a lot about this Conquer and your potential heroes to address in the mid lane. We've seen OD from Somnus have a great showing. What do we feel about the Earthshaker for no one here?
Feels pretty good, honestly. Like one of the big strengths of the Conquer is that you outlast hit a lot of people, and Earthshaker certainly isn't one of them with the Enchant Totem aspect. The big difference maker that I'm really seeing is that you're just able to make so much more consistent plays as the Conquer relative to the Earthshaker, right? Like you're always a threat. It's basically only relying on the Tidebringer, and you don't even need to fully commit the body, or just actively building into stats as opposed to something like the Blink Dagger.
Very intrigued as well on how mid one's going to be able to get off to a good start here with Muerta. Has been very hot and cold so far through the road to the international. What do we think as a whole of this hero? Because again, we've seen teams like Shopify have a lot of pride on it with first picking in general in a draft. We've seen likes of FY having incredible games with a position 4 Muerta, but do we feel like mid one is set up for success with this hero this game?
Not necessarily, right? Like, actually, they're going to make a bit of a play here onto the bounty.
Should be able to get a kill as well. Mid one's hunting very deep for it. Doesn't for the dead shot. Gonna try and go for the Phoenix, but there's a lot of resources expended between either side.
Mm-hmm. Will also result in them not securing too many last hits as well. Was all happening underneath the tower. One of the bonuses of having the Venge, right? You do end up pushing, and Matthew might end up dying.
I don't know if Jenny will pop the cell with the Wave of Terror. I thought I maybe heard a sound cue. Regardless, able to find the kill with the sentry drop. Nicely done. And his first blood for mid one. And now the wave should be able to bounce back into SMG's favor, especially with this hard camp pull coming through from Genua.
I mean, I really like the Muerta, just to pick up on your previous point there, but I like it much more against agi carries relative to strength carries, right? Because that's really the one where you expect it to shine. You're nullifying a lot of the agi heroes' impact, which is through having a lot of armor, so you're very survivable. Strength heroes are just pure HP, and the Pierce the Veil doesn't give you as much of that increased value.
You do see how that strength hero is shaping up here for Bakaz, which we saw earlier today. Had a decent showing overall, but wasn't able to get them over the finish line with this Chaos Knight. Might be able to put some damage into Arfu, but ducks in the trees. No Chaos Bolt there for the CK.
They do have one Sentry Ward still for this laners. They're going to die mid one.
And they're going to be rewarded off the back of that. Matthew's going to give Whisper a little tip. Level 3 now here for the Phoenix. Wonder what the item build's going to be for him. We've seen, you know, maybe some offlane Phoenixes are considering something like a Midas, being able to get those levels and scale into the late game. He has the urn currently queued up. What would you hope for the item progression from Whisper?
I think you can go into something like the Vessel, maybe, you know, just a classic Tranquil Boots, Magic Wands. But then after that, it really does open up a little bit. Maybe he chooses to go into the Cypher Vice, maybe
bottom lane.
Yeah.
These poisons are really starting to stack up because gets a little bit of life back. But MC will still cut him down. Panda's taking a full creep wave.
Yeah.
MC's still not even going to hope for the attempt to be able to kill Panda. He'll backs on up. They're happy with the trade they got.
Oh, it's actually changing things up a little bit on Whisper, going for the Veil of Discord instead. I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, remember, it's spell damage, not magic damage. It's another team fight.
A lot of action. Genuel probably going to go down. Whisper finds a dive, so the slow's going to be there for mid one. If you line these fans, Fire Spirits, we do see how much it's able to mitigate some of the Muerta's damage, so another kill for them up top, and they have some more urn charges now for Whisper.
Very nice way to be able to start things off. And so, yeah, what I was mentioning before, that spell damage for a Kunkka means that you're amping up that Tiebringer, feels very effective. It's just amping up yourself, provides you a lot of that mana regeneration just to be able to stay out on the map, even with Phoenix using the majority HP to be able to make a lot of stuff happen. But again, it's a great value Sunray game against Centaur, but also just enabling your... Is Midland going to die again up here? No, maybe.
Yeah, he is. Dude, Whisper, what a... Oh my god, man. He is one of the most frustrating offlaners it must be to play into. The plays this guy can make on a hero, like, we don't see Phoenix offlane a lot, but he's 3-0.
And we don't see a level 5 Phoenix at 5 minutes too much either. This is not the start that you want to give. Just one of those heroes that gets so much value off of levels. You don't really need too many items. It's just all about the levels to be able to make that big impact happen.
So they will be able to get a return kill onto Matthew. 1-for-1 exchange. Fortunate mid one doesn't get the kills because you really need his gold to continue to ramp up here with that Midas already queued up.
You gotta have the gold start before it ramps up. He hasn't had the greatest start in a lot of the games that we've been seeing so far, unless the matchup in the lane was really favorable. Bottom side Bakaz, potentially getting a little bit of action onto him, but just being able to dodge out that stun. One of the advantages, of course, of playing the CK is that movement speed that you've got.
I mean, this is scary that they're already highlighting the fact that Bakaz can play solo in this lane and Panda can rotate. It looks like he's going to come back through the portal. There's always that risk of a secondary support to be with mid one.
We're just going to feed him over a tango, and then you even need to stick around. I'm sure Panda's just going to be annoying and, you know, play that sort of aggressive role that I was wanting to see out of Zhao last time. Here we go.
See, the result of the rotation from C-Small, both come crashing down. Evil Geniuses are continuing on with that momentum in the previous game. They are looking good to start game 2.
Man, look down at this bottom side. Like, it's the perfect time for that rotation, right at the 6.5 minute mark, when you've still got the Siege creep alive, when you've got an Enchantress with one of the better value creeps in the Wild Wig Ripper, just to keep the creep wave alive for the longer period of time. And you know that Arfu is not going to be there to just consistently save and soak up a lot of that XP. He needs to be back there securing the Wisdom Rim for himself. And luckily for him, it's not going to be Matthew standing next to him and stunning him up and stealing it away. He just ends up getting his own. But it's still a lot of damage being done onto a tier 1 tower this early.
It's going to continue to be a concern, the fact that C-Smile can make There's easy transitions to the side lanes compared to no one on the Earthshaker. Like, he needs his Blink Dagger. Maybe if you get a haste, you might move. Without that, you're not going to be looking at it. And even Radiant supports have the capability to be able to secure these runes as well. And, well, they're currently top lane, putting some pressure onto mid one. We're already got a movement through the portal, so mid one's going to be very cautious position. They can dive the tower thanks to the Whirlwind Ripper. And if required, they're going to supernova as well to drop. They're just going to turn and try and kill the egg, but they're both going to die in the end. It will not matter. This is already at a very scary territory for the boys from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and this is what the Enchantress is capable of. This is why you pick it, to make these sorts of aggressive plays. And, you know, I suppose having a hero like the Chaos Knight to be able to pair together with, you are one of the more self-sustaining heroes for the laning stage. But, you know, once this movement happens, once the Centaur has his level 6 and his Vanguard, he just doesn't see the value sticking on that bottom side. There's no siege creep to be able to play around with, so you're not going to lose your tower anytime soon, and you end up being able to take away the enemies. So it's already a 4K lead at 8.5 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How do you make plays when you're behind as well on SMG? You do not have supports to do that. You need levels, they need ways to keep up. We haven't seen too many stacks in the jungle from Arfu, a couple of Ancients, but I mean, maybe no one will drop Echo to farm his Blink with it, but how are you...
It's just the little things, honestly. Like with Arfu, when he was securing that Wisdom Rune previously, he could have stacked the Ancient camp to the very right-hand side of the map, and he didn't. You know, it's clear that EG have got him flustered. He doesn't end up getting another stack off of the Ancients just there, even though he tries to. And he's almost level 5, so he's approaching that level 6. But the big thing that I'm seeing is lacking is another gank attempt.
It's going to be the timing on the perfect there from Arfu. Mitigate some of the effectiveness out of C Smile's ultimate, but it will not stop them from getting Januel. They might not be done, dude. Matthew's going to be able to charge on forward for Arfu. They'll TP in MC, but can they get the turnaround? It's a big Echo Slam, but all they get is a bounty. Now MC will even turn to C Smile. A stray fissure from downtown. They'll need the damage from the Weta to maybe even get more as well. But the calling drop, the silence mid one actually dragged back to Phoenix. These are the kills that they need from SMG to get back into this second game. That is a much needed rotation from the offlaner and the carry.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just like that, they're back into it. Maybe just getting a little bit too confident, right? Like, it's pre-10 minutes, diving almost a tier 2 tower. Matthew ends up going down to be able to start things off, and it looks like he's going to be able to secure the haste before he gets ganked with that Dust of Appearance, but yeah, maybe just getting a little bit too deep there, and suddenly you've got a bit of a game on Mind Control, right? He's all the way up to 2nd on net worth off the back of that.
Might be dead, though, on Mind Control.
Yeah, he almost tried to get down, but nah, not going to be the case.
Kaz hasn't been getting too active across the map, and as a result, with all his farm, top of the net worth, 5,400, armlet completed, and the mid-siege will continue with the catapult, along with the Dark Troll Summoner. We're still lacking these ultimates to be able to play with now on SMG because of the use prior. His tower should go down without a defense.
Yeah. The boys coming out, the Skelly boys, just allowing them to take so much of this map control so early. Kaz even just using his Phantasm Illusion to put a little bit of that pressure down on the bottom side. Might actually be using it to scout out if there are any stacks inside of the Dire Ancients area. Looks like he might be just trying to influence the wave a little bit. That full damage to the next creep wave. And this is how a player like Picard just accelerates his farm so much, as got a little bit of a hunt going on, or it might just be a scouting mission from Matthew.
So they do have Genuel in a decent position. Looks like they'll just go for the Vengeful Spirit instead. Try and be able to land some of the track kills. They're actually going to try and Stampede to protect him, so they are starting to move on over. A smoke with Arfu and no one. Blink has been delivered. You need a juicy kill than Panda. That is not enough to reveal this Blink. Great positioning though from the Enchantress. They might just have to go for it. And they will. A couple of Enchant Totems will secure the kill. He's going to make him work for it, but won't actually stand too long without only 1 point in the Nature's attendance.
0 in the Untouchable as well. That's the thing that ended up making sure that he wasn't able to survive through all of that. So still, you do your job though, right? Blink reveal onto a position 5, not exactly the situation that you're wanting. We're talking positives. Mid one, he's been able to get the Midas picked up, and he's working towards that Maelstrom. I'm just concerned of who is going to be taking this big ancient stack, right?
Matthew? But he's so fast. Phase boots win lanes with the track.
Yep.
He's out. Bottom lane, MC. He's going to potentially go down. Pakaz has dived incredibly deep for it, and no one might have to drop the Echo Slam for the kill, and will do so. They're starting to move down, though, from Evil Geniuses.
Picking out this gigantic stack as well, and what better hero to take it than the Kunkka? I believe he's got the blade mail coming out to him as well, so very, very keen to start this fight happening. And again, without the Echo Slam available, without the Maelstrom up on the Muerta, you are very vulnerable to losing this one. Looks like Panda's even going to place down a sentry ward to stop the stack from happening, but you want to invade, you want to steal this one away. You've got all your spells available.
Yeah, to go back to the Muerta real quick, like you said with the Midas completed. First Midas we've seen out in Muerta so far at the road to the International. So, yeah, this is a bad situation. Calls for the recovery Midas, and we'll see if he's going to be able to get that time, but someone needs to get this stack.
Mm-hmm. It looks like no one in MC are going to do it. It's not going to be the most efficient, but yeah, they'll get it in due time. I mean, MC is really tanky with that Vanguard. Double Edge just 3.5 seconds cooldown. And Matthew's going to be like, thank you very much. I'll take some of that XP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're coming, though.
Well, they'd love this courier snipe.
Dire's bottom
Close as the Conquer. A little bit too far. Wisdom
They
Room,
still
too.
get the tower off the back of it. Yeah, the Wisdom Rune, they're going to be looking to set up.
They cannot fight. They don't have the health pool. Not in a close area like this. You've got the Supernova already. This is going to be messy. MC will get the jump. Wisdom Room's picked up. A pretty good timing out of the banishment. Now the Stampede to reposition, but the backline, no one. He gets swapped in the middle, and now you've got to address the Supernova, and they will not be able to run away from it. That is the messy fight that happens when you take a fight in a close proximity area like that, and Evil Geniuses find 3 for nothing.
5, 1, and 4 on this Phoenix, and it's looking like another great game coming through from Whisper. That's not even talking about C-Spal. He's been relatively passive this game, just 1, 1, and 3, but I mean, he's just been picking up his farm, doing just classic C-Spal stuff, getting into the Blade Mail, and he's already felt kind of unkillable, and it's only going to get even stronger once you get that full 4th point into the Sunray.
You're gonna have a super rich Enchantress who has a Dragon Lance now completed. You're gonna have Matthew's Bounty Hunter that can itemize into utility. What do you even want out of the bounty this game? I mean, you can go anything. What are you hoping the bounty is opting for?
I wouldn't hate a Solar Crest personally. I think because he's committed towards the phase boots, you probably don't want to go the drums just because it's not as easy to be able to convert it into the boots of bearing. I just want something that's going to give him a bit of that passive regen when he's roaming around the map, right? So that he liked the Parvis, but against this lineup, I'm not sure it's going to be the greatest value.
A lot of options here. Which is a nice thing about the bounty, especially when you're able to have 14 kills at 15 minutes in. Mid one. Mid one the ball. I mean, Januar's in a decent position, actually going to run straight on top of mid one, so the swap. It's up to MC to be able to counter initiate.
Nice,
it's a pretty decent hoof swamp. The Stampede will get some separation because we'll still rip apart MC, and now I mean, no one's ready to go with the Echo, but EG doing such a good job to make sure they don't group up for any opportunity of a turnaround. So again, 2 heroes go down. I mean, you keep mid one alive, but you still you're bleeding track kills over.
That's the bigger issue, right? Like, it's fine to even take... It's not fine to take even trades, excuse me, so it's just going to lead to things leaning more and more in one team's favor, and right now, EG are not letting up. I can't recall the last time I've really seen them play too much on their side of the map. They've just taken away all of the space that SMG have to be able to farm. It's honestly getting to the point where mid one needs to just use a smoke to be able to get out to the other side of the map. But even just have a look, it's in a pretty obvious spot, but this high ground ward above the Radiant Tier 1 bottom tower is going to reveal if he's just farming in that sort of area.
I mean, the vision game has just been exceptional. We see that very often when Matthew is playing these style of heroes, and we even see with the ward done towards the east side of the map. Arfu already has used the banishment, so C-Smile's going to be able to commit the combo. Kaz is on a killing spree. You're already seeing some of the damage. Oh, top lane actually back there, no one in MC. They're in a lot of danger now with the wraparound Matthew. They're going to be able to clean up no one, and they're probably going to get mind control. Stampede's still down for another 5 seconds. No one is anywhere near the neighborhood to protect him. As Mr. Matthew and Panda are just cleaning up, and you've got C-Small and Kaz together on the opposite side. it's going to be a repeat of game 1.
Tower is
It will. And I mean, like you said, those two cores are still just farming away. Both of them, I believe, already have the Reaper picked up at about the same speed that they're going to be able to secure that Harvest Harass. And again, they just have no answers on SMG to be able to deal with it. And it's the double impact as well, right? You've got a level 12 beat.
Oh my.
More track gold.
Oh, this must be so frustrating. Playing 2 games like this back to back where you cannot get out on the map, where you have zero
Dire's top tower
counter playmaking potential. Wherever you run, you're under wards, you're on a bounty vision. You see 3 heroes leaving the base, they smoke under the observer.
What can you do? What can you do?
Might get Whisper, very low, no one can get that vision. Be a huge kill, 5-1 and 6. It's a big streak.
Just the fact that it's not.
Is it going to react for the egg? No, sir. Big one for no one.
A lot of gold.
So, much need to kill Matthew as well. Should be able to
Much
cancel
more
that with the
capable of
banishment.
fighting now.
We'll get a secondary kill along with it. We'll get no one a little bit closer towards his scepter. MC closer to the plate mail as well.
It'd be very nice. I mean, he still does need to be the front line, and no one else really is able to stand there. Even like the supports on EG are somewhat capable of doing it, right? We've seen Matthew be the one leading the charge a lot of the time, and he's decided to go into that Aghanim Scepter for himself. And why not, right? He's already doing such a great job of, you know, getting a lot of those track kills for himself. Why not deal the damage as well and yoink away even more net worth from the enemy team?
It's a, I haven't even noticed, but it's a full duration, pretty much sentry at the die triangle.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just more farm taken away to the bank of mid one and SMG. There's your first heart. Second is now enough gold for Bakaz.
You know it's bad when mid one buys his own sentry ward to be able to get rid of it. That is his in the dire triangle. You know, it really does feel like there's been a little bit of a communication breakdown. At least for mid one, he's been able to get that Gossamer Cape, so really nice against the Kunkka, even a little bit against the CK with that initial jump and damage output might enable him to get off the Pierce the Veil. It's going to be a long road back for him.
Yeah. Now no one showing top lane.
are fortified.
He's going to be in a lot of danger as well. Oh, whoa,
Nice
whoa,
blink.
whoa, nice, very nice blink. I mean, we see how they're setting up across the map. You've got Genuel, defensive support playing behind the Earthshaker. You got your second support playing behind mid one, and then MC, the maybe more survivable person around mid lane, just to potentially clear this wave and get out. So again, it's stall out and hope that the supports can just protect the cores whenever they get jumped. But EG, they've had enough. They're like, all right, time for Roche. Let's get this objective and let's just start 5-manning down some lanes.
Sure, why not? I mean, it's the safe play to make, right? They waited until it was down on the Radiant side. Instantly, as soon as Roshan went through that twin gate, and they're not even going to wait the full duration. They're letting Pakaz and Seasmal be able to take it. They know that they're capable of taking out mid one, especially if he continues farming underneath this Observer ward.
Oh, dude, what a smoke play. A couple of people hitting Roche and a couple of people smoking.
Oh, you can't hit this Tormentor, man.
Silence again, but the calling makes it a little bit awkward for the Phoenix. Do you want to commit now? Mid one, use the Pierce the Veil. They're going to swap in aggressively. Radiant are moving over, and you do not have mind control for this fight. So you'll lose the Wisdom. You're going to eventually lose that Tormentor along with the tier 2 tower as well.
Mind Control does have a TP if you really needed to do it. Looks like they're feeling content enough, right? It's an 11k net worth lead, 21 minutes in. You don't need the Bounty Hunter. He's even potentially there to be able to scout out Mind Control and possibly interrupt any TP that he has to be able to come back and help the rest of his team.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I just choose the more selfish route. Get the farm. Only 500 gold away from the Ags on Bounty. And now there's even more damage output coming through. It's not like they were lacking it before, but, you know, Panda on his Enchantress has the Sproink available. So multiple
lane?
ways.
So they're going to try into Matthew. Oh, that's young. All right. We'll see Smile top. Got a Stampede. 85 seconds without it. Now they're going to hunt as well. Instant
Kaz just
sweeping.
feels so confident, right? Like, he's got the Aegis for another 3.5 minutes. They've got pretty decent vision as well inside the SMG jungle, and they know that there's no way that they're going to be able to retreat. So suddenly the Supernova gets even more value. Whisper can just look to position himself on the front lines.
Dire's middle tower.
We really like this gem pickup though, nonetheless, from Arfu. I think it's just much required.
Necessary.
Yeah, necessary in the status of this game. So we'll get this ward with the eastern side Ancients. But of course, this tier 2 tower is going to go down uncontested. So that is nice though. The Lotus from MC. Also very much needed, but let's see what they're able to do. 14,000 net worth lead continuing to grow. And you just stall out the Aegis. I mean, you still have it for another, pretty much 3 minutes. So it will be a lot of time where EG are getting full map control.
Midwin has a decent amount of damage now at this stage, right? He's level 15. He's got that talent picked up for himself. Only 2 levels behind Bakaz, despite the fact that he didn't have a great laning stage. I mean, this is a ballsy play. You gotta risk it for the biscuit, man. You gotta make that sort of play to kind of scare him off, prevent him from playing the game he wants.
And they are cutting him off. All right. Oh my God! What are those reactions? Because they're gonna go for Matthew now. This is a little bit closer to the tier 1 tower. This is not the fight you're looking for. Because you should be able to stun up Arfu. Defensive swap. Because jumps over the top. Nice reactions. Arfu gets out of danger. So Januel with a track kill over. They are still hunting though. They see Arfu on the retreat. 5-second blink cooldown. Will be too close to the base. So yeah, all they'll get is the Venge.
So no one's going into the BKB. I get it. He's got the Aghanim Scepter. I really wouldn't have hated to see it go something like a crit, just because I feel unless they get that jump and convincingly are in an advantageous spot at the start of a lot of these fights, a BKB isn't going to change anything. Like they've got enough sustain at this point on EG to be able to withstand a lot of that. I mean, Double Heart, Sunray, Enchantress heals as well. You got 4 staffs coming through. You've got additional movement speed from the track if Bounty Hunter's the one that gets going on. It's not easy, and they're all fully smoked up behind Bakaz while he's still got a minute or so left on his Aegis.
I guess this is the one thing about Dai, the potential to swap back inside the base. His mind control protected with the banishment will be okay. So let's see how they can get crafty here. Swap into Fissure, maybe blow at 1, but you got to go through 4,000 health of Bakaz.
Twice.
And Muerta's not back just yet. That is your main damage source.
She's got the Mjolnir though.
Sector just completed though. Chris Lock has his Torrent Storm now to work with.
A Moonshot, not a Mjolnir. That's actually pretty effective now. It's just moved into nighttime, so you've got a little bit of advanced vision on SMG to be able to make plays with. Clever little adaptation coming through there from mid one.
How much is going to be able to pay off with that extra attack speed? 16,000 deficit. 19% probability at the moment has been EG for the entirety of this game and series as a whole. So Aegis will tick out. They do see Bakaz at the moment. They did smoke prior. They will re-smoke as well. Maybe they can catch Bakaz as he's rejoining the team. They're going to be closer this time than last.
They're just keeping a track on that Aegis. They don't want to go too early. They know there's potential to blow him up.
They're going to see Bakaz with a jump over the top. Can they blow him up from 4 to 0? Aegis kicks, and they bring him down. An incredible start for the boys on SMG, but can they capitalize and get a better team fight out of it? As C Smiles onto mid one, a spot to get some separation, but it's not enough. Mid one will go down as EG just far too ahead. Even if they lose their carry, it does not matter in the end. As Whisper will burn MC down, he's going to try and disengage out to the left. There's already a TP and Matthew can cut him off. MC will not be able to TP out of this one. A 4-for-1. And I don't know if you're going to get a better team fight from that from SMG. It looked great to start, but the boys on EG are just way too far ahead.
Couldn't have been more perfect, honestly. And I mean, they've got the glyph left, but that's about it. Panda ending up being the one dishing out, a decent amount of damage, but it was, again, all the Phoenix. He just survives for the very start of that team fight, launches out all the fire spirits, and enables that turnaround. Without the BKB on the Muerta, you just don't have the potential to just stand there and man fight. You're always going to be affected by that attack speed slope.
I mean, you still got Echo. You love Panda with him holding the gem at the moment. Swap back. I don't know if you're getting Conquering, not with an Echo like that. Gets a little bit of damage out. Mid one's back into the middle. They have kind of separated C-Smile away from some of the defensive heroes, but Conquer just runs it in the middle. C-Smile takes to it all. Again, this hero is absolutely ridiculous. As now Bakaz is back in. Dude, what is it? What is with
This is
this
a total
hero?
MP Terrorblade vibes, man. Just ban it. The C-Smile Conquer needs to be removed. And look at that. They're even taunting him a little bit. They're like grouping up, saying, oh, you wish you could echo this right now. And yeah, they place down the flag, say, this is our territory. We're the ones moving on to that phase 2.
Middle barracks are under Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower.
I mean,
One last stand, it seems.
oh my god, you've got to go up against Panda's damage as well. What can you do? Mid one's back up in 5 with Pierce the Veil. Base is in shambles, soon to be Mega Creeps as well. EG are not looking to leave. The poke and prod. We're going up against the 4K hero, and with the damage from Panda, MC Dragback's just gonna die to the impetus. Arfu has to protect it, but it means that there's no banishment for the Venge. No one gets a pretty good jump in with a stun onto 2, but now he's tracked up and down to half health. Swap back onto C-Smile. Mid-one's gonna be nearby. It's a decent chunk of damage. C-Smile will go down, gets the boiler from the Torrent Storm. It's gonna give him at least some control to reposition back to the left side of EG.
They just don't have anything left, though. That's the thing. 20 seconds left until the Echo. No Pierce the Veil, no Stampede, no nothing.
We'll deal with the Phantasm Illusions at least, minimizing some of the damage out of Bakaz.
Look at Panda. What a Chad.
Bakaz is going to be back in as well.
Cares.
No one activates the BKB. 5 seconds left until the Echo Slam. Melee Barracks, 500 health as well until the Mega Creeps. SMG, they got to go now. MC tries to jump in to find the initiation. Bakaz down to half health, but it's not a good follow-up. It's not enough, and as a result, SMG will be knocked out. Their hopes of making it into phase 2 and potentially the International 12 will be cut short, as Southeast Asia will only have one representative in Talon, and Evil Geniuses will move forward.
They will indeed, and they'll do it in convincing fashion. You can see no one, he's feeling it, right? This is not how I expected his journey to go. He got given a bit of a lifeline coming through the Southeast Asian region after a few stints within Western Europe with Old G. Didn't work out too well. That's not the way that Januel's first TI was expected to go, but you got to say they were up against it, right? Having to switch up one, potentially even 2 of their roster